in Shillong. Enough to choose it, the kind that feels as natural.
Respected participants, a very good morning. We'll commence the program in 2 minutes, before which I invite you to please watch a short story video that is to be displayed in the video panel. I invite you to please have a watch at a short video story that is to be displayed in the video panel.
Praveen grew up in Shillong, where the hills hold children. He and his friend Ranjit had been inseparable from their earliest years. The kind of closeness that forms before you are old enough to choose it. The kind that feels as natural as breathing. They were 10, maybe 11 the year the kite ended it. Kite cutting was not unusual in that world. Boys would take to the open sky with manja-laced strings and fly their paper kites high, maneuvering to slice through a rival's line and send it drifting free. It was skill, it was sport, it was glorious boyhood rivalry. On that particular day, however, something cut deeper than string. Words were said, or perhaps none were. Sometimes silence is the more devastating blow. Without announcement or ceremony, the friendship simply stopped. Two boys who had shared years of laughter now moved past each other as strangers. 3 years passed. Then came cricket. At 14, the two boys found themselves on the same ground again, not by design perhaps, but by the ordinary miracle of a small city where everyone eventually crosses everyone else's path. Cricket does not allow you the luxury of estrangement. It asks for your attention, your cooperation, your shared focus on the ball, the pitch, and the sky above. Slowly, without declaration, they found their way back to each other. The reconciliation needed no grand gesture, just the quiet return of familiarity, the old ease reasserting itself like muscle memory. And the friendship resumed, stronger perhaps for having cracked and held. It lasted through school and through college, through careers built and families formed, through Shillong's monsoons and winters, through moves, distances, and the long passage of ordinary life. They met 3 or 4 times a year, sometimes more. Their conversations were simple: family, struggles, the mysterious things they had done as boys. Underneath all of it ran a shared devotion to something larger than themselves, such as community, social work, and the world just beyond their own doorstep. The friendship lasted in the end until 5 years ago, until Praveen's friend, Ranjit, was gone forever. What remains is a story about a kite, about the strange cutting things that can break even the most natural bonds, and about the way 2 boys, 3 years later and a little older, chose to mend what the wind had broken. A kite rises against the wind, not with it. So too do the friendships that last.
A very good morning, everyone. Distinguished Reverend Fathers, respected academicians, honored guests, researchers, educators, ladies and gentlemen. It is our privilege to welcome you to the National Research Seminar on Friendship as Well-Being in the Digital Age Among Youth in India, a research geared towards new approaches to accompaniment. This seminar is jointly organized by the Salesian Province of Chennai, Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai, Sacred Heart College, Tirupattur, and Fondasio Don Bosco Nel Mondo. Rooted in Don Bosco's vision of accompanying the youth, today's seminar seeks to foster meaningful dialogue on friendship, well-being, and youth accompaniment in an increasingly digital world. To commence this day on a blessed note, let us invoke God's abundant blessings upon our gathering through a short prayer session. I request everyone to kindly remain seated and prayerfully participate.
All our sins and griefs to bear. A reading from the Holy Gospel according to John, chapter 15, verses 12 to 17. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. You are my friends if you do what I command you. I do not call you servants any longer, because the servant does not know what the master is doing. But I have called you friends, because I have made known to you everything that I have heard from my Father. You do not choose me, but I chose you, and I appointed you to go and bear fruit, fruit that will last, so that the Father will give you whatever you ask him in my name. I am giving you these commands so that you may love one another. This is the word of the Lord.
Let us pray. Loving God, we thank you for gathering us today for this research-based seminar on friendship as well-being in the AA era. Your word reminds us that true friendship is rooted in love. As we reflect on the importance of friendship in our lives in this age of artificial intelligence, grant us the wisdom to cherish relationships that are built on trust, compassion, and selfless love. Bless our speakers, researchers, organizers, and all the participants. Open our minds to seek the truth, our hearts to value one another, and our lives to ensure that technology always serves humanity and never replace the gift of authentic human friendship. May all that we learn and share today strengthen our commitment to building a world where friendship nurtures well-being and every person is treated with dignity and love. Amen.
Thank you, Father. May I now have the honor of inviting our esteemed dignitaries to grace the days. We welcome Reverend Dr. Biju Michael SDB, the General Counselor for South Asia. Welcome, Father. We have Reverend Dr. L. Don Bosco SDB, the Provincial Salesian Province of Chennai. We have Dr. Antoon van der Velde, Professor Emeritus, University of Leuven, Belgium. We have Reverend Dr. P.D. John, Secretary, SPCSA, New Delhi. We have Reverend Father Patrick Lepcha, SDB, the SPCSA Delegate for Youth Ministry. We have Reverend Dr. M. John Alexander, SDB, the Vice Provincial, Salesian Province of Chennai, and the Secretary, Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai. We have Reverend Dr. Stalin Dhanaraj, SDB, the Youth Ministry Delegate, Salesian Province of Chennai. And we have Reverend Dr. K. Maria Raj, SDB, the Principal, Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai, and also Brother Arun Raj Shaladurai, SDB, the Rector and INM Province Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to warmly give a big round of applause to the delegates who made their way to this beautiful program despite their busy schedule. Thank you, fathers. You may please take your seats.
Every meaningful gathering begins with a warm welcome. May I now respectfully invite Reverend Dr. Stalin Dhanaraj STB, Youth Ministry Delegate of the Salesian Province of Chennai, to deliver the welcome address.
Respected Father Biju Michael, General Counselor for the South Asia region, Reverend Father Don Bosco, Provincial of the Salesian Province of Chennai, Professor Anton van de Velde from the Catholic University of Leuven, Belgium. Father P.A. John, Secretary of the SPCSA and the Rector of the SPCSA House, New Delhi. Father John Alex, Vice Provincial of the Salesian Province of Chennai. Father Patrick Lepcha, the SPCSA Delegate for Youth Ministry. Reverend Father Maria Aroikiraj, the Principal of the Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai. And Reverend Brother Arun, the Province Secretary and the Rector of Citadel. Our esteemed dignitaries, distinguished academicians, researchers, faculty members, dear students, and all the participants gathered from different parts of our country, good morning to you all. On behalf of the Salesian Province of Chennai, the Department of Youth Ministry, and Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai, it is my singular privilege and joy to extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this national seminar on friendship as well-being in the AI era, new models of youth accompaniment. Your presence today is a testimony to our shared conviction that while technology continues to transform the world at an unprecedented pace, the deepest needs of young people remain profoundly human. The need to be known, the need to be accompanied, the need to belong, and the need to be loved. In an age where artificial intelligence is redefining communication, work, and relationship, we gather here today to reflect on a timeless yet ever-relevant question. How do we accompany young people in ways that nurture authentic friendship, holistic well-being, and meaningful human connection? We are deeply honored by the presence of Father Biju Michael, the General Counselor for the South Asia region. Father Biju is not only an eminent academician, but also a Salesian with the decades of rich experience in accompanying young people across diverse cultural and educational contexts. His profound understanding of youth, combined with his commitment to the Salesian education and pastoral ministry, makes him an ideal guide for our reflections today. Dear Father, your presence enriches this seminar, and we are grateful that you have accepted our invitation. We extend to you a very warm and affectionate welcome. We are equally privileged to welcome our beloved Provincial Reverend Father Don Bosco. Father Provincial is widely known for his love for the young, especially for those who are poor and marginalized. His pastoral zeal is expressed not merely through words, but through concrete initiatives. Those who have encountered him often speak with admiration of his remarkable ability to remember the names and stories of young people even after many years without meeting them. A beautiful expression of the Salesian spirit of personal accompaniment. Dear Father, your presence and encouragement inspire us to remain close to the young with the heart of Don Bosco. We warmly welcome you. It is my distinct privilege to extend a warm and cordial welcome to Professor Anton van de Velde from the Catholic University of Leuven, Belgium. A distinguished philosopher, economist, an internationally respected scholar, Professor has consistently placed his scholarship at the service of humanity. His intellectual contributions are marked not only by academic excellence, but also by a profound concern for justice and the common good. Though India is not new to him, We are deeply honored that he has accepted our invitation to deliver the keynote address for this seminar. Dear Professor, we extend to you a heartfelt welcome. We are equally honored to welcome Father P.D. John, the Secretary of the Salesian Provincial Conference of South Asia and Rector of the SPCSA House, New Delhi. We are grateful to you for your presence among us today and extend to you a warm Salesian welcome. A very warm welcome to Reverend Father Patrick Lepcha, the SPCSA Delegate for Youth Ministry. Father Patrick is an energetic and passionate Salesian whose warmth and simplicity and joyful presence naturally draw young people to him. Dear Father, we are delighted to have you with us. Welcome. I extend a heartfelt welcome to Reverend Father Maria Arokyaraj of Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai. Father is deeply committed to the holistic growth of every student. His vision and leadership continue to shape this institution into a vibrant center of learning and human formation. Dear Father Principal, we are privileged by your presence. I warmly welcome Father John Alex, the research scholar, whose vision and initiative have given birth to this timely and significant seminar. His deep concern for the well-being of young people, his enthusiasm for research, and his commitment to exploring new models of Salesian accompaniment have brought us together to reflect on this important theme. Dear Father, we congratulate you for choosing such a relevant topic and thank you for your dedication and hard work in making this seminar a reality. I welcome Reverend Brother Arun Chelladurai, whose hospitality we always experience as we step into this campus. Welcome, brother. A special word of welcome goes to professors, scholars, research scholars, resource persons, and participants who have traveled from various institutions to be with us today. Your willingness to engage in dialogue, share your research, your competence, and contribute your insights will undoubtedly enrich and inspire new approaches to youth accompaniment. As we begin this seminar, may our discussions lead us beyond theoretical reflections to practical, innovative ways of working with young people. May we discover together that even in the age of artificial intelligence, the most transformative technology remains the human heart that listens, accompanies, and loves. Once again, on behalf of the Salesian Province of Chennai, the Department of Youth Ministry, and Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful and enriching seminar.
Thank you, Father. Welcoming our esteemed dignitaries in our Indian tradition is both a privilege and an honor. To commence this gesture of hospitality, I respectfully invite Reverend Dr. K. Maria Arokyaraj SDB and Reverend Brother Arun Raj SDB, the Rector, to welcome our distinguished guests with the Ponnadai. First, we begin by felicitating Reverend Dr. Biju Michael SDB, the General Counselor for South Asia. A big round of applause, please. Likewise, our next felicitation is presented to Reverend Dr. L. Don Bosco SDB, the Provincial, Salesian Province of Chennai. Request Brother Arun Raj SDB to do the honors. We also invite Reverend Dr. M. John Alexander SDB. A big round of applause, please. The author himself is presenting the book to our provincial. Likewise, it is now our privilege to felicitate Dr. Antoon van der Velde, Professor Emeritus, University of Louvain, Belgium. All the way from Belgium, he's here for us. A big round of applause, please. And we have the book given by Brother Arun. Next, we are pleased to present this token of appreciation to Reverend Dr. P.D. John, the Secretary of SPCSA New Delhi. A big round of applause, please. And also the book. Likewise, may we now felicitate Reverend Father Patrick Lepcha, SDB, the SPCSA Delegate for Youth Ministry. Welcome, Father. We are pleased to have you here. Thank you so much, fathers.
Leadership inspires purpose, and purpose gives direction. It is now my honor to invite Reverend Dr. Biju Michael SDB, General Counselor for South Asia, Rome, to deliver the inaugural address.
A very good morning, dear friends, all the dignitaries, particularly congratulations to the province of Chennai for this initiative, together with Father Provincial and Father Vice Provincial, who has conceived this idea and done the research and made us all come together for this great event. Allow me to begin with a scene from a hospital. Doctors and nurses tell us that when people are in the final days of their lives, they rarely ask for another machine. They rarely ask for another supercomputer or a powerful technology. They instead ask for their family. They ask for their friends. They ask for someone to hold their hands. This simple fact teaches us an enduring truth. Human well-being is relational. Human well-being is relational. We are not healed only by technology. We are healed by loving presence. Don Bosco reminded us, it is not enough that the young be loved, they must know that they are loved. Because presence makes love visible. So long before the age of AI, Don Bosco placed the friendly presence of the educator at the heart of his educational method. And one of the titles that the church conferred on Don Bosco, as we know, is Friend of the Youth. It is therefore fitting that Father John Alexander has chosen to explore the theme friendship as well-being in the AI era. It invites a question that concerns every one of us. What will make us truly human in the age of AI? A simple answer to this question could be, AI can increase efficiency, but only friendship can make us fully human. Technology can support relationship. It can never replace the gift of genuine human presence. We are all familiar with the historian Yuval Noah Harari, who has written much on this theme. He observes that AI may soon know our habits, our emotions, our preferences, our vulnerabilities better than even we know ourselves. At first glance, this almost sounds like friendship. After all, friends also know us deeply. But the similarity ends there. An algorithm knows your preferences. A friend knows your struggles. An algorithm predicts your behavior. A friend accompanies your journey. An algorithm knows about you. A friend knows you and still chooses you. That's the difference between intelligence and love. To know a person is an achievement of the intellect. To love a person is an achievement of the heart. Harari makes another important distinction. He says, information is not wisdom. Information is not wisdom. Artificial intelligence can process billions of pieces of information in seconds. But then, wisdom cannot be downloaded. Wisdom cannot be downloaded. Wisdom is born of relationships in dialogue, in suffering, in forgiveness, and in moral responsibility. Friendship, therefore, is one of life's greatest schools of wisdom. A third point that Harari reminds us, civilizations are built on trust. Without trust, no family, no institution, no society can survive. But where do we learn trust? Not from machines. We learn it in relationships. And friendship is the smallest school where trust is practiced, tested, and strengthened. Dear friends, more than about 2,300 years ago, Aristotle understood this profoundly. He wrote, "Without friends, no one would choose to live though he had all other goods." Imagine Aristotle speaking to our century. He might say, even if you possess unlimited information, perfect digital assistance, and instant access to knowledge, life remains incomplete without friends. Because friendship is not an extra. Friendship is not one more good among many. It is the soil in which every other human good flourishes. It's beautiful to see how Aristotle describes three kinds of friendship. The three types are friendship of utility, friendship of pleasure, and friendship of virtue. The first is friendship of utility. We relate because we benefit from one another. There are colleagues, business partners, professional contacts, and such friendships are useful, but they last only as long as the benefit lasts. Now, if you look at artificial intelligence, it is extraordinarily good at this level. It serves us efficiently, it solves problems, and it saves a lot of our time. So, pretty much the first type of friendship of utility, probably AI is able to do even better than others. And so we move to the second, which is a friendship of pleasure. Here we enjoy one another's company because of shared interests, hobbies, or experiences that we share. Now, many of our social media connections belong to this category of friendship of pleasure. They enrich life, but they often change when our interest changes. Then Aristotle speaks of the highest form of friendship of virtue. Here, I do not love you because you are useful. I do not remain with you simply because you entertain me. I remain because I desire your good, and you desire my good. That is friendship. Such friendship requires time, trust, honesty, commitment, and the willingness to help one another become better persons. And no machine can automate that, no algorithm can generate it. And hence Aristotle makes a beautiful observation. He said, a true friend is another self. A real friend helps us discover who we are, celebrate our strengths, correct our weakness, and calls us to become our best selves. Calls us to go higher, to become our best selves. Dear friends, artificial intelligence adapts to our preferences. A true friend, instead, transforms our character. AI asks, what do you want? A friend asks, who are you becoming? So the Jewish philosopher Martin Buber expressed this difference with two simple expressions as we know. I, it, and I, thou. Technology naturally tends towards the I, it. It measures, analyzes, processes. Friendship restores the I, thou. It reminds us that every human being is not an object to be managed, but a person to be encountered. Allow me now to offer one insight from the Christian tradition with deep respect for all other spiritual traditions. The Bible presents a remarkable image, and this is a very interesting feature. God desires friendship with humanity. Abraham is remembered as the friend of God. He was not a perfect man. He experienced doubt, fear, and failure, yet he learned to trust God. And his friendship with God transformed an ordinary nomad into the father of a great people. Moses is described as speaking with God face to face and as one speaks to a friend. His leadership did not arise merely from authority or ability, but from an intimate relationship with God that shaped his courage, wisdom, and compassion. Now, these are not stories about perfect people. They are stories about people who allowed a relationship with God to transform their lives. Jesus takes this idea even farther, and he tells his disciples, I no longer call you servants, I have called you friends. These words are extraordinary. A servant obeys commands. A friend shares the heart. Jesus then adds another profound promise. If you love me, you will keep my commandments. My Father will love you, and we will come to you and make our home with you. A presence and a transformation and a total presence. And so for Christians, friendship with Christ is therefore not merely something that is comforting and nice, it is transformative. It gradually changes the way one thinks, judges, and loves. It is an invitation to become a new person from within ourselves. Here lies perhaps the greatest difference between AI and friendship. Artificial intelligence can influence our behavior. It can recommend, it can predict, it can persuade. But it cannot awaken the conscience. It cannot inspire forgiveness. It cannot teach compassion. It cannot communicate grace. And only genuine friendship has the power to transform the human heart. As Aristotle said, a friend becomes another self. And the Christian tradition adds another dimension. Friendship with God enables us to become a new self. As we stand on the threshold of an age shaped by artificial intelligence, our greatest challenge is not simply to build smarter machines. Our challenge is to build wiser friendships. It is to ensure that our technology becomes more intelligent, but it's also to ensure that our humanity becomes more compassionate. Because the future of humanity will depend not only on how intelligent our machines become, but on how deeply our human relationships remain. AI may modify our behavior, but only true friendship, and for believers, also friendship with God, has the power to transform our being. So AI can modify our behavior to some extent, but transforming our being requires friendship. The future certainly belongs to intelligent machines. That's not going to go away. But human well-being will always belong to intelligent hearts. So future belongs to intelligent machines, but human well-being will always belong to intelligent hearts. Hearts formed through genuine friendships. Dear friends, we began in a hospital where people asked not for another machine, but for the presence of those they loved. We end with the same truth. In the age of AI, the greatest gift we can offer one another is not more connectivity, but more loving presence, friendship. The greatest gift we can offer to one another is not more connectivity, but more loving presence, that which we call friendship. So once again, congratulations to Father John Alexander and the whole team that has worked on this theme and done the research, and we look forward to the beautiful presentations that are coming. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Father, for beautifully showcasing the distinction between AI and true friendship. We now have the privilege of listening to Reverend Dr. L. Don Bosco SDB, Provincial, Salesian Province of Chennai, who will deliver the keynote address for this inaugural session.
So, instant reflection. Father Biju prepared his opening talk, and I prepared keynote address. Though we never got connected, but while preparing during the matters, it is getting connected. That is AI. Okay. Whatever you want to say, you said, that is getting connected. And I like that last sentence. No, connectivity is not important, but our sacred presence, which I mentioned this morning too. And so, dear Father Biju, okay, and Anton, so happy coming all the way from Belgium and being with us just for 2 days. Thank you so much. And Father PD, wonderful sermon this morning. I am monkey or lion. Okay, we need to safeguard ourselves. Okay, and Patrick, beautiful smile. Always, Patrick. And dear Father Maria, the principal of the college, who is also coordinating with other departments, and Stalin, a present youth minister delegate, and also former youth minister delegate for the John Christ is here, and Brother Arun, the rector of our Salesian province of Chennai, because provincial house is the province of Chennai, and and province secretary too, and Father John Alex, okay, who organized the entire experience. I will call it as an experience more than event, because any research you need to get connected, and so it becomes an experience. And dear Ranbu, calmly seated, because you're also part of this entire coordination. And for the Praveen Peter, his team, they have arrived from Sacred College. And we're happy that former provincials are here and former regional is here. And all the fathers who had come from various provinces, and students, dear young people, from Zambia. How many from Zambia? Raise your hand. Wow, excellent. And all my provincial councillors are here. And Father Bosco, for him, what is AA, he doesn't know. But he knows an integrated vision of a Salesian mission in Chennai province. And that is the theme of this month's circular. Okay, this month's circular. Because I find that in our special ministries, wherever we are, I'm sure that all our beneficiaries, they don't know what is AI. They have not reached because of a constant presence and sacred presence amidst of them. And I would feel that this seminar is for mentors, for us. It's more than, not for young people, but for us. And AI, and Father Biju beautifully said, especially the example quoted in the hospital, how the patient is not longing for a fantastic mission or latest mission, longing for a connectivity, human relationship. So it is both privilege and joy to participate in this National Research Seminar on timely and thought-provoking theme, friendship as well-being in AI era, new models of youth accompaniment. And I would like to congratulate all my confreres who are involved in organizing this beautiful seminar. How do we accompany young people meaningfully in age shaped by digital technology and artificial intelligence? And at the outset, I wish to offer my heartfelt congratulations to the Father John Alexander, a Vice Provincial, on his well-researched book, Youth Accompaniment in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. At the same time, I would like to thank Brother John Paul Muller. The conversation took place in GC 29, and that's the reason El Mondo is here. They offer 12,000 euro for this research. But I'm also father for all the confrères. So I should acknowledge that to appreciate Father Rajkumar, already 3 books he has come out, and on beautiful theme, the crisis of connection for young religious in AI era. In a humble and simple way, on 3rd of July, we'll be releasing the book. And for the Ernest, and he's an international Salesian communities, and he's the coordinator regarding artificial intelligence. 2 years ago, you took that responsibility. And for Satish Paul, he manages the entire work in Sakarkore with the help of AI. Yesterday he was sharing with me, and it's easy for him too. And for the P.D. Joseph, he's already well versed in AI. And for Zeve Bakim in music, so many music is able to release through AI. And Augustine from Africa, he wanted to learn. And I heard Father Maria had gone to Selva. Selva is here, the father of AI is here. Father Maria Kanaga went over there 5 days class, and you were tutor and you were student. Okay. In that way, that as mentors, we would like to explore what is this AI for us. And I believe that every human being needs accompaniment from the moment of a child learns to walk by holding a parent's hand until the final stage of life. Our lives are shaped by those who walk beside us. Behind every successful person, there is usually a teacher who believed in them, a parent who sacrificed for them, a mentor who guided them, or a friend who stood by them during difficult moments. You know, our young people, they remember those who accompanied them. And that's the reason we believe that accompanied accompaniment is very important. That is, our power lies in God's power. Our presence lies in God's presence. And today we are so happy new speakers have emerged. For the Mariulius, he's a speaker. Okay, today we are so happy that he's amidst of us. And for Sebastian, he's also a speaker. For the John Richard, is a speaker. For the Selva, just completed his doctorate, and he's also a speaker. And Father Stan, okay, Father too is the father of AI. He went to Bangalore and gave seminar. Bangalore, Father, is it Bangalore or Airport? Somewhere Father went from postmodernism, he has switched over to AI right now, Father. Thank you. So today's need for accompaniment has become even more urgent. So Jesus, the perfect model of accompaniment. The greatest model of accompaniment is Jesus himself. The gospel accounts of the disciples on the road to Emmaus offers one of the most beautiful examples of accompaniment in the New Testament. The disciples were heartbroken, confused, and discouraged after the death of Jesus. The risen Lord did not immediately reveal himself or begin by correcting them. No. Instead, he quietly drew near. He walked beside them. He listened patiently to their story. He allowed them to express their pain and confusion. Only then did he explain the scriptures, share a meal with them, and rekindle hope in their hearts. It was only after this journey of accompaniment that they recognized him. And so, all these aspects, AI cannot replace. So, we need to go back to the roots, and we remain faithful to that roots. This is the pedagogy of Jesus. He accompanies before he instructs. He listens before he teaches. He understands before he corrects. He walks with the people before he asks them to change. The Emmaus journey, therefore, becomes a model of every educator, every parent, every priest, brothers, and every religious and every youth worker. Our mission is not merely to transmit knowledge, but accompany young people patiently until they discover Christ and meaning of their lives. And Don Bosco, our father and founder, the master of youth accompaniment. Whenever we reflect on youth accompaniment, we naturally return to St. John Bosco. His educational mission did not begin with the programs or theories, but with an instant of accompaniment. On 8th December 1841, we know his relationship with Bartolomeo Garelli, who had been chased away from the sacristy because he could not serve Mass. Instead of asking what the boy knew, Don Bosco first wanted to know who he was. Instead of judging him, he welcomed him. Instead of sending him away, he simply said, "He is my friend." Those words changed history. The oratory was born through friendship. Education began with encounter. Accompaniment began with listening. This remains the heart of preventive system. So the Salesian response in the age of artificial intelligence. Today our accompaniment requires new expressions. Young people are not merely searching for information. They are searching for meaning, belonging, acceptance, and hope. They need mentors who listen without judging, educators who inspire rather than merely instruct, and adults who are willing to journey with them. Pope Francis, in Christus Vivit, reminds us that young people deserve adults who know how to listen patiently and accompany them with humility and love. Likewise, Pope Leo XIV has emphasized in his recent encyclical, Magnificat Humanitas, technological progress must always remain at the service of human person and never replace authentic human relationship. So allow me to conclude returning to Emmaus. The disciples returned to Jerusalem because someone walked with them. Their despair became hope because someone listened. Their confusion became clarity because someone explained. Their loneliness disappeared because someone accompanied them. Perhaps this is the question that this seminar places before each one of us. Can we become the Emmaus companions that today's young people are searching for? Can we transform digital connection into authentic friendship? Can we become signs and bearers of God's love by our presence, our listening, and our accompaniment? If each one of us accompanies even one young person with the heart of Christ and the spirit of Don Bosco, we will not simply prepare them for a successful future. We will help them to discover hope, purpose, and joy of becoming the persons of God has created them to be. Artificial intelligence may shape the future of technology, but authentic friendship, compassionate accompaniment, and Christ-like love always shapes the future of humanity. And that's why, our youth ministry structure, very well structured, we framed and past 1 month, different meetings we had, batch meetings, and also rectors, leaders, headmasters, and trying to insist about the important role we need to play as youth ministers. And that's the reason 14 Salesians are fully allotted to implement the youth ministry in our province. Either you take dimensions or departments or sector-wise, 14 are fully allotted, and the financial budget also we allot for each of these departments too. And I believe once again, Jesus Christ does not immediately reveal himself. He draws near, walks with the disciples, listens to their story, enlightens their minds through the scripture, and shares the table and rekindles hope in their hearts. Only then do they recognize him. And this is my wish for the outcome of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your warm words. Before we conclude this inaugural session, a few program guidelines will help us make the best use of the day. May I now invite Reverend Father Anbu Francis SDB, Vice Principal, Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai, to share the program dynamics and general instructions.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, once again, I welcome you all for this wonderful and enriching seminar. With this, we conclude the inaugural session. We now move into the research aspect of the seminar, beginning with the presentation of the research findings. This study was conducted across 24 states in India with careful sampling and data collection. The findings will now be presented by Reverend Dr. John Alexander SDB. Kindly keep the program schedule with you. It is provided in your diary, and follow it throughout the day. We request all the presenters, moderators, and participants to follow the time schedule so that the program may go on smoothly. We are happy to welcome participants from different parts of India, including Kerala, Chhattisgarh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and Andaman Nicobar Islands and Tamil Nadu, as well as from Zambia, Africa. The participants represent principals, professors, educators, psychologists, counselors, religious leaders, research scholars, youth workers, and students. Your presence makes this seminar meaningful and enriching. Dear participants, coffee will be served in the college square. Lunch will be served at 1:15 p.m. The book launch program will be held at 4 p.m. in the same hall. We request all of you to be present for it. Participation certificates may be collected from the registration desk after the book launch program. For your convenience, the ladies' restrooms are on the ground floor of the college building. The gents' restrooms are on the first floor of the college building on both the sides. Direction signs have been placed to guide you. Drinking water is available outside this hall and near the college building. Our faculty members and volunteers will be available to assist you throughout the day. Thank you for your cooperation. We wish you a fruitful and enriching day. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. The strength of every meaningful discussion lies in the evidence that informs it. We now come to the presentation of the research findings of Reverend Dr. John Alexander that forms the very foundation of today's seminar. It is my privilege to invite Reverend Father Patrick Lepcha SDB, the SPCSA Delegate for Youth Ministry, to kindly take charge of the proceedings. Welcome, Father.
Reverend Father Biju Michael, General Counselor for South Asia, Reverend Father Dr. Don Bosco Dasami, Provincial Salesian Province of Chennai, Dr. Anton Valverde, University of Louvain, Belgium, Reverend Father John Panika Malil, Secretary, SPCSA, New Delhi. Then Reverend Father Maria Rukia, the principal of the college. Dear fathers, brothers, sisters, distinguished guests, educators, researchers, and young people, and my dear friends. It's my privilege and rare joy to introduce the innovator and also the research director of this book titled Friendship as Well-Being in the Digital Age Among Youth in India, being released today. Allow me to introduce Father John Alexander. Yes. As a moderator, I'll have little time, I believe. I wanted to introduce who this person is for all of us and of whom has come out this beautiful research. Father John Alexander is a writer, a social philosopher, educationist, and a member of the Don Bosco congregation over the past 3 decades. He has a wide academic and pastoral experience of having worked in universities, professional colleges, parishes, youth centers, and formation houses. He obtained the doctorate in philosophy from the Catholic University of Louvain, Belgium, where he was awarded the research fellowship at the Center for Economic and Ethics. Professor Anton van der Velde was his PhD promoter. He has been a visiting scholar under the guidance of Nobel laureate economist Amartya Sen in Harvard, USA. He has also been a visiting faculty in many countries, including Finland, Switzerland, Italy, Netherlands, and New Zealand. World Cup is going on. All these countries are participants. Yeah, names very familiar. He is the author of 8 books and more than 100 research articles in leading national and international journals. He has written many editorial pages in the articles newspaper called The Hindu, The Frontline, and is a popular columnist for the Catholic magazine called The New Leader. His book, Wise and Strong, we have received today, Inspirational Nuggets for Parents, Teachers, and Leaders, is one of the best books among his readers. His book, Capabilities and Social Justice, has gone 2 reprints, is now translated in Korean language. Sarangyo, young people, no? His new book, Are You Ready to Love? Pathways in Life in Fullness, has been released recently in 6 September 2024. He has initiated a book donation campaign called Butterflies Express, Library for Village Schools, to set up well-researched libraries in rural areas. He guides spiritual retreats and seminars on a vast range of topics, including prayer, interior growth, parenting, youth development, professional ethics, education, management, and leadership. He has worked as professor at LIBA, this is Loyola College here, Chennai, from 2006 to 2011. He is the founder of the new CBSE school, Don Bosco School of Excellence in Egmore in Chennai in 2012, and has served as rector and correspondent of Don Bosco Egmore, Chennai for 6 years. He was the rector, secretary of Sacred Heart College, Tirupattur, or Don Bosco College, Yelagiri Hills for 6 years. And currently, and most important, he is the vice provincial and formation delegate of the Salesian province of Chennai and the secretary of Don Bosco College, Chennai. I was in dilemma whether to read the back page of the book or whether what I would present my own intuition. So in this dilemma, I won what I wanted to present. I think the book, you'll get it or you'll buy it today, no? A discount price is going on, 280 rupees only, right? The quoted price is 399. Okay. So let me, allow me to read a few lines. Today, we are especially honored as Father presents his latest research book, Friendship as Well-Being in the Digital Age. This timely study explores one of the most pressing questions of our age. How do young people build meaningful friendships and experience authentic well-being in the world increasingly shaped by digital technology? Both Father Regional and Father Provincial presented very well. The research offers valuable insights not only for scholars and educators, but also for parents, pastoral workers, youth ministers, and young people themselves. To arrive at this stage of study, he has traveled extensively to the length and breadth of India, Chennai to Delhi, Mumbai to Shillong, Madhya Pradesh to Kerala, and to Arunachal Pradesh. Each of us can see for ourselves today the statistics, data collection, total participants 4,527, quantitative survey responses 3,813, quantitative study, so qualitative study, focus group, 60 focus groups. then discussions on 647, and personal interviews 67 in 24 states, in cities and villages, urban to rural outreach. It is a monumental work born out of incredible planning and execution. The research is especially relevant in Indian context, where friendship is shaped not only by personal choice and digital culture, but also by gender, caste, class, religion, family expectations, migration, education, and social mobility. As we welcome Reverend Father John Alexander, who is not only a distinguished scholar, but also a priest deeply committed to the understanding and hopes and struggles, relationships and aspirations of the youth of today. Dear Father, thank you for your contribution to the church, academia, youth ministry, and we are grateful for your presence, and I welcome you to present your research. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Father Patrick, for beautifully introducing this session. And I would like to thank Father Biju for having accepted all the way. He had to make a lot of detours and changes of his plans, but realizing the importance of his presence for this program, he graciously accepted to be here. And in fact, he is going from here to Rome for the General Council meeting. And my beloved provincial and my beloved friend, Father Bosco, for right from the moment when we thought of this idea, he was the one who was pushing it and strongly standing behind this beautiful work, which is not just important for both of us, but for the entire province and for the provinces, and above all the young people. So today, we should acknowledge the presence of young people here. So 4,527 young people. We personally contacted, myself and the research staff, and every time it was a joy. It was difficult, but it was a joy to meet these young people. And it's not just mere data collection through Google form. Every time we met them, we talked to them, oriented them, then the collected data. Then in-depth discussion with young people, where sometimes it was 4, sometimes 7, sometimes 10, and every time very human, touching stories. So we all talk about solutions working for young people. And the simple methodology that I learned right from the moment I joined the Salesian congregation at 13, when I'm the aspirant in Tanjavur. Right from the moment I have been imbibing this, the art of being with the young. And that's what I found. In order to ask people to come through your door, you have to first enter their door. Enter their door, then you can ask them to exit through your door the way you want. That is a simple methodology that I have imbibed from Don Bosco, and I have imbibed from the good Salesians who have been teachers. And today, here we have Anton. So now 25 years. When I went there, it was a strange land. I had no friends, although the province sent me. But he was the one friend who welcomed me. So it was a beautiful coming back of relishing this. Because I remember still what it means to be a friend, because I never planned to tell this. So we were working on the thesis. He may not also know. At one moment, I had a moment of crisis in my thesis, because I was dabbling both with philosophy as well as economics. And one difficult chapter I had to write, and it was going on well, the first chapter, second chapter. The third chapter was very difficult, and he asked me to rewrite. I don't know whether he will realize that. Then it was a very difficult day, and it was a Sunday. Next day, no professor will visit his student. He comes to the place where I stay, and just to say hello, how it is going. I found that was an accompaniment. And young people, this 4,517 people that I met them, that is what they are longing for. A genuine friend who can be there with them in the moment of difficulty. So, dear friends, we are a little behind schedule. We can come back, and we are much more eager to listen to the other speakers. Because they are going in depth the details of what we vaguely understand of accompaniment and friendship. So I said, we are talking about prevent system, we are talking about youth accompaniment, and meanwhile, we forget a beautiful resource that is there, friendship. Friendship is such an important thing for young people and for all of us. The few adults, the professors, teachers, almost 350 only, because I wanted to do it in a comparative perspective, no? And every one of the professors or teachers or parents I met and talked to them, several of them have regrets about having neglected their friends. So today, maybe just the conference of Maria and Francis Anbu took the trouble of organizing this very beautifully, and they've given you a diary. Just let us start. Take your diaries, okay, or your pen and a paper, or your cell phone, whatever it is. Just answer these 3 questions that I'm going to ask you. Write down. The first question is, how many friends do you have? How many friends you have? Okay? Done? Yes or no? Yeah, okay. Out of these friends, because the same question only I asked all the 4,517 young people, no? Out of this, let us say, for Patiraj, how many number you wrote? What is the total number of your friends? Yeah, he's still counting, it seems. Okay, who likes to say? Dr. Manikasamy, how many friends you have? 12. Okay, very good, super, that's a good number. Okay, so now next question is, out of this 12 or 20 or 30, sometimes they are saying 50, 60 and all that, no? And some young people are saying 200. We have the data coming up, okay? So they are referring to probably the Facebook and Instagram connections. Out of this total number of friends you have, how many are close friends? Put out that number. And quickly write their names. Okay. The next question is there some friend who has been with you for some years and you have lost him or her? Okay. So fine. So now at the end of this seminar, as we walk out at 5 o'clock, it would be good, we would be happy if you are able to send a message to one of these friends who you have lost, whom you have forgotten to pay attention. And that would be the best way that we can count as an effective seminar that we have had. Okay. So now, we are a little behind schedule, so I will take about now half an hour to 40 minutes, then some time for questions, and then we will go. So this was a topic, friendship as well-being in the AA era, new models of youth accompaniment. In fact, we started the research, myself and the research team here. Now at the end I will show the staff members who are involved. We started the research saying friendship and well-being. Friendship and well-being. But after the research and looking at the data that is available and analyzing, we come to understand that it cannot be just and, it is strongly as well-being. Because friendship is something that is not an additional thing that is in one's life, and especially young people's life. It is part and parcel, or a very integral part of their life. So that is what we came when we met all these 4,527 young people across 24 different states of India. Some of us watched that beautiful story. In fact, the book that some of you already have and others can get it, starts with that particular story that I heard from two professors in Shillong who are deeply involved. In fact, one was an IQAC coordinator, deeply involved with young people for so many years. He told that story. I'm not going to tell the name, so for let us say confidentiality. He said about this particular story of how two boys, and they were friends, and they were hardly 10 years, and they go and play this kite, and they try to break one another's kite, and Ranjit broke the kite of Pradeep, and the young boys stopped talking to them with each other, and they stopped their friendship. That's what you saw in the film. And naturally, after 5 years, they come back to the cricket, and without big rituals, they recognize each other as friends, and the friendship starts. There was a rupture in their friendship, but they were willing to forgive each other and begin their friendship. And from then onwards, it was a strong bond for the next 20 years. Okay, so that's why, just like the kite that rises against the wind, not with that. So on the one hand, friendship is helpful for our life, but also a lot of heartaches, sometimes jealousy, because my friend who has been with me for 5 years has gone after another person. So it's a double-edged sword, friendship. On the one hand, it is good for well-being, but also it gives you challenges. So that is the interesting thing that we are going to look at. So why this research? Every time I met young people or even Salesians, and my own conference in Citadel have been asking, why this research? Why are you interested in this? Okay. So as I said, like most of us in the here, Salesians and others who are involved in education, we are 30 years, and even when I was in the student of theology or even earlier, I've been always very passionate about being with the young people. And some of the young people whom we we have youth groups, they are still connected. So, and I found this is an important felt need of young people. That is one. The second thing is, every time we talk about young people, and especially this AI and artificial intelligence, digital screen, we always pass a verdict on young people. No, they are addicted to phones, they have no values, they cannot form real relationships, they are going astray, they are not what they used to be. But on the other hand, when I met all these 4,527 young people across the 24 states of India, it is something else. So it is important. What I learned is that we have to listen to them. Friendship is the relationship in which they are almost fully themselves and most honestly known. Therefore, this study that we have done and we are presenting today, and connected with that, we are making these reflections and how it can be helpful to understand youth accompaniment for us Salesians and all of us who are involved in educational setting. This study is not a verdict on youth, but it is an act of listening. So the first central claim of the central thing that is coming out very strongly in the book, in fact, the book, there are several important findings about 8 of them, but I don't have time. I'll just present 4 of them. The central claim is friendship is not merely good for well-being. In fact, at one moment, the entire team and all my friends and some of you also here, we were wondering whether to title the book Friendship for Well-being or Friendship as Well-being. Okay. Then we made a decision to say that it is friendship as well-being. I'm sure, as Father Biju already talked about Aristotle, and I'm sure Professor Anton will also talk about the ancient philosophers. So it is not for utility. It is not for pleasure. And young people are also of the opinion that I am looking for a friend, I have a friend, not because of I will get something out of it. It is purely for relationship. It is for friendship. Okay, so that is coming out very strongly, the central claim. So it was a national act of listening. So we call it forward AA research. F stands for friendship, W stands for well-being, and D for digital, and AA research project, and friendship and well-being in the digital era. So 4,527 young people took part in different forms across 24 states, and the survey respondents were 3,813, 60 focus group discussions, 67 personal interviews, met in villages, towns, and cities. So whom did we listen to? So it was, with regard to gender, female, that is young boys and girls, 54.84%, male 45.08, and also transgender, although it was not a big sample, but it was an important moment. And my own research staff, Isaac, went all the way to Vaniambadi and other places and met them, and not only took the data from them, and also talked to them and engaged them in this survey. So it is a kind of a very, very balanced and inclusive. So, and of this, the total 100%, 87.57%, 57 are youth. And according to National Youth Policy, I will tell you what is the range of youth age that we have taken. And out of this, 80.54 are students. So 3 words that we need to understand how we have taken in our research. The first one is friendship. So even when we collected data, we clearly explained to the young people, we are talking about friends, not about family relationships. It's not about even romantic relationship. It is, and in fact, many young people, when they talked about their friend, they were talking to us. They're saying that they are the chosen family members. Friends are chosen family members. You don't get to choose your parents or your siblings, but these friends are I choose to remain with them, and they choose to remain with me. And that is the type of relationship that we are looking at. And well-being, we know it is, you have the physical well-being, but we have considered a multi-dimensional aspect of emotional health, belonging, identity, self-esteem, resilience, and the experience of meaning and joy. And accompaniment, the third important word that we need to understand, is the art of walking with the young, present without imposing, guiding without directing, trusting without abandoning. So the first, so I have just 3 findings to present to you. The first important finding is, does friendship matter for well-being for this, people, young people that we met and asked them. And I must acknowledge here Professor Bhaskar and Francis Xavier, who have come all the way from Vijayawada, Andhra Loyola College, and they were very, very helpful in contacting so many young people, not only in their college, but also neighboring colleges. Let's put our hands together to thank them and welcome them. And similarly, we also are happy that the principal of Holy Cross College is here, along with Sister Lourdes, for the controller of examination, and their staff members. Welcome. Okay, so all over India, these 24 states, young people strongly say, 88.52 young people say it is important for their health. Strong. And the variation in gender, so we arrive at that percentage because this is what we simply asked, agree or disagree or neutral, and we have strong. And the young people, both young men and women, strongly affirm this. There is a little bit variation. Selvam, can you call the mic? What was the variation in this? The gender variation. It is 9.7%. So that is the girls who participate in the survey say that it matters to them much more than boys. It's a significant 9.7, right? 9.7. You can tell it in the mic, yeah.
9.7.
9.7 is the kind of a difference between boys and girls with regard to when they say friendship matters to well-being. Now, when we say friendship matters for well-being, in what ways? Strongly six ways in which they have affirmed that it is important for their well-being. First, it provides them emotional support. And secondly, it relieves them from their stress and gives them a sense of belonging and boosts their self-esteem, because for every human being, self-esteem, who you are in the presence of your friends or in the place where we work, this self-esteem is so very important, self-respect that we call. And that is happening because they have friends. Imagine somebody who has no friend, loneliness, feels left alone. So that is what they are saying. So in the 6 different ways where they say, very interesting to note, practical help and advice comes the last. When you have a friend, you can borrow money, or he comes to follow with you movies, or you can go out. So, and getting practical helps, it comes only at the last, where the others ways it comes much higher. This was a very shocking thing for me and for our researchers and for all of us who are involved. The first, when a young person has a problem, and especially emotional problem, whom do they turn to first? They contact their friends. Then only family. Another important thing that is happening at present, they are also turning to online friends. So yet, the most urgent finding that should be concern for us is 31% of people approach no one at all when they feel low. Why this is happening? And we need to understand. This is a connected and important finding, what I call the central surprise. What is the central surprise? On the one hand, we saw earlier, 3 slides back, saying friends are saying it is important for their well-being. But the same very young people, what are they saying? They are also feeling lonely. That's why I try to call it the friendship loneliness paradox. More than 3 in 4, that is almost 76.84% of the young people feel lonely, even while surrounded by friends. You understand? So now you can look at your number of friends. Some young people today, which was not the earlier 10 years back, they are saying they are having 20 friends, 30 friends. They are connected, but they are not feeling recognized, or there is so much unmet needs that we can call. Okay. So therefore, we need to decode, understand this paradox. Paradox of, normally we tend to think when you have a friend, you will be not feeling lonely, feeling accepted. But here they are saying they are lonely. So which means what is important is there is relational loneliness, because they are related but absence of close and deep connections. There is what is called emotional loneliness. Why? Because they are feeling misunderstood, there are unmet needs, and that it is not, it cannot be authentic. And there is so much communication happening today compared to the earlier days through online and various other means, but it is not a meaningful, nothing is real is ever said when they communicate. That is the reason it kind of triggers loneliness among these young people. So that is the kind of a first important finding that, so the second one is digital culture. So what is a new phenomena, what we can call, what we try to call is a hybrid friendship, which is not the case earlier. What is hybrid friendship? Earlier, if you look at this bar chart here, when we asked the question, simple question, and in fact you can also write down with your, where did you meet? You are calling this close friends, no? You are written down, right? Where did you first meet them? We asked the same question to young people there. Where did you meet your first close friend that you say they are your close friends? And what is the answer? Most of them say they are close friends even who are with them for 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, or sometimes even 30 years. They have met their friends first in school. And that time there was no online. There was no WhatsApp. We are talking about a group like us here, the most group, not the young people. So which means while school is there, but now today slowly it is changing. Okay, so you see already online people who have met and made friends, 13.8%. And a very beautiful story that I'll listen to from one Sandeep in Mumbai. He was, he had an online friends, 2 of them, in Australia. And for 4 years they have been playing games and they have been connected and chatting every day almost, okay. And it was the happiest day, he said, when 2 of their online friends surprisingly landed in Mumbai physically to meet him. No other day was happier, he said. So that says, people constantly move between embodied as well as digital friendships, the present generation. So that has consequences, okay. And 65.96% have known their close friends for many years, more than 5 years. More than 5 years, that was the question that we asked them. And 13.77% met close friends online, and most close ties still arise face to face. Although they are saying that they met them online, but still. But there are a small minority who are very, very persistent, saying, Father, I have met my online friend, and we are continuing with 3 years, 4 years, or even 5 years, but we are not interested in meeting face to face. We are happy to be online friends. That's all. So, circle of friends, to understand a little more of this second finding. We asked a simple question, what you all wrote, how many friends you have, and this is the kind of a result. And you see, already a small minority who say they have no friends at all. And when we asked close friends, several of them have said, almost 4% say they have no close friend. It correlates with what we talked about, loneliness, earlier, okay? This is graphically to understand this circle of friendship, how close friends are few and slowly it expands, and that is what also the result tells us. And connected with this, why this age of what I call hybrid friendship? compared to 5 years or 10 years back, there is a heavy usage of social media among young people. And what is the most used, 87% of the young people that I met, 87 of them are using, what is the media? WhatsApp. WhatsApp is the highest. The next comes Instagram. And simply I asked a question, what is the daily screen time that you young people spend? Now, 6 out of 10 people we met spend more than 3 hours. 3 hours, which is, but you also have people, 20% of young people, or so if you add that, more than 5 hours also. So heavy usage of social media and screen time. So, and it correlates also, but at the same time, there are positive and negative aspects. It is what is called, no, it helps them to stay connected across distance. So why they are going online? And it strengthens their existing friendship. So they are friends with each other, and for college, they have to, from school, they have to move to another city or another place. Or when they finish their college, they have to take work in another place. And therefore, they go to another country. Now, because there is social media, because there is digital platforms, they are able to sustain their friendship. On the one hand, that is a positive, but there are limits. 18.59% say trust online friends as much as offline. But no, 45%, almost 46% have had conflicts caused by social media. I said no, two-edged sword. Friendship, online friendship gives you advantages, but also brings you problems. And here we are in the AA era. AA is already in the friendship space. 84.70% of young people use ChatGPT. Imagine. And it's not just to do their academic assignments. Professors here will know. Is it only for doing their assignments? And even say, for instance, now many priests are here. The homilies now is extensively used in, taken from ChatGPT or any other AI tools. So that's why whenever now you listen to any talk or any homilies, it will be a kind of there will be a pattern. There will be a lot of repetitions. There will be no personal applications. This is not only the danger that young people are going through, but all of us are going through. So, and in fact, last time when we had the province meeting for Lionel, we asked, oh, what is the full form of AI? He said Anglo-Indian. Okay, so we have also such kind of people, okay. So no problem. So now what is important is, now this AI, it's not only used for their, these practical purposes or academic purposes. This is important, my dear, dear friends. When they have serious issues of relationship, of romance, boyfriend, girlfriends, or even friendship, or with their family, mother, father, they are turning to ChatGPT and other AI for asking for advice. What should I do for this problem? They are not coming to you and me. They are going to AI. That is the strongest finding that we have it here. What they are saying, about 24% say AI tools makes them feel emotionally supported and less lonely. Okay, gone are the days when they used to come to a teacher, trusted teacher or a friend, or so this is something that is happening now. So this leads us to the reflection that AI can perform availability, but it cannot offer, both for the Bosco as well as for the Biju in their inaugural and keynote address. In fact, Father directly referred to this. Human friendship is I thou still, and AI companionship, it is I it. Martin Buber talked about that, and exactly one of my young person, called Vikas, engineering student in New Delhi, he said there is a difference. It's not that young people are not aware. Now, if I'm using extensively AI, if you treat AI as a friend, you don't need to say thank you. You can extensively use, and it is not getting tired. Any amount of answer, any amount, you don't need to say thank you, stay up late, listen in return, or make sacrifices. You simply use it and switch it off when you want it. That is the difference. So the challenge is therefore it's not just technical but anthropological. So, and many of the young people were very, very, and they say we should be careful. There should be relational discernment when it comes to using these AI tools. Meet the AI of artificial intelligence. So therefore, we don't need to panic. Of course, the situation is changing, and all of us are into it. Young people are much more into it. We have a different generation into this, but we don't have to panic. We just need to support them with our presence. The third one is friendship is fragile. I already indicated to you. It's a two-edged sword. On the one hand, friendship is good. We feel happy. We feel supported. We feel a sense of esteem. And there is nothing can substitute a good friend. And all that is there. At the same time, this also can bring us distress. A friend who is jealous of me, a simple story. One of the remote village near Nasik, I was having a group discussion with a group of students, both boys and girls, Chitra and Ashwini. They were friends from 5th standard onwards. And the family was together, and they studied together, everything together, and they reached 10th standard, and they study for the board exam together, and they write exam, and Ashwini gets more marks in the board exam than Chitra. When the result was out, relationship stops. Simply because a jealous feeling that, no, my friend got more marks. The relationship just breaks, and they are studying in the same school, and they are continuing to attend the class, but they don't talk to each other. And this goes for a year. Only later, her mother realizes that this is happening and calls Chitra and says, no, your friendship is much more important than this few marks that your friend got. So therefore, continue your friendship. You see, a simple thing called jealousy that is very, very natural for all of us. Nobody can say, we all understand, no? Friends who are so close, but jealous feeling comes, which is natural, and it is in the Bible also. Okay, the elder son, Cain, a brother who envies, and Abel, and all that is a human story. So it can disrupt friendship, but how we pick it up and take it forward is the question. So friendship is fragile, and the reasons are, now you see the reasons. Some of the red light is not coming. Why? I'm not able to point out. It's coming? It won't, oh, okay. Okay, fine. So you see, the lack of communication is the topmost problem when it comes to friendship. Then work commitments, because people are after work and profession. Or sometimes they said, because I'm married in an Indian context, that I will come to that, the society does not allow. My husband does not allow a friendship. Cross-gender friendship in India is still a problem compared to other societies in Europe. Maybe Professor Andon can tell us whether he had girlfriends when he was studying. Okay, fine. So the next is incompatible values, relocation. When people move, that puts a strain on their friendship. They're not able to continue. And jealousy is also an important factor in disrupting and bringing heartaches and troubles for friendship. So, but fragile are not helpless. That is what we found from these young people, that there is sometimes problems in friendship. There are strains in friendship. There are fractures in friendships, but people are willing to forgive. Willing to, just remember the story of Pradeep and Ranjit, just naturally. Kite breaks, their friendship breaks, but cricket ground brings them back. And similarly, people are willing to forgive and continue their friendship. And today, we would be happy if at the end of the seminar, end of the day, if you are able to reach out through your SMS saying to a friend whom you have lost because of any reason, get her back, get him back. You will understand the treasure that you will get back. So fragile, so that's what they say. How do they solve these problems that they have? 88% of the young people person. So it is not a very bad generation that we are trying to help. They are in fact sometimes role model. Just as Don Bosco was the role model for Dominic Savio, but Dominic Savio, Mickey Magone, and Don Ruva, his own students were also role models for Don Bosco. Similarly, we can be good examples, but our own young people, by these things, they are also examples for us. The third important finding, my dear friends, is very, very important to realize. Imagine like how you learned cycling, how you learned singing, how you learned swimming. It's a skill. Okay, but when it comes to friendship, we tend to think it is a feeling. It's an emotion. It's a chemistry. In fact, chemistry and feeling is very much part of this friendship. Imagine the way you wrote, no? How many are your friends or how many of your close friends. Go back to that story and say when your close friendship started. It always has a kind of a magic that cannot be fully explained. I cannot fully explain why Father Richard is my friend, how it started. Fully cannot be explained. But at the same time, it cannot stop there. Now imagine how I learned swimming, no? When I was a young boy in our village during summer, we had our own well in our field. So we, together with some boys, without the permission of the parents, I went with them. I was hardly 6 years. Others were all big boys. And we went there. What is the task they will give to the small boys, the big boys? Guard the clothes. Okay, take care of the clothes. They remove the pants and they jump into the well. I was looking after their clothes, and out of curiosity, I go near the well to look what is happening. One boy comes behind big boy and pushes me inside the well. So, and as soon as I go, what do you do? What happens? You go down. And they were saying, no, they will do like this. So I thought we have to do it like this. So I did like this. So when you do like this, what happens? You go down. Then one boy comes and catches my hair. At that time, I had a bigger, longer hair. Okay. So he catches my hair and brings me on top and says, do like this. Now push the water down. I pushed it and I learned swimming that day. But I cannot be a good swimmer. Today I'm a good swimmer, even now. Okay. If I had just stopped with that first instance, I had to invest time. And afterwards, I went to the pond. I went to other lake. I went to the sea and continuously practiced, invested time, energy. Friendship is also like that, my friends. That's what I learned from my young people. These 4,527 young people told me that it is not just a feeling. Just like it is a practice. It is a skill. And why? It is a foundation. Now you have all that. Then it's a skill. What are the skills that you need to improve in your friendship and grow in your friendship? You need communication, you need empathy, 79%, active listening, respect for boundaries. You must know, you have been friends for 10 years, and that girl, cross-gender friendship, let us say, and she gets married. You must know she is married and there is a boundary you have to respect. There are heartwarming, at the same time heartbreaking stories of interference and breakage of family because of not respecting boundaries. That is not only with regard to marriage and all that, but also in other. You must know when to disturb your friend, when not to disturb him, when to interfere. Say, for instance, Anton, my friend, my professor, was here, and normally I wanted to spend more time, but he was always saying, no, do your work, do your work. I thought that was a good skill of a friendship, Yes. There are also invisible borders. That is the last finding. With that, I conclude. What is this invisible borders? Friendship does not take place in the vacuum. That is where the story of Father Stanislav Swamikan will come, okay, who is talking about the social barriers, okay, of democracy and all that. So in the Indian society, we are not talking about friendship in the vacuum. How does India, in the Indian setting, with class, caste, and gender norms and restrictions and culture, how does friendship, how is it formed? And what are the barriers that young people today face in forming, making, and keeping friendship? And what are the helps and hindrances that adult world tells them? This again is a thing that we need to strongly understand, you know. So what are they saying? When I asked this 4,527 young people, they are saying there are no obstacles to friendship. Is it an acceptable answer from the young people? But we do know in the Indian society. So is it a kind of a hope or a wish that they are making? Or the potentiality of friendship? Because if you look at when you were in school, when I was in school, or when college, or when I went to the college canteen, or when I mixed with the outside in a kind of a youth center setting, hardly we knew who we were in terms of social status, in terms of where we are coming from, isn't it? But it is the adult world, in fact, very, very, very heartbreaking stories that young people said. It is my mother who told me not to go be friendly with that, not only that boy, but also a girl. Because she is a Muslim. She comes from this particular family. On the one hand, young people are saying there is no barrier, friendship gives them the girl, who also has come to the temple to pray and looks at this without saying any word to the girl or the boy, goes back to the mother and says, your girl is flirting. When the girl returns to the family, she is beaten up, not asked for what was the reason, and a strained relationship for almost 6 months between mother and daughter. That is the kind of a society that we are struggling with, okay? So the statistics, if you look at the book, you will always understand the details. So that is the social ecology. There are a little bit variations when whether one belongs to the nuclear family, or joint family, living alone, in saying that there are no obstacles. So the last finding, it is a kind of the friendship is not a kind of a private feeling. It is every time an young person makes a good friendship and keeps a friendship, every adult makes a friendship and keeps a friendship, is an act of democracy. It helps a society for equality, for social growth, for economic growth, and a smooth relationship. So that's what when a young person builds friendship across this caste, religion, language, gender, and class, they practice what Ambedkar called associated living. Democracy lived not in a parliament, but in a hostel room. Most of the hostels that we run, or any of the college or school runs, 3 or 4 stay there. And there you have people coming from, and they make friends, and they keep friends for years. A hostel room is an act of democracy. College canteen is an act of democracy. A WhatsApp group where nobody knows who is who, that is an act of democracy. A late night conversation that one friend reaches out, that is an act of democracy. Finally, so we saw 4, but in the book you have 7 chapters. The first one gives about the portrait of the participants. But the next 6 chapters are the outcomes of the study. Okay, again 3, 4, 5. I've shared with you 4 findings, but there are more findings in the book. So I would request you to go through the book to understand what these young people are saying. So what is all the last outcome that is in the 7th chapter is what I call the applied outcome, the consequent outcome of our study. What does it matter? What does it tell parents, teachers, youth workers, or what we call in our Salesian circle, youth animators? What are we expected to do out of this? Young people voices that has come out very strongly. If friendship is central to well-being, it cannot be left to chance, nor can it be supervised into just being. The young ask the adult around them to walk with them, not police them, not to dominate them. And already it was referred, and in fact the foreword is beautifully written by the rector major. And in fact he just says, Don Bosco's mission, if it is today, it is in how many countries for that? 137 countries. If it is there, it started with Don Bosco, an offer of friendship. For Bosco referred to that, no? First sentence that Don Bosco utters to the sacristan, he is my friend. Then afterwards the mass happens and Don Bosco meets him. The first word he says is, my good friend, to Bartholomew Caroli. My good friend, what is your name? It started with that so iconic, originary story of if you and I are here, it is an offer of friendship. So I said we have to enter through that door. Whether it is Salesian preventive system, let us enter through the door of friendship so that we can be helpful to young people. So what the young want, now we can go through the details from the book, what the young want from the adult who help them. These are the ways first they are saying is, listen to us. Again and again the young people told me, let the parents or teachers, let them listen to them, listen to us without judging, without passing judgment. And respect their opinions also. They are not small, they can discern. Then be approachable, be friendly. And above all, this is again trustworthiness and confidence. So these qualities that young people are asking us to have. They are in fact the qualities of a good friend. Nothing different. So in other words, just as Don Bosco was a good friend to his students and people, let us also be good friends to our young people. What are the ways in where we can apply this? So what is spirit of accompaniment and the families? So say for instance 66, it's a good story that the young people are saying, no? 66.20 of parents already support their children's friendships. They are saying, no? So 40 parents are not supportive, 40% of the parents. And when it comes to schools and colleges, they are saying teamwork and group activities support their formation of friendships. Many parents, in fact, young people are angry with parents, some of them, and also the teachers and principals, many are here, for only saying academics. That is also equally important or more important phenomenon of friendship. Try to reduce homework, reduce assignments, give chances for us to make friends. And so that is what they are saying. Okay, youth animators. And you must some institutions, some families are already ahead. There are very good stories that are told in the book about how some parents encourage, saying, no, don't worry, invite your friends to place. And if there is a problem, don't worry. It was normal to have a fight among friends, but don't leave it there. So the first important application. So more than, we all talk about giving moral science class in colleges and schools, or what we call value education. This is good, but it is very vague. Why not we think of friendship education program in our schools and colleges and youth centers and yard centers? That is the first important thing that we can talk about. And in fact, it is already happening. Because in America, Harvard did a study just published last year in 2025 that says there is a decline or a recession of friendship among young people and adult also. And it is imperative, and Stanford University has already started a course on friendship. Why does Holy Cross College or Don Bosco College here Sacred Heart College have not started yet. Our HOD of psychology department, Father Sanjay, is here. Can we put a friendship education program? So a friendship and well-being policy in every school, formation and accompaniment, and safe spaces of inclusion where they can mix and make and keep friendship. So finally, the 7 takeaways, and with that I conclude. Listen before we lament. What this study teaches us. Let us listen to young people before we complain about them. Let us treat friendship as an essential to well-being and take loneliness seriously. Meet AA with presence, not fear or panic. Then teach friendship as a skill, like the swimming that I had, or you would have had, or cycling the way you learned cycling. If you had fallen down and kept to that, no, you have to go again and again, do it again and again. Stand with the young as they cross barriers, accompany rather than control. To this I will also add an 8th one. If you think about your own friends, don't worry about others' friends. Think about your own friends, how many you have. Do you give them time? And the Ralph Emerson, no? He's saying the only way to have a friend is to be one. Are you a good friend? To have that you will have a good friend. Okay, so that is the kind of a invitation and conclusion for this. So we started with a kite story. The young are already flying against the wind, as the truest friendship always do. As parents, as teachers, as principals, and as everyone responsible for young people, let us not pull that string tight, control them. It's not a control mode, but to give them the sky and to remain present and trusted on the ground below, unwilling ever to go. So in this way, this was not a singular individual effort, and there has been a team behind it. Please, the research staff, whoever is here, please stand. Please stand. So, Dr. Selvam, Victor, Michael Santosh, Father Joe Anand, Father Selva Kumar, the AA specialist, and Professor Janet Sylvia, Professor Isaac Wilson, Father Gabriel, and Francis Xavier. These and many other people. So thank you very much. May God bless you and your family. And also the organizing team, the chief organizer, Father Maria Arikaraj, then Father Patrick Lepcha, Father Stalin, Kamalesh, then Brother Arun, Father Ernest, Father Francis Anbu, and Oswald. Let's give them a hand. This wonderful seminar is happening because of them. And this research would not have been possible, and this beautiful exercise or experience, as Father called it, would not have been possible without the partnership of all these institutions and my friends. All of them were my friends. So we have the province of Chennai, and so we are grateful for the provincial councillors, and every one of them, and also the college that took important step to organize this seminar, and the Nel Mondo Foundation that helped, especially Brother Mullah has sent a beautiful note of felicitation and endorsement for the book and the exercise, and also Sacred Heart College for Praveen Peter, he's here. Where is Father Praveen? And also Father Sanjay. So every one of them have been very, very gracious to support us with the staff, as well as in being partners in this research. And Ramada, who is able to provide the hospitality, and Eagle Diaries that you have, it was sponsored and they helped us. And Chris Jyoti Publication that came to publish the book, and also Siga that did a beautiful printing and helped us. This is only a small tip of the iceberg of friends who helped this beautiful exercise and experience. So thank you one and all. And this is a few snapshots of my friends, in the places. Sometimes when we had the SPCSA meeting and other places for meetings, whenever I traveled, I just took time to meet these young people. And that was a journey of 2 years, right from the chapter days or even before that. And so these are from both villages and different, even engineering students, medical students, even to St. John's Medical College for the Selva facilitated this. and may our Blessed Mother continue to guide us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Father John Alex, my good friend, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Your reflections have helped us to appreciate the profound relationship between friendship, human relationship, and digital engagement among young people today. And for us, the participants, we now move to little interactive session, if time permits. 3 questions we'll take, all right, for 5 minutes. We'll take first 3 questions. If those who are ready and willing to ask 3 questions, we'll take 3 questions and we'll ask Father to respond to it. With that, we'll close the first session. Yeah? So Father will take the combined 3 questions. So anybody, fathers, teachers, students, the mic is ready here. All right, there are 2 hands already, 3 hands. Okay, there is a one father, I think. Then there is a father behind, Father Ale. Then one professor or madam there. Okay, so can you give the mic first here to Father? Yeah.
In the first place, a big word of congratulations to Father Alex and team. Sure. My question is on this. Was there any effort to meet LGBT people with differences? Thank you.
Okay. The second father to Father.
Father, in your presentation, you spoke about AI friendship, and you did not mention about the dangers that are there in the AI friendship. The recent deaths that are taking place, because young people believe in that relationship in chatbots and also in other kinds of AI interventions there. The companies are flowing with new kinds and new forms of friendship, and it is dangerous, actually. It is killing a lot of our youngsters. You made a statement saying that we need not be bothered about AI friendship. That was the 5th point. But AI is actually, doing havocs, and we have to coach our young people, not to get into it.
Thank you, Father. The last, okay.
Good morning, Father, and good morning, everyone. I'm Auxilia. I'm a student counselor here in Don Bosco College. Wonderful presentation, Father, and congratulations on the book. I have two-part question. First one is, as a researcher, what would you say a significant need for the study? Why this variable at this point of the period? That is one. And another thing is, what are all the tools and data collection method that we used throughout this study? That is all.
Thank you for the questions. I know we have a whole day. You will be asking questions to many, many presenters. Okay, so we conclude the question. Now we give time to Father for your response.
So I will be very brief. So thank you, Father Dharman, for Rajkumar and Auxilia for the wonderful questions, very meaningful questions. So explicitly in the questionnaire that we sent out, we didn't ask whether they had about their sexual orientations. But in our group discussions, because it will be discriminating to straight away ask in the questionnaire to say what is your sexual orientation, whether you are, so that was not asked. But every group discussion or every participant, we came to know that were also people belonging to the various categories. So qualitative survey was in, and similarly also like we talked about transgender, but physically challenged people. So diversity in the young population was taken into account, but explicitly it was not taken into account for the study. Okay, so that is one. Then what Father Rajkumar says is very true. There are dangers, and in fact, I didn't highlight. The book will tell you the exact details of the dangers that AA has, and even the digital usage of, because AA is kind of a back end, So say for instance, these days, I had a conversation about friendship, seminar, this and that. For the past 1 week, I am getting feeds only about friendship. So somewhere in my phone, my conversations have been listened to, and so that is what is happening. So AA is kind of a back end that constantly feeds on what people require and makes you spend more time. So the amount of screen time is not because of some individual people. It is the AI companies who make sure that what is called the feed that happens. Okay. So there are dangers. There is the blurring between reality, what is real, and what is illusionary. So that is completely blurred by then, of course, the creativity, originality, the same homilies or same sentences. If you look at the text today, anybody writes or the homily that they give, the word transformative will be there. Okay. So you can realize that it is simply prompted by the AI. So all the dangers are there, that our human authentic intelligence is being challenged. And of course, the extreme cases of suicide or getting advice to how to cope up with this. But I think now they are more and more putting in restrictions. Even there are ethical forms of restricting AIs to stop at one level. If suppose somebody asks for, I don't know, Sanjay will be able to enlighten us. If somebody asks for advice, how should I commit suicide? Will the AI give you suggestions? No. Okay. So now ChatGPT, Claude, there is a serious discussion, and several, say for instance, governments, say for instance, now they are banning use of Facebook for students who are below 15 years and all that. No, so that's kind of a government rules, parents restrictions, screen time restrictions has to come from the adult world, but not in a kind of an imposing way. That's what we should learn. In discussion, in dialogue. That is typically what we need to do. And of course, data collection. So we used Google form to collect data. But we are as I told you already in my introduction, it was not just send a Google form. We met each of the youngsters who filled the form, gave them orientation, then conducted group discussions, and we used what is SPC, SPSS to do the analysis. Of course, we extensively used also AI tools to understand the data. Okay, SPSS, and also qualitative, like huge data of interviews transcribed, then afterwards try to understand the pattern, read all of these group discussions, and try to interpret the results. Okay, over to Patrick to conclude.
So thank you so much, Father, for your presentation and the questions that you have asked. Now, I am really honored to be the moderator this morning for the first session. Thank you so much for your patience listening. Now I hand over this mic to the MCs of the day.
Thank you, fathers, for laying a strong intellectual foundation for today's seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for tea. We request you to kindly reassemble in the hall. 20 minutes break for the keynote address and the enriching sessions that follow. Thank you and enjoy your tea break.
So we'll come back here at 11:40. Please assemble back at 11:40. Thank you.
Thank you, Father.
ஆமாம் இதை லேப்டாப் மட்டும் இல்லைங்க இல்லைங்க ஓகே டன் எப்படின்னு வச்சுக்கலாம் அது வேணா கொஞ்சம் ஜூம் பண்ண முடியாது நம்மளால
ஜூம் பண்ணால் இது டைப் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணி வந்துச்சு டைப் எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிட்டு
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you had a refreshing tea break. As we resume the proceedings, we now move to the keynote address, an important session that promises to deepen our understanding of today's theme through the insights of our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Antoon van der Velde, Professor Emeritus, University of Louvain, Belgium. The moderator for the session, Reverend Dr. K. Mariarukiraj SDB, is the principal of Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Chennai, and an accomplished academician with a doctorate in English. With extensive experience in higher education and institutional leadership, he has served in key Before we hand over the session to the moderator, I now humbly invite Reverend Father Joseph D'Souza Kamalesh SDB to introduce the keynote speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Professor Antoon van der Velde is a distinguished Belgian philosopher and economist associated with KU Louvain. His academic expertise spans economic ethics, biomedical ethics, political philosophy, and theories of justice. Over the course of his career, he has taught and engaged in academic collaborations across Europe, Africa, and Asia, earning recognition for his interdisciplinary scholarship and global academic contributions. An accomplished scholar and author, Professor van der Velde has written and co-authored several influential books and numerous research articles on justice, autonomy, healthcare ethics, migration, trust, altruism, and intergenerational justice. His work continues to shape contemporary discussions in ethics and political philosophy, making him a respected voice in international academia. Welcome, dear sir.
Dear sir, you can now begin your presentation. Till 12:20, you can take your time. Then we'll have about 10 minutes of interaction. You are now most welcome. The stage is yours.
So, good morning. It's already past the morning. So, thank you first of all for this invitation. Thanks to the community of the Salesians. Thanks to John Alexander also. Thanks also for the dedicates in the beginning of your book. And this is a book about friendship. At the same time, I learned to know John in Leuven some 25 years ago. He came as a student. And very quickly I discovered that he was one of the most clever students I ever had, because in 1 year time he was able to speak a fluent Dutch, and Dutch is a difficult language for people coming from Asia, I can assure you. So John was a very clever person. Very rapidly he became a friend. And first of all, I was his leader. I led him through the intellectual journey towards a PhD. But then afterwards, especially with his chronicles, that each and every month John presents a chronicle, and I suppose that you are also able to read them. He became a spiritual leader also for me. So you got a kind of reciprocity or a reversal of the relation, and well, that is something that is typical also of friendship. It's not just giving, but giving and receiving. And John became an excellent friend in this respect. Moreover, and that's the last thing I tell about this, John has a talent for friendship. You put him on a train, and 1 hour later he comes down the train and he has made new friends in that 1 hour. So that's John. But I will go to my presentation, especially because we are running out of time. And so what I will do is partly also I will come back to what Father Biju was presenting about Aristotle and the kinds of friendship you find in Aristotle. And now maybe I should do it like this, or I should come a little bit closer. I talk for the microphone here. So this is what I'm going to do. I will talk about Aristotle, about some examples, famous examples in the history of humanity and the history of philosophy about friendship. And I will conclude with also saying some things about the relation between friendship, love, and solidarity. Well, what are we going to talk about? I will not give immediately a comment on John Alexander's book. In John Alexander's book, there are many definitions of friendship. All of them are excellent, and this is about the experience of friendship as you got them in the survey that you conducted in the whole of India. Let's say, in general, what you are talking in the book is the definition I give it here. It's something like, friendship would be something like a privileged relation between two persons sharing the same taste, the same interests, intuitions, experiences, values, and you stress that very much, common action, doing things together that is cementing friendship. Now, bonds can be weaker or stronger, and I was challenged by your first question, John, where you say, how many friends do we have, do you have? And there is an anthropological study where they told that in general, if you ask people not just how many friends you have, but put on a paper all your friends, all the people, they don't say friends, but the people you know well, people invariably end up with some 70 people. Why 70? Because in Stone Age times, people were living together in groups of approximately 70 people. I will not say that this is the final truth about the subject, but well, I found that it stimulates imagination when you have this kind of research and this kind of cues. So, of course, the bonds you have with these 70 people can be stronger or weaker, and you have made the distinction between close friends, and you have acquaintances, and so on. But you will see that especially in the philosophical discussion on friendship, they go a little bit broader to a larger definition than the definition that I quoted here, and that is the common definition that we appeal to in our conversations. Now, I'll abbreviate a little bit. The first story that is known on behalf of humanity, for the whole of humanity, and I know I'm here in India and you have a very ancient culture, but 2,700 years before Christ, there was the Gilgamesh story, and Gilgamesh was a king of Uruk, that was a town in what is in nowadays what is Iraq. And well, first there was oral transmission, and at the end it was written down in clay tablets. And this is a story, first of all, about friendship. Gilgamesh is the king of Uruk, and he's a demigod. It's not very certain whether he is a human being or a god. And Gilgamesh, he mobilizes constantly the youngsters in his town for dangerous adventures. He seduces all female youngsters, and the inhabitants of Uruk complain to the gods. This is the pre-Christian era. They had many gods. So they complain to the gods, and the gods decide to help the people of Uruk by giving Gilgamesh a friend. And then the story goes on. There is someone in the steppe amongst the antelopes. There is a guy, a naked man who is living with the antelopes, who is not born, who has been created by the goddess. And a hunter sees this woman, sees this man, and well, he's disturbing because he disturbs the traps of the hunter. So the hunter brings a woman to the watering place where the antelopes and also this young man come to drink. And the woman seduces this man. That's an old theme. Where does friendship come from? Jean-Jacques Rousseau says, well, it's at the wells where people came for water and where youngsters came together, and that's the source of friendship. Well, here also the young man is seduced by this young lady. Then he wants to go back to the antelopes, but the antelopes don't recognize him anymore. So he turns back to this woman, and the woman learns him language, clothes him, shaves him, learns him to drink beer and to eat bread instead of the milk of the antelopes, and so on. And then in the end, she brings this person called Enkidu to the town of Uruk, and there he meets Gilgamesh, and they engage into a fight for 6 days and 7 nights. They fight with each other. It remembers a little bit the fight of Jacob in the Gospel. And then in the end, they can't win, and they embrace each other, and they become the best friends in town. And well, the gods have succeeded. Gilgamesh does not mobilize the youngsters anymore. He has a friend. He goes for dangerous adventures with his friend. They combat monsters, and they do the most incredible things. But then they become imprudent, and they insult one of these goddesses, and she takes revenge by making Enkidu sick. Enkidu becomes sick, he becomes very fragile and weak, and in the end, eventually, he dies. And then there is a sudden transformation of Gilgamesh. He was the bravest person you could ever meet, but then he's totally depressed. He goes into a deep depression because of the loss of his dear friend, and he runs through the steppes. He's distraught. No consolation is possible. He discovers also his own vulnerability, and he becomes a human being. And Enkidu, the natural man, became a human being through the love of a woman. Gilgamesh will become a human being through the mourning of his friend. In both cases, it's love and friendship that make us human. And of course, friendship can be a source of joy, but what the Gilgamesh story learns us is also that it becomes a source of vulnerability. And this vulnerability makes of Gilgamesh, let's say, something like a philosopher. He starts reflecting and thinking, well, this experience of loss, I can also lose my life. And then he goes on, and I will not tell you the rest of the story, he goes on for the quest for immortality. How that succeeds, well, that's another story. But you see here the vulnerability. Mourning makes Gilgamesh question his own destiny. He becomes a philosopher, and it is philosophy that I will talk about in the rest of my lecture here. The importance of friendship, I could not withstand the temptation to give you these two beautiful quotations. Socrates in the Lysias, which is a dialogue on friendship. Nothing in the world is so inviolable as having good friends. It's better than owning horses, dogs, cocks, money, or honorific positions. And the second quotation, Father Bijou has already quoted it. It's this famous quotation where Aristotle says, well, no one would choose to live without friends. Even if we possessed all other goods, friendship is more worthwhile than material possessions. Now, Aristotle, there is the famous three kinds of friendship that he distinguishes, but in first order, what he explains is that human beings have an existential need for friendship. Why is that so? So I abbreviate a little bit the exposition of Aristotle. Aristotle says what distinguishes human beings from animals is that we are reflective beings. So we do all kinds of things, we have sensations, we walk, we feel, we hear, we see things, and at the same time we are conscious that we are doing that, so we have something like self-consciousness. We reflect on our own life. We don't just live our life, but we reflect upon our own life. And reflection, you could say we reflect in a mirror. The mirror in which we reflect for Aristotle will be a friend, will be someone else. We need other persons. There is an existential need to see, to meet other persons in order to gain our own identity. Our identity is not something that I construct for myself. It's through reflection, and this reflection is always also someone else coming in, mirroring us, telling us who we are, and then we say, well, he's right or he's wrong, or she is right or she is wrong. So this reflection, this feature of human beings, that we are reflective beings, points should not be understood in an individualistic way, but should be understood in a community way. So self-consciousness, consciousness is always feeling together, is based on sympathy, is not possible outside a community with other persons. And here then again comes, and here then comes the famous quotation that Father Bijou also was quoting, where Aristotle says that a friend is a second self. I translated here, a heteros autos, is another self, is an alter ego. But you should understand that very well. The friend is not a stranger outside myself. Alterity resides within myself. As a friend, I look at myself with the eyes of the other. In the reflection of on my own activities, the other is always already present. So that's being human. In everything we do, in all things we feel, we always are already taking account of the expectations of the other. The other is not a stranger, is not someone outside myself. The other is in myself, like the poet Rimbaud said, Je suis un autre, I am another. And the otherness is very, very important for constructing our identity. And of course, who is the other? Let's say the best that can happen to us is that the other is a friend. Of course, it could also be an enemy. That is challenging as well, and sometimes friends become enemies. There is a chapter of John's book that treats about that, but having a benevolent companion is very important in life. I joined to this, so this is Aristotle, but in the Christian tradition, this you find something that is more or less akin to this Aristotelian conception. For instance, Jean-Louis Chrétien is a Christian philosopher. His name is, is almost his fate. Says, what is joy? And joy is a word that we use mostly in a spiritual context, that we use in celebrations also. Joy, he says, is an acute consciousness of being. So joy means that we prefer to be alive, rather than not to be alive. So this is really philosophy, if you want. So it's about to be or not to be. And within a Christian perspective, but that's not Aristotle, but within a Christian perspective, this is not, again, not a purely individual feeling. It's mixed also with a sense of gratitude. I'm glad that I can be there, and at the same time, I'm grateful, that's a reference to someone else. I'm grateful that I'm allowed to live, to experience love and beauty. So gratefulness towards God, that's what it becomes in a Christian tradition, towards friends who make our life worthwhile in a more secular strands of thought. So this is joy. So the whole theme of joy is linked to, let's say, not just to my own feelings, but also to a relation we have with other people, with friends, and with God. Yes, I have a story here. I will not tell you all stories about friendship. There are innumerable stories, of course, about friendship. In early 5th, 6th century after Christ, there were some hermits and monks coming from Syria to Italy, to Umbria, and they established in the mountains. And these hermits, especially, they were very, very, they lived in a solitary way in particular places. But of course, loneliness, even for a hermit, can be a problem. And how did they solve the problem? Well, on Sundays, they came together, they had mass, they had a sober meal, and then the rest of the day, they accompanied each other to their hermitages. So Sunday was, even for these people who were hardly seeing any other persons, Sunday was a day of friendship, sociality, talking together, having a common meal, also very important. I think that's an important issue also. Friendship is, in all cultures, is also celebrated in common meals, and you could say that even the Eucharist is a kind of ritualization of the idea of a common meal. I will not explain Rousseau here because time is limited. And then you have the Aristotelian definition of friendship. It's the shortest possible definition of friendship. He says friendship is mutual goodwill or reciprocal affection. That's more or less the same. So it implies benevolence. Friends want the good of the other. So that's that's obvious, but at the same time, if you have the impression that your friend is trying to get you down, then you know that this is not friendship anymore, that it's become toxic friendship, and toxic friendship is not friendship. However, friendship is more than mere goodwill. Both parties, or all parties, must also be aware of mutual goodwill. So if you want the good of someone who you never meet, that's not friendship. That's goodwill, but that's not friendship. So it's not sufficient also that people generally are well disposed towards each other. They must actively seek each other's company and aim at entertaining the relation. And of course, as John explains in his book, you can have a friendship, a relation of friendship with someone for years, and then you don't see this person for a long time. But when you meet the person again, you can resume the conversation as if it was just yesterday. So that's a sign of friendship, of course. Now, of course, there is a certain tension between goodwill and mutuality, benevolence and reciprocity. If reciprocity happens, then benevolence is also in my self-interest, although this was not my first concern. But of course, well, friendship is a mixture of it's in my interest to have friends, and at the other hand, it's benevolence, wanting the good of the other. So there is a certain tension in that, and that's also what you find in these definitions of philosophy of friendship. Here I tell you, but that's also maybe important as an introduction for the following slide. Within Greek philosophy, friendship is more than the definition I gave you on the first slide. Within Greek philosophy, philia, the friendship, involves not just the relations with close friends, but also family relations, relations with personal relations, erotic relations, affection for animals, attachment to inanimate objects, and even in the field of physics, the mutual attraction of elements and celestial bodies is considered to be friendship in Aristotle. So that's very, very broad, much broader than we commonly think about friendship. Now here the three forms of friendship that have already been mentioned by Father Biju. There is also a hierarchical ranking. There is friendship of utility, pleasure, and virtue, and I give my own interpretation of that. Friendship of utility is the lowest form of friendship. It's about instrumental action. Utility, according to Aristotle, is a quality of means, and of course means are less important than ends for Aristotle. But in general, this means that for Aristotle, even commercial relations, market relations, are possible on the basis of some form of friendship. Of course, this is not the highest form of friendship. And what is this form of friendship? Well, I could say when you engage into a commercial transaction with someone, how do you tackle the issue? You don't say to the other person, well, it's in my self-interest to sell you this or that item. You tell him it's in your interest to buy what I have in offer. And of course, this person is not a foolish. He knows that it's also in my interest to have this transaction. But that means that very often one considers commercial interactions as based on self-interest. No, in fact, it's based on mutual interest, and this mutuality, this is, let's say, the lowest form, you could say, of friendship. Now, friendship of pleasure. Pleasure can be a goal in itself, according to Aristotle, and you gave an interpretation. There is an interpretation also that friendship of pleasure has to do with sexuality, because Aristotle says this is what youngsters prefer, and friendship of utility, that's what adults and elderly persons prefer. But another example he gives, and here you have the idea of common meals, spending time in good company, this is pleasurable. But of course, yes, it's pleasurable, but at the same time it's also passing, it's transient. So this is, well, you find it also in Kant, but the highest form of friendship then is a friendship of virtue, because it aims at the good of both partners. Here the friend is loved for what he or she is, and not for some advantage, also not for a passing form of pleasure. So the idea is that this is the kind of friendship that is long-lasting and aims at permanence. It takes time to build a friendship of virtue, to engage into intimacy, to entertain it, but this is, and that's also what you have in your book, John, that we need not just friends, but we need also close friends, and of course we want our friends not just to be good weather friends, we want our friends to be there also in case that we are in distraught, for instance. Now, an important element again in Aristotle's conception of friendship is that he links friendship to gift giving. And gift giving, so especially in the conception of Aristotle, friendship, he says, consists more in giving than in receiving affection, and friendship is built on the basis of gift giving. What do we give in friendship? Then you can make distinctions. You can say, well, we give material gifts, but the most important thing, I think, is to give time, giving attention also. Especially the highest forms of friendship are based on giving time and attention. True friendship should be totally disinterested, but for Aristotle, he talks about noble gifts, and noble gifts are gifts that give at the same time a kind of prestige, a kind of symbolic capital, as it has been called by the French sociologist Bourdieu. Hence, and that's important for Aristotle, it's always better to be in a situation where you're able to give than when you have to ask for a gift. So it's better not to be to ask for an alm. It's better to be able to give than to have to receive. So that's very important for him. But at the same time, Aristotle is far from the Christian advocacy of pure altruism. For Aristotle, this is more or less framed within a discussion on prestige. So in a certain sense, in gift giving, there is also a return. And it's not about poverty or poverty relief. That is a topic that will come into philosophy with Christianity. Now, I go towards the end of my story here. One of the most beautiful stories in the history of humanity, I can even say, is Rumi. Rumi, the famous Sufi prophet, I could even say, poet. Sufi Rumi had a kind of brilliant encounter with an itinerant mendicant, and that was Shams of Tabriz. Rumi is a famous person already at that moment. He has a school, he has disciples, he has students. He takes farewell to all this. He just closes himself down with Shams of Tabriz. They have conversations for days, for weeks, and in the end, the students of Rumi feel, yes, well, this is a very narrow friendship at one hand, but the students of Rumi feel like being thrown away. They feel neglected. And then at a certain moment, like in the Gilgamesh story, Shams disappears. Some say that he has been murdered by the students of Rumi who were jealous. Jealousy is important in friendship, as you explained, John. Some say, no, he just went away because he saw that he was not appreciated by everybody. But this has yielded beautiful poetry on behalf of Rumi, also a deep depression. And then why do I tell you this story, again also with the story of Gilgamesh? Because you could say maybe this experience of almost fusional love that you give, that Rumi is presenting here, maybe it's not an accident that this has become a failure. Why? Because there is a problem with fusional love. And that's what I will explain you in the next. So if we aim at perfection in friendship, this can be, or in love, this can be dangerous, can be suffocating for the partner. And in the end, in friendship as in love, we are always confronted with, let's say, the imperfections, the idiosyncrasies, the strange habits and obsessions, unintended awkwardness of your friend. And then, of course, if someone falls in love with someone else, one does not see that. One falls in love with an image, and that image can be perfect. But the real other always has imperfections. So real friendship means that we take seriously and that we learn to live with the imperfections of the other. So in this sense, let's say the image of perfect friendship can be misleading. The real friendship has to learn this combination of close proximity and distance, as I say here below the page. Now, I come to the end of my story here. Friendship, a very important part of friendship is that friendship is connected to the value of equality. You can only be friend with, for instance, some parents want to be friends with their children. Well, that's not totally to the point. You can be loyal towards your parents. Parents can be loyal to their children. But if there is a hierarchical difference, friendship is hard to establish. For instance, also if the age difference is too large, for instance, a youngster of 16 and an adult of 32, that becomes difficult. Also, as a professor, sometimes you want to be a friend with your students, but then if you hear the conversations of your students amongst them, this is totally different from the conversation with your professor. So friendship requires a relation of equality, and of course, like in my relation with John, this can transform itself into a friendship, as I explained in the beginning of my talk. But let's say the practical translation then of friendship as equality is the notion of solidarity, and solidarity is a translation of the third value of the French Revolution, of fraternity, of sorority, but let's say we are all children of the same God, we are children of the same parents. That's the basic equality that can give rise to friendship. Also, that's also the alternative for despotic government in the history of philosophy is friendship. You find that, for instance, in De la Boétie, the discourse on voluntary submission, but I will not expand on that. And then the final thing I want to stress is friendship and love. In many stories, you can replace friendship by love. So the distinction between friendship and love is rather vague. There is a historical distinction in this sense that the language of friendship is the language of the ancient Greek philosophers. This was replaced by the language of love by Christianity. So Christianity replaced the topic of friendship by the topic of love, and nevertheless there is a difference. So it is horizontal, it's between fully constituted persons. Love, on the contrary, or you could say another conception of friendship, you could frame it like that also, is based on desire. What is desire? You desire something that you don't own. So desire goes towards something you don't have for yourself, and then that's also the Platonic way of reasoning about that. Love is based on a lack of fulfillment, the awareness of one's own incompleteness, one's own imperfection, and then love aims at a perfection that human beings cannot realize for themselves, aims at some verticality. So friendship would be more horizontal, and love would be, and the Christian type of love is more tainted by verticality. So this is my conclusion. The different strands of friendship that I distinguished: friendship as mutual goodwill, anchored in the experience of vulnerability, that was Gilgamesh, also in an existential need, that was Aristotle, that was also the experience of these hermits in the beginning of Christianity, a friend as an alter ego, present even in my most intimate reactions, as a disposition fed by active gift-giving, as tolerance for the inevitable shortcomings of the others, as an egalitarian value, as a calm and durable passion, and also probably more horizontal than vertical. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. You can be there, Dr. Anton. You have taken us through a historical perspective, I should say, from 2700 BC through Aristotle, Socrates, and Plato, and you have just taken us through this journey of friendship with some beautiful stories in between, and with the three kinds of friendship, based on friendship on utility, pleasure, and virtue. And the fourth one you mentioned, I don't know whether you captured it here, a fusional relationship, that you have also mentioned it. So thank you for the beautiful expose of your paper.
But
Your
the
paper.
fusional relationship I have more or less criticized.
Okay, fine. So now we ask the audience for their interaction, if there is anything that you would like to ask, clarify, add your comments. Yes. There's someone here. So please introduce yourself and then please ask.
Professor, I am Father Gabriel, part of SPCSE team, working with young people in accompaniment. And thanks for your wonderful presentation. It was really inspiring. My question is, when you are speaking about the age difference, the difference cannot be making friendship. Don Bosco accompaniment style, we call adult mentor accompanying young people. So can an adult mentor enter into a friendship with young people, or is it a possibility is there, or is there no possibility? A difference between adult mentor being a friend and others being a friend. Any clarification on that or little understanding on that? Yeah.
Well, I must say I've been pondering about that myself, if I look at my own life, for instance, the promoter of my dissertation, I would never call him a friend. He was an excellent leader, but he was not a friend. This does not mean that it's not possible at all, but let's say if the age difference is too important, the relation risks to become more patronizing, and anyway, I think we should be aware of this risk. Also, it's not, let's say, our relation with our parents, I would not call that friendship either. But that does not mean that it can be a lovable and a very positive relation, and mostly it is a very positive relation. So also our relation with youngsters as a spiritual leader, as you are mostly, this is a very worthwhile relation. Is this a relation of friendship? Maybe it can become a relation of friendship, but one should acknowledge that in first instance, there is some asymmetry, and friendship, in a certain sense, asks for symmetry, for equality, as I called it, and symmetry means that there must be reciprocity, and of course there can be a reciprocity in the fact that you can admire a particular person, that the youngster admires the elderly person, and that the elderly person sees the capabilities of the youngster. But again, if admiration is not mutual, I would not call it friendship. So this reciprocity is more at risk in asymmetric relations, I think, than in symmetric relations. But I will not say that that is totally impossible. Maybe also if the age difference, an age difference of 10 years for someone who is 60 years old is different from an age difference of 10 years when you're 12 years old, for instance.
Thank you, sir. Stalin.
Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful explanation and the talk. My question is clarification of terms, like Friendship, okay, love, sometimes interchangeable from Greek to, but of course the Christian understanding has given a love a better or a higher meaning. In the Salesian circles, even when we were speaking about friendship, we are speaking about, or consciously or unconsciously, we are speaking about accompaniment.
Yes.
Okay, so what is the relation between, or is it interchangeable? Friendship is interchangeable with accompaniment, or is it, so what is the relation between friendship, love, and accompaniment? Is there a hierarchy of values in this?
Well, sometimes in our relations or in our language, we speak about someone that we love very much as a companion. So we don't speak about him or her as a friend, but as a companion. And so that refers to accompaniment. The idea of accompaniment is that we go along. I heard this morning about the Emmaus story. So to go along with someone else along the way of life, that's accompaniment. And I suppose that friendship can be a result of this accompaniment. But would you say that Jesus with the Emmaus persons, he's a friend? No, in first instance, he's a stranger. They don't recognize him. It's only after the accompaniment, let's say, that friendship can blossom and can come up. So accompaniment can be the start of friendship, but also accompaniment. That's very important. Also, there are two ways of spiritual guidance. One way is in some traditions you need your spiritual guide for all your life. And then there are other traditions where spiritual accompaniment is only for a particular period, and then it's like a ladder. Sometimes one says you bring someone to a particular level, and then he or she can go its own way. So I think accompaniment is to help someone to achieve a particular level of capability of not only well-being, but also of being, and then you release this person, and sometimes the result will be friendship, gratefulness, very often, but still it's different, I think. I try to make a difference where in the common language you don't always make a difference.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. PT, Father PT.
Dr. Anton, I'm Father Joseph, taking care of online presences and tools in web media. Thank you for presenting these three levels of friendships, lower to higher, from utility to virtue. In my knowledge and experience, we understand it can grow from lower to higher. Does it go wrong from higher to lower in good friendship? Is that a friendship at all? In case it was a friendship of virtue, if it was, according to your story that you narrated from ancient philosophers, it is not their mistake, it is because of vices of others, jealousy of others, that the friendship or the other partner disappeared from the scene of the story. What goes wrong then in the ancient years, and what is going now wrong when the friendship was a third level, highest level of friendship of virtue?
Well, I think the answer is partly in the book of John. There can be serious reasons why friendship is decaying. For instance, well, someone goes to another town, to another country, and also, well, there is a limited number of friends you can. To have a friend, you need to devote time to this friendship, and of course, time is limited, and that's a problem. Sometimes I myself have in my own life. There are many more people that I would like to cultivate as a friendship than I have time to do. But of course, if there is a betrayal, but that's what you find in the book of John, if there is betrayal, if there is a breach of trust, then of course the highest form of friendship breaks down, that's sure. But the inverse movement is much more obvious. I think if you do things together with someone, very often that develops into a higher form of friendship. For instance, if you, sometimes in sports clubs, you have a relation with persons that at first sight you don't find them very particular, but if you train together for months or for years, then in the end you become a friend. And you become a genuine friend. The highest forms of friendship can be developed on the basis of common action, as John has said. So friendship is more than just a feeling, it's doing things together. But the inverse, the movement from the highest to the lowest form of friendship, that's more tricky. That's also linked to particular stories, I think, and to less obvious inclinations of human beings.
Okay. Father?
I am Father Amaladas, coming from Northeast, particularly from the state of Assam, from Don Bosco College, Golagat. Listening from the beginning up to now, we have seen friendships of different types, and Professor Antonio presented 3 forms of friendship: utility, higher form, lower form. Now, from the experiences that we have, we also realize there are friendships of cultural basis, spiritual friendship, chronological friendship, and so on. It goes on. Now, my question is, what category of friendship do last, and how do we consider which form is the best? And we also heard friendship is a democratical friendship. It does not bind itself with age or caste, color, creed, region, and so on. So I'd like to have your opinion on this, and which form lasts longer and having greater impact on friendships of young people.
Well, in general, let's say the Aristotelian answer is each form of social life involves a form of friendship. So in order to have a democracy, there should be something like citizenship, and for Aristotle this would be a form of friendship. And I would not say that this is a lower form of friendship. This is very important for democracy, and if you consider democracy to be important, then it's important. Also in the workplace, let's say in order to survive, people have to cooperate. Cooperation, by the way, is a unique feature of human beings. Why was the human race so successful in evolution? Because probably we were better able to cooperate than other animal species. So cooperation, you could say, is for survival, for economic reasons. This is very important for the mere survival of humanity. So you cannot say that this is a lower form. But if you look at personal relations, then of course the most lasting and the highest form of friendship is a friendship based on not on self-interest, not on pleasure, but is based on longing for the good. That's the Platonic version. Longing for the good, for truth, for virtue. That's the highest form of friendship. But this is friendship, let's say, as a personal item on a broader societal thing. So I could say within the Salesian community, I think that all Salesians, there is this kind of is a common goal, there is a kind of friendship, but of course this is not a friendship of a personal relation in all in all concerns. So personal relations, there you have this threefold distinction, but next to that you have other forms of sociality that are based on forms of friendship that are utterly important, that I would never say that they are less important or that they are lower forms, but that we have to consider to be important. And of course the progress in humanity is that we expand the circle of our civic friendship, so that we don't limit our civic friendship to our own religion or our own race or our own nationality, but that we expand it towards a kind of sympathy for the whole of humanity. That's also what you find in Aristotle. There is a passage in Aristotle where he says, well, even the fellow feeling that we feel towards all other human beings, also that is a form of friendship. Again, I would the friendship on a level of an interpersonal level.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anton. We have thrown a lot of questions for our examine of conscience as to where our friendship is. Thank you so very much. Especially when parents come and meet us these days, they tell us, along with the children when they come and meet, sometimes they do tell us these things. Like we move like friends. I used to wonder what they really mean, what they mean by that. Yes. Anyway, you have thrown some light on that. It's wonderful.
But John also in his book says, I don't talk about family relations, so I talk about friendship, but family is different. That was more or less how I understood it. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for your enlightening word. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation on friendship. We shall now further move on to our first panel session, where timeless philosophical perspectives on friendship will be explored through engaging scholarly presentations. The moderator for the session, Reverend Dr. Joe Sanjay, is an educator, psychologist, and researcher specializing in counseling, psychotherapy, and youth development. He serves as Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Counseling Psychology at Sacred Heart College, Tirupattur. With a PhD in psychology and expertise in therapeutic interventions, he actively contributes to academic governance, counseling, and faculty development. Before we hand over the session to moderator, I now invite Reverend Father Joseph D'Souza Kamalesh, SDB, to introduce the presenters.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have two speakers for this session. Let me introduce the speakers to you. It is my pleasure to introduce Reverend Dr. Marie-Louise, a Salesian priest, educator, and teacher-educator with over 3 decades of dedicated service in the field of education. With advanced qualifications in Tamil literature and education, culminating in a doctorate in education, he pioneered the Don Bosco Teacher Training Institute and the Don Bosco College of Education and Research Institute, Dharmaburi. An accomplished author, editor, and recipient of an honorary doctorate for his contribution to educational innovation, Father Marie-Louise has inspired generations of educators through his scholarship and leadership. His rich experience in teacher formation will undoubtedly enrich our deliberation today. Welcome, dear Father. It is my privilege and honor to introduce and welcome Reverend Dr. Stanislas Swami Kanna, a distinguished Salesian priest, an eminent philosopher, educator, and former provincial of the Chennai Salesian province. Holding advanced degrees in philosophy, religious studies, and theology, including a doctorate in philosophy from the Catholic University of Louvain, Belgium, he has devoted many years to teaching philosophy, promoting interreligious dialogue, and advancing philosophical scholarship. A prolific writer, editor, and founder of the Jnanodaya Journal of Philosophy, Father Stan continues to make significant contributions to philosophy, theology, and education, and he also has provided exemplary leadership in India and abroad. We are privileged to welcome him and eagerly await his valuable insights. Welcome, dear Father.
It's my pleasure to invite Reverend Dr. Joe Sanjay OFM to take over this session.
Respected fathers, professors, research scholars, students, and my dear friends, a very good afternoon to you all. We have two eminent personalities to share their reflections on friendship. To start with, we have Reverend Dr. Maria Louise to share his reflection on friendship according to Thiruvalluvar Thirukkural. Cop Mayer would say, all of us carry an invisible board across our chest in which it is written, I want to be loved, I want to be accepted, I want to be appreciated. To be loved, to be respected, accepted, and appreciated is the longing of every human individual, and so is the longing of every youth. And that is one of the primary reasons they get into a relationship, they get into friendship. And Thiruvalluvar has profound insight on this topic, friendship, where he contributes, where he is focusing on 5 chapters on friendship. I invite Reverend Dr. Maria Louise to share his reflection on friendship according to Thirukkural.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Happy to be here, though I do not have PowerPoint presentation because the points of Thiruvalluvar on friendship is very powerful. And therefore, I think that should suffice. And the Thirukkural is a masterpiece of didactic literature, highly revered for its secular nature and universal appeal. It consists of 1,330 short couplets, 2-line verses, divided into 133 sections of 10 couplets each. The work is divided into 3 main divisions addressing the core aspects of human life: Aram, which is virtue, ethics and moral duties; Porul, wealth, that is political, economic and social matters; Inbam, on love, pleasure and romantic love. Thiruvalluvar is the revered ancient Tamil poet, philosopher and saint who authored the Thirukkural. Historians generally place his life between the 3rd century BC and 5th century AD. The Tamil Nadu tradition places him 31 years before Christ. His original name, birthplace, and religious affiliation remain unconfirmed by historical records. Thiruvalluvar on friendship. Thiruvalluvar dedicates multiple chapters to friendship within the second book, Porul, wealth or polity. He looks at friendship not just as a casual social bond, but as a critical pillar of a virtuous, successful life and a powerful shield against adversity. Thiruvalluvar has dedicated primarily 5 chapters exclusively for friendship. They are Natpu, that is friendship; Natpu Araidal, that is investigating friendship; thirdly, Palaimai, that is long-standing intimate friendship; fourth, Thi Natpu, that is evil or toxic friendship; fifth, Kuda Natpu, false or hypocritical friendship. Friendship. The essence of a true companion and friend is dealt in this chapter.
Sorry to interrupt. The material is already posted in your WhatsApp group. You can have a look at it in the WhatsApp group. Please continue, Father.
True friendship is a real shield against adversity, growing stronger over time like a noble book. The bond with a wise friend grows deeper with time, while friendship with the foolish fades. And he gives an example of full moon. And it diminishes and becomes a new moon. In the same way, friendship with the fools diminishes, whereas friendship with the wise is like the new moon that grows and becomes a full moon. A beautiful imagery. Friendship is for mutual growth and correction, not just shared laughter. People can come together and laugh and enjoy, but it is mainly for mutual growth and correction. True intimacy is defined by mutual understanding rather than physical proximity. So what is a true friendship? It is a rare shield against adversity, growing stronger over time like a noble book. True friendship entails correcting the other person when his ways are evil and succumbs to evil habits and help him come back to his senses. The height of friendship is being empathetic. That is, suffering of one person becomes the suffering of another also. Therefore, friendship is for mutual growth and correction, not just shared laughter. True intimacy is having mutual understanding rather than physical proximity. The Tamil literature also speaks about Koperinjoran and Pisirandiyar. Though they had never met, but the true friendship that was in them grew stronger and stronger. That could happen also. Therefore, friendship is for mutual growth and correction, not just shared laughter, I said. True intimacy is having mutual understanding rather than physical proximity. Throughout exemplifies a good friendship beautifully. The friendship of learned people and meeting them often is like reading a book of profound wisdom regularly. The more you read, the more joy it gives. That is what is friendship about. Friendship with the wise people. He also says when one's dress slips, his hands instinctively rush to rectify it. Likewise, one should act with the same swiftness to relieve a friend's misery. That's what friendship is all about. Investigating friendship. Thiruvallur dedicates a separate chapter to investigating friendship. If friendship has to have a lasting effect, it should be tested well before contracting. Father Ramaladas was asking, which friendship will last, which is good? Friendship that is investigated well and contracted will last. Leave alone race or culture, religion, all these things. But must investigate and contract a good friendship that will last long. A friendship contracted without repeated and thorough inquiry will, in the end, bring grief that leads to one's destruction. It is most appropriate to seek friendship with the impeccable, with the faultless, but give anything to make them stay with you, because a friend who abandons in times of adversity will torment the heart even at death's door. Hence, take not the friendship of those who desert in distress. It is indeed a gain to lose the friendship of a fool. Assessing and investigating friendship is a must, because if you do not do it before taking a friend, the ensuing anguish will be fatal. A beautiful thing. And therefore, you need to investigate and contract true friends. Then your life will be beautiful. False or hypocritical friendship. Thiruvallur warns that insincere companions are more dangerous than open enemies. At least if they are enemies, you know. But then insincere and false friends are more dangerous. Today, many persons have a smiling face, but have all sorts of vengeance in their heart. That's why Thiruvallur cautions, fear the deceitful who smile sweetly with their face, but harbor hatred inside their heart. That is very dangerous. The friendship of insincere people who only fit themselves to your convenience is like an anvil, holding you tightly only to strike when an opportunity arises. You know, anvil, the Goldsmith uses a strong piece of metal on which the gold is placed. The gold may think that the anvil is holding me very tightly. I am safe, but then it is waiting for a moment to strike. That is how false hypocritical friendship will be. A beautiful imagery again. Thiruvallur proposes a gradual, silent, dignified withdrawal from toxic friendship. He says, do not pick a fight or argument. Simply stop sharing your plans and silently and gradually let the friendship fade away. He summons us to recognize people who stay only when you are successful and leave when you face trouble. It matters absolutely nothing whether you gain or lose their friendship. Who only hold you when you are in high esteem, when you are successful, but leave you when you are in trouble. Long-standing intimate friendship. Thiruvallur defines true intimacy as a sacred, comfortable bond that endures through time, where long-standing familiarity never diminishes mutual love and respect. He explains that an old intimate friendship is one where the privileges and liberties friends take with each other are never resented or minimized. The silent pact of familiarity is that it puts no restraint on any familiar act. Familiarity is a privilege that they enjoy with each other. Of course, in English there is a saying, familiarity, too much of familiarity breeds contempt. But Thiruvallur says that familiarity, there is no restrict on that. When friends are very familiar, when they grow with such familiarity, actually that helps them. And putting no restriction on that. He further asserts that if a friend commits an act that causes pain, a wise person understands that it is done either out of more ignorance or the overconfidence of deep intimacy and forgives it. That is the magnanimity of long-standing intimate friendship. The beauty of friendship is that true friends never forsake their old, not in words. That actually will really make it shallow and mean. A beautiful thing. Evil or toxic friendship. Today the word toxic has become talk of the day of this generation. Toxic. As you should keep away from fire, you should keep yourselves away from evil or toxic friendship, is the warning given by Thiruvallur. Friendships of transactional nature are to be looked into carefully. People who are purely transactional bring absolutely no value, whether they stay in your life or leave it. Transactional, give and take, business type of friendship. Friends can become so selfish. A friend who constantly calculates what they can extract from you is no different from an opportunist or a thief, he says. It is not extracting something from another person. That is not friendship. That is toxic or evil friendship. Such friends are not worthy of being called friends. He compares the unreliable friends to untrained horses. It is better to be completely lonely than to have the company of those who resemble untrained horses that buck you off on the battlefield. You can never trust that horse. You don't know when it will throw you down. Such are the toxic friendship. There are two-faced individuals who act sweet in private but openly destroy your reputation in public. There are people like that. Personally, they speak to you so sweetly, but in public, they spoil your reputation. Get away from such people. There are also vice versa people who speak very sweetly in public, but privately they buck you off. The open enmity of a wise person is 10 million times better than the intimate friendship of a fool. At the same time, true and virtuous friends are assets. Abandoning them hurts you infinitely more than having external enemies. Above all, closely scrutinize the inner heart of those whose friendship is merely superficial. Scrutinize such friendships and cut them off completely, he says. And their superficial friendship is not friendship at all. To conclude, Thiruvallur's philosophy of friendship reveals a framework that is deeply pragmatic, unsentimental, and highly psychological. All the insights of Thiruvalluvar on friendship stand the test of time even today, after more than 2000 years. The wise insights of Thiruvalluvar on friendship are pearls even in the 21st century. Global conditions are fast evolving, but basic human nature does not change with changing times. We do not notice changes in the personalities, behaviors, and outlooks of people, but these invaluable tenets on friendship will continue to guide generations. We do know that history repeats itself. Now the present generation does not seem to value true friendships that are lasting and genuine. They are fascinated by friends on the Facebook and the other social media, and they think that that is friendship. They boast saying that they have so many friends, and their so-called friends are friends on the social media. The question arises, are they worth being called friends? This is a new phase of friendship. Yes, Father has already explored that. The wisdom of Thiruvalluvar on friendships stays sway even today, and that it can really shape human personality and behavior and create a lovely human relationships among the youth of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Can you be seated? So extend a heartfelt thanks to Dr. Maria Luis for his in-depth reflection on Thiruvalluvar's understanding of friendship. Now we'll listen to Father Stanislas Swamikanda's understanding, Jacques Derrida's understanding of friendship. Then the floor will be open for discussion.
So, distinguished guests and my dear friends, I would like to make, it's okay, no? I would like to make a few preliminary questions before we enter into my little reflection. I'm not going to take too long because I know that we are all waiting for our lunch. Okay, but I'm very happy to see our regional, Father regional and Father Bosco, our provincial, and we see our, at least I have some connection to Toon van de Velde. At least I studied in that university, not when you were in the, in the faculty. And John Alex, of course, our vice provincial. When Father John Alex asked me a simple question, first time I'm going to have the seminar, so can you just say if you, from your own perspective, and I was wondering what from my own perspective, I was wondering, after a few days, he suddenly sent me an information like this. There is a book by Derrida, and it's called The Politics of Friendship, okay? I said maybe it is good because that book came out after I completed my doctorate. That was in 1995. And I did not actually have a look at that particular book. But all the same, I said this is a good topic to discuss. And it is very important also, many other concepts which this Derrida has already handled before 1997 are very closely connected to even this topic of a friendship. So that's the reason why it was not so difficult for me to understand what he was trying to say. You know that Derrida is a very provocative philosopher. Those who have been familiar with this philosopher, I don't know if so many are familiar except some professors of philosophy and some students of philosophy or doctorate students of philosophy. He is provocative because he likes to deconstruct some of the very pronounced or cherished concepts that we have. Many, many concepts like that. We think this is the best, and he likes to deconstruct that. He wants to go inside and likes to show how that particular concept carries within itself its own destruction, its own limitation. Now, exactly that's what is happening to the politics of friendship. So I will ask three small questions just to provoke, almost in the same, let's say, tone of Derrida. You know, by the way, Derrida is a French philosopher, was born in 1930, died in 2004 when I was traveling towards Kotagiri. So someone called me and said, hey, your friend is dead. So almost they made Derrida my friend. So I am very happy to, let us say, cherish, so to say, the memory of doing the studies on him. First question is, what is the difference between friendship and group egoism. What is the difference? Okay, second question. Not second question, it's a statement. In the name of friendship, are we not creating different monads which are unconnected in the society, creating more fragmentation than unity? Does friendship create unity or does it create fragmentation? So is it possible to answer these questions? I think it's very important to answer these questions. Is friendship leading to fragmentation or to unity of a society, a solidarity? And the third very simple question, does friendship bring about social solidarity? And in fact, there's going to be in the afternoon somebody speaking about the social friendship of Pope Francis. But it is very interesting to reflect these three things, and I will very quickly run through because the few slides on Aristotle and all we need not vertical go through, and we will very quickly show there or show there? Okay, so now you know that contemporary research consistently identifies friendship as one of the most significant contributors to the well-being of young people. I think to the research, etc., we have discussed that very strongly. We don't need to. Now, I have titled it this way, Friendship, Well-being and Youth Accompaniment, because this was a topic that was given, Politics of Friendship according to Jacques Derrida. Very quickly, I'll run through it. I wanted to approach it in an interdisciplinary way, but it's not possible for me to finish it today. You know, the Aristotle's philosophy of friendship is something that we are already very familiar with, because Father Biju said something about that, as well as Professor Anton, in fact, dwelt on that. And Jacques Derrida's Politics of Friendship and Pope Francis' theory of accompaniment in Christus Vivit, I think it will go in the line of social friendship, which I think Father Sebastian Manathain will handle in the afternoon. And now Jesus as the model of transformative friendship, which I think Father Richard is going to handle in the afternoon. So I just put all these to make sure that all of them are somewhat integrated here itself. Okay, so the paradox, as Father said about paradox of something else, about today's youth is young people, while they are connected, but there is something kind of loneliness. In fact, they say it's a kind of epidemic of loneliness today. And so this is what people use in that terminology. Now let's move a little forward. Friendship provides emotional support, belonging, identity, formation, etc., etc. We don't deny that. Neither will, let's say, Derrida deny that. He will acknowledge all that is true. Okay? Now, friendship beyond emotional support, that was also the, let's say, the experience of the result of the findings of the research that Father John Alex has done. We will not vertical also go into that. Young people value friendship that are authentic, accepting, and free from judgment, this non-judgmental type of a relationship, etc. Now, however, friendship cannot remain merely a space for affirmation. It must also encourage growth, responsibility, and maturity. I think all that we have said, okay. This, I think we are too familiar. Okay, now Derrida's politics of friendship. I think it's very important to answer those three questions that I said. Derrida questions the traditional idea that friendship is based on, primarily based on similarity shared identity and common interests. I think these were coming from the Greeks, and up to, in fact, he reflects on many of the philosophers, starting from Aristotle up to one Carl Schmitt, going through Montaigne and going through Kant and everybody, and then he reaches what he call this particular philosopher to see, and then he takes distance from each of these philosophers and their understanding of philosophy, and then he comes with authentic friendship welcomes difference, alterity, remaining open to those who challenge our assumptions and expand our horizons. I think there was a very beautiful question asked by Father Dharman, and that particular question matters for this Derrida. What happens to those who are different? Are they part of my friend's circle? The very fact that I make friendship, what happens is I am excluding people from that particular relationship. So now you see, friendship becomes an ethical relationship in which we allow ourselves to be transformed by the presence of the other. Now, some time back, this particular person wrote a book on hospitality, and there he would talk about two types of hospitality: conditional hospitality and unconditional hospitality, referring to how we receive foreigners into your own country. Imagine if you are going from this country to another country. You will have to have your passport, of course, to say that you belong to this country, and you need to have a visa, a valid visa, and with all kinds of restrictions. Now, what is this relationship? All that what you want to say is, you belong there, and you don't belong to my country. And you need to fulfill many conditions in order to enter my country. That is not a relationship. That is not friendship. That is, in fact, friendship, as I told you, a group egoism, almost raised to a level of political, let's say, situation. But you would say there is something called unconditional hospitality, where the host becomes a guest in his own house and making the guest the host. I hope you understand. Just before lunch, it's difficult to follow this complicated ones. I'm coming to your house as a guest, and now you are making me the host and you become a guest. So there are no rules and regulations. I take the upper hand in the place. Is it possible? It is the ideal towards which Derrida is inviting us to move in the area of friendship. Otherwise, we are actually, it's a egoism. Maybe not, it's a group egoism, you can call that. I can call that national egoism. You get my point? Friendship is not as simple as we think. Friendship can unintentionally can be led to group egoism. If the society, even here in this particular place, how many people have their own very particular, let's say, prejudices, and that creates the division in the society. Whether in the religious communities or whether it is in a college, for example, you will have a cliques of youngsters, all that on the basis of friendship. And Derrida says, friendship has to be looked into seriously to see whether friendship hides within itself what it, in fact, let's say, rejects, and that is the other. One who does not think like me, one who is not similar to me, one who is not coming from my language, one who is not actually coming from my social background, etc., etc. This is not very highly abstract, no. This is our daily life. I'm living in a parish now. You know what happens there? Some youngsters who belong to some very so-called, let us say, high families, okay, elite families, they will not send their children for youth because they don't like to get mingled with the rest. Now that is, in fact, basically what Derrida is putting across to us. By the very fact that you begin to form a friendship, by that very structure, you are already denying the possibility of other people entering into relationship with you. And that is, in fact, is the question that he puts across. That's the reason why I asked that particular question. Okay, let's go to the next one. Oh, no. Hey, this one. Okay, so beyond closed circles, there was a very nice title, Invisible Borders. These invisible borders are very important to look at them. We have to make them visible. They are not invisible. Sometimes they are the most visible borders in friendship. Now, for example, every friendship creates belonging, but it may also unintentionally exclude those outside the group. And that's what is happening today in the society. Just the other day, 2 days ago, a girl just joined one of the colleges here. And she took a subject which is very important for her, and then suddenly she said, "Father, I feel out of place." Why do you feel out of place? Because they all come from some other place, Father, not from Tamil Nadu, and then they all look a little fair, and then, fair complex, and I feel what you call completely out of place. I don't have absolutely I cannot gel with any of those people who are there. Now, this is a kind of, so this friendship becoming a problem is not only because friends among themselves have a problem, no, but also it can also come from within you because you do not accept yourself. So Derrida argues that genuine friendship must remain open to newcomers, strangers, as Father John then said, LGBT, and maybe, let us say, physically and visually and also mentally, let's say, challenged people. How many of us will become friends with those people? We will condescendingly, let us say, enter into a relationship with them. We will not enter into an equality of friendship with those people because friendship by its very self, by its very nature, very structure, is based on similarity. I'm not talking now about hypocritical, I think it's very nice topics about Thiruvalluvar, but the very nature of friendship itself has to be questioned because it hides within itself its own exclusion. That is, the strangers, newcomers, etc., etc. Okay, Christian communities are therefore called to cultivate friendships marked by hospitality, inclusion, solidarity, and universal fraternity. I will just go very quickly to the last slide because other people are going to talk about them. Okay, so contemporary youth need friendship that not only provide acceptance and emotional support, as some of you very rightly said, but also foster growth, responsibility, and hope. And as
we support each other and we are ready to correct each other. And here Father spoke about like embracing diversity. Now the floor is open for your questions. Over to Father.
Thanks to both the eminent speakers, engrossing and engaging talk. My question is to Father Stan. Began with the premise or a statement that is friendship basically exclusive, leading to fragmentation and all those things. In my reflection goes the other side is not becoming a friend with someone, is already an inclusion of someone into my inner circle that is reserved only for me. Is not friendship an antidote to egoism? I also see the point in what Derrida is saying that it could lead to fragmentation. But basically, friendship is not an antidote to fragmentation. I include someone into my inner circle, we become united. Is it not multiplying when I become friends?
Thank you. That's a nice question. But I think in your own question, you have the answer as well. So I don't need to answer because you are saying that you are bringing someone into your circle That means you are breaking your ego, but you are forming a new ego by that. No? Because what happens in friendship, as Professor Anton was saying, I reflect myself in the other, as the other reflects his self in myself. It is actually friendship. It's a kind of, sometimes if it is a group egoism, what happens is we reflect the same self, so to say. So I'm not in this particular, because you have, in your question itself, you have answered. There is no, I don't need to give an answer. But this is the little explanation that I will say. That is, egoism is broken, yes, but a new egoism is formed. Because every friendship contains within itself exclusion. While there is an inclusive, a very short inclusive moment, that exclusion seems to be much more. I have to answer my provincial now. Once upon a time I was teaching philosophy.
So after your presentation, as a leader of the province, you know what comes to your mind, and a disturbing mind is. So Jesus' approach of friendship, of course Richard is going to also converse, and also Don Bosco's approach of friendship, and Derrida's approach of friendship, you know, it all comes in beautiful line. And we know this topic, friendship as well-being, we have taken the book. And we here, most of us are religious and Salesians, and regional also is here. And how can we can stress more in this angle, our own personal reflection, and how certain case studies we need to bring in, because at times we are set apart people. But when we have a reservation to relate with, for example, AIDS infected, affected, we have a center. But how many of us are ready to go there? You know, during transfers, you find it difficult. So these are the disturbing factors happening, and how it can be really rooted and transform our own religious mindset. No, that is a basic, maybe some reflection.
Yes, for the provincial, actually, what you say is perfectly right, according to me, because today, this is what exactly group egoism will lead us to. We like to work where we feel comfortable. We don't like to go to a place which is slightly different from me. Even in the choice that I make of the people with whom I would like to work, I make a distinction. So how would I be able to, let us say, do that work? When Jesus said, what is the big thing that you love those who can love you back? Love your enemies. Now, that is exactly this openness to alterity, to otherness in Derrida. But he questions at the very base on which, let's say, friendship is based, and that is on similarity and like-mindedness. And people who think almost, let's say, who are, of course, equality is necessary, kind of another type of understanding of friendship. But basically, even our own apostolate goes through turbulent times because our understanding of friendship on similarity. Even my own, for example, with whom do I relate? With whom do I identify in the province? With whom do I identify in my thinking and in my relationship? All that matters when I even accept, when I want to move towards a particular type of ministry that you give us. No? So it is a long way, a long way. It is a gospel, radical gospel message. That is what Derrida is doing, because he is a Jew. But he will also say it is not very practical. Just because it is not practical, we cannot throw it away. That should become the ideal towards which the restricted and limited friendships should move. They should always strive towards the highest ideal in friendship. So that is, even if I am not very radical in my apostolate, in my choice of the ministry, etc., I will strive more and more. It is impractical. We cannot say, provincial is now telling me something which is impractical. No, it is not impractical. He is leading me to something very radical type of a ministry.
Yeah, the message right now is also regional is here. One compliment and at the same time exhortation, which South Asia level fathers introduced, this mission poverty eradication. I feel that more and more it's not only documentation and statistics which we collect, how impact we have created amidst of the poor. It is also conscientizing, also change of mindset and a compassionate heart. So impact analysis also made about a personal relationship and accompaniment with the downtrodden. So I think that also comes inside in our own impact study and impact analysis. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for this, for the presentation. And while Professor Anton was presenting, he used that word gift giving as part of friendship. And there is an interesting statement by Derrida, the impossibility of a gift. Because you have to forget the giver and the receiver paradigm in order to call something as a real gift. Now I feel like something like impossibility of a friendship in the way in which Father has explained. The moment you call something as friendship, there is already a kind of a limitation. Of course, the impossibility of friendship is another way, as he explained, that it calls for something to move beyond to understand the complexity involved. Thank you.
For highlighting that part of it, because that's a very beautiful book of Derrida on gift. But also what I would like to now maybe add is democracy. I think there was a whole idea of democracy. What is democracy at the end of it all? And Derrida would not accept democracy as the highest form of government that humanity has arrived. No, democracy to come. It is democracy to come. Democracy has not come at this particular moment. The democracy that we are experiencing is not democracy yet. Democracy has to keep itself open, pushing its borders so that it becomes more and more democracy. Same way, friendship. What we say friendship is not friendship. It has to move beyond and beyond to really become a friend. That's why he would make one beautiful statement. Oh, my friend, there is no friend. There's a very beautiful statement on which this particular book actually is reflecting upon, and that is a text referred to Aristotle himself.
Father, thanks for your beautiful presentation. Congratulations, first of all. Connecting to the point which you have mentioned, the house where I go as a guest, I become also the host. It is like the responsibility. I put it in the bracket, the other, alterity. As I these days read so much about the responsibility, the alterity, all those things. As I become responsible, before I become responsible, I am choosing a friend, or I'm responsible, and before I choose a friend, connecting to the gospel passage also, when our Blessed Mother went and told Jesus, son, they have no wine. And what is the response we all of us know? Woman, what does it concern for you and me? How can you enlighten me, saying that I become a host in the house, same house I enter as a guest? Because it's confusing.
Since we are running short of time, let this intervention be the last one.
So, thank you for the question. There is one very interesting response I want to give. It comes from Levinas, Immanuel Levinas, and then Derrida, of course, it takes very much from Levinas. Both of them are Jewish thinkers, as you know. He would say, talk about responsibility. There is a very ethical foundation of the model philosophy, if you want, of Derrida, so of Levinas is that I am called to responsibility even before I choose to be responsible. Now that is, in fact, this whole idea of the host becoming a guest and the guest becoming a host. But it will take me a long time to, let's say, explain. But this is actually what you say is true. That I am placed in responsibility, or I called to responsibility even before I make a choice.
Maybe last intervention? Yes, Father.
Check. Yeah, I like that the saint, the poet, no, fantastic. It is written on the friendship centuries back. Listening to you and coming to know this person who has written so much on friendship, actually. My question to you, Father, is how much he has been an influence in the society. Sometimes we are divided by so many different kinds of castes, right? In this scenario, in this context, how much he is still being influential to break this barrier of different castes by his thought, reflection on friendship. Thank you, Father.
Yeah, it's a good question, but then it's all there. It's how you take it and implement it. See, thing is, many of us are not even aware. People don't even read and come to understand things that there are in our own literature. Such wealth we have, but since we do not know, since we are not aware of it, we are not actually taking it to heart and practicing it. That is a problem. There is so much of wealth, and as you know, as he said, there is so much written by Thiruvalluvar, and it is there. Everything is there, beautifully presented, but people are not aware, and that education has to be given. That is the thing. Education has to be given. Simply they recite Thirukural even in the school, but then how much of it are they able to understand and take it to heart? That is a question. So anyway, I'm happy that Patrick, you have come out such a beautiful thing, and therefore that gives all of us a thing that we should really put it into practice, all these beautiful things that are given here. Thank you.
Yes, the understanding of Derrida and Thiruvalluvar regarding friendship is an ideal which we should all move towards. So let's put our hands together for the eminent personalities for their erudite scholarship. Over to them.
A heartfelt thanks to our moderator and to both our distinguished speakers for their insightful presentations and thought-provoking perspectives. May I now humbly request Reverend Dr. John Alexander SDB, the Research Director, to honor the moderator and the speakers. First, we'll honor the moderator, Reverend Dr. I. Joe Sanjay OFM. A big round of applause, please. And a book written by our very own secretary. Next up, we'd like to felicitate Reverend Dr. Maria Louise DB. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Likewise, we'd also like to felicitate Reverend Dr. Stanislas Swamikana SDB. Thank you so much, fathers. Thank you.
Dear friends, now the time is 1:40. We'll now break for lunch. We'll have it for 35 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes. So we'll come back to the hall at 2:10 so that we can begin the next session at 2:15. So before you could go for lunch, I would like to invite you to visit the book stall that is kept here. And then also, the new book is available for sale. Special discount price is available for the seminar participants only for today. So you can buy the new book. It could be a best gift for your friends. and for your staff members, colleagues, and all your students also. You can buy it, or you can even order for more books. There's also a selfie stand prepared for the participants. You can make use of it. So all the best. Enjoy the lunch.
Holding advanced qualifications in human resource management, youth pastoral theology, and a PhD along with an honorary doctorate in social work, he has devoted his life to social transformation, leadership formation, and community development. He is widely recognized for his research, publications, and training programs on rural development, governance, human rights, and youth empowerment. A recipient of the National Best Social Worker Award, Father Sebastian continues to inspire academic and social communities through his scholarship and community service. His perspectives will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of today's theme. Welcome, dear Father.
May I respectfully invite Reverend Dr. Maria Arokyam Kanaga SDB to take charge over the proceedings. Welcome you, Father.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am not addressing everyone individually, just to save time. During lunch, I was telling one of my friends that moderation is my passion. He said, Father, you are saying something that is self-contradictory. Because if you are passionate, you are not moderate about it. Passion is on extreme. Then I remembered what Father Vikrant used to say, and I would like to say, applying it for myself. I practice everything in moderation, in religious life too. My vows also in moderation. Okay, I feel privileged to be called upon to moderate the speakers. And therefore, my first recommendation is be moderate when you speak. Let us keep within the time. You see that part of the audience has already disappeared. That happens in every seminar, international seminars in Rome, everywhere. It's nothing new. It happens everywhere. Okay. But the essential people who are serious about the job are all here. And therefore, I am very, very happy. Both happen to be my students too, in some form. And therefore, I am very proud that they are scholars now, PhDs, teachers, researchers, etc. And therefore, I ask first Father Richard to make his presentation. I am also happy that finally we are coming down to the most important document for every topic for us, which is the Bible and the Gospels. And I am glad that these two speakers will speak about them. Welcome, Richard.
A very good afternoon to you, my dear brothers and sisters in Christ. Friendship, well-being, accompaniment, 3 keywords of this seminar. But the basic keyword for all of us gathered here as educators, pastors, and people who are consecrated to accompaniment is this. What is accompaniment? Accompaniment is being a friend. Being a friend. And that is well-being. So I have, in a way, summarized the biblical perspective of what friendship is, what well-being is, and what real accompaniment is. And Jesus is the face of accompaniment. Okay, having said this, let me go straight away into what I have prepared. And there are two key words. Of course, being a biblical scholar, naturally they will expect me to have some standard. So two key words, one in Greek and one in Hebrew. Friendship, for me, is agapein, from the verb agapein, that is to love. It is action, to love, agapein, as well-being. So agapein as well-being. What is well-being? A Hebrew word, shalom. Shalom is not just peace, but everything. Good health, happiness, rest, and everything. I'll come back to this word towards the conclusion. So friendship, agapein, as well-being, shalom. Biblical perspectives on friendship. The topic given to me, biblical perspectives on friendship, that is, friendship is one of the most important themes in the Bible. It is important, for it starts right from the first chapter of the first book of the Bible, Genesis, and goes up to the final verse in the final chapter of the Bible in the book of Revelation. This may not be evident if you look for the vocabulary. For the word friend or friendship may not appear explicitly, but it is implicit and very much implied if one goes beyond the words to the implied semantics. For if the whole Bible is to be summarized in one word, without doubt or hesitation, that best word is love, understood as agapein, agapesis. The Bible, if it is all about creation and redemption, redemption is nothing but a new creation. From the first chapter of the Old Testament to the last chapter of the New Testament, those two acts of God, creation and redemption, it's actually is one act, that is love for us. An act understood not in limited or finished sense in our human space and time as chronos, but as an eternal act, unlimited, unending, continuous in its spaceless and timeless kairos. So chronos is temporary, kairos is eternal. It's God's time. That is where we live and move and have our being. We exist. This one act or one action is nothing but is continuous love in abundance. It's very practical. It's not conceptual. It is very concrete. It is continuous because it comes to us breath by breath and heartbeat by heartbeat as an unconditional, total self-giving of himself to us. If it misses even for a fraction of a second, we won't exist anymore. It is ever present and all-pervading. This is well expressed and summed up in the revelation of his name to Moses from the burning bush. I am who I am. Ehyeh, Asher, Ehyeh. The other expression of his name are Emmanuel. And the oft-repeated expression in the whole Bible, I am with you. This his name, I am, is our existence and eternity in him. Friendship is nothing but love. And this love is nothing but I am with you. This is not just for a few days or weeks or months or years or centuries, but always beyond chronos, beyond kairos, beyond death. Just as it is assured in the last verse of the last chapter of the Gospel of Matthew. And surely I am with you always to the end of time. Therefore, more than speaking about the biblical perspectives on friendship, we can convincingly say that friendship is the perspective of the Bible. If we speak of some important biblical perspectives on friendship, they can be articulated as covenantal love, sacrificial loyalty, unwavering fidelity, mutual accountability, emotional stability, and more than all, self-effacing or self-emptying intimacy, etc. All these perspectives of the divine friendship or love to us are expressed and experienced as, in the Bible, I am your God and you are my people. I am your father and you are my beloved son. I am your lover and you are my beloved. I am your true husband and you are my spouse, etc. in the Bible. Such a friendship is not only seen between God and human beings, but among human beings themselves in the many biblical characters like Jonathan and David, Ruth and Naomi, Jesus, Mary, Martha, and Lazarus, Jesus and John the Baptist, Jesus and the beloved disciple, Paul and Timothy et al. The topic given to me is not only one of the most important themes in the Bible, but also one of the most ever relevant. As the famous saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. More than ever, today, in a globalized and globally well-knit world, to the social media networks, the digital AI world, the biblical perspectives on friendship is relevant and a need of the hour and our times. For despite the various possibilities and forums provided by the modern media networks that have brought us together closely in time and in space, yet they have exposed the human vulnerabilities, weaknesses, difficulties, and fragilities in the basic and well-founded structures of daily life like the family, friendship, and faith. So there is a real need for true friends, friendships, and hence the real need to understand and rediscover what it is, what friendship is, and how to be a friend. More than ever, young people, though thirsty and hungry for lasting relationships, are afraid of entering into committed relationships like marriage, religious life, priesthood, etc. This is mainly due to prejudices and fear caused and promoted by short-sighted and selfish ideas and ideologies about these basic structures of society that come from certain limited and partial as perspective of the world about human status, dignity, image, name, fame, power, happiness, societal and self-identity. It promotes more competition than collaboration, success than faithfulness, uniformity than unity, duality than non-duality, control than communion, economy than ecology, wealth than wisdom, covetousness than covenant, information than inspiration, division than reconciliation, exploitation than care and nurture, grabbing than sharing, power than service, violence than non-violence, arms and ammunitions than schools and sports, walls than bridges, wars than dialogues, thus more enemies than friends, and hence more depth than life in every sphere of our society. In this Sitzum-Leben, not only the young, but even the elderly are confused, and hence there is more suffering, loneliness, loss of sense, desperation, dissipation, and fragmentation. Of the many means that can help us today to rediscover the value of friendship in life and to grow into it, undoubtedly, one sure and solid means is to look into the time-tested Bible for help, word, wisdom, and light. Delimitation and methodology. Bible is not just one book, but a collection of books and a library in miniature containing the accumulated wisdom traditions of various times, cultures, societies, peoples, nations, and empires. Each book in it is so unique, important, and profound. As I said earlier, every book, implicitly or explicitly, presents important perspectives of God's love, friendship with us. It is impossible to cover all the books or to even to be exhaustive about one book. So where to start and where to end? Or how to start and how to end our findings of the biblical perspectives on friendship. we propose to start with some explicit biblical verses that speak of friends or friendship. Then we shall present two friendships, one in the Old Testament and one in the New Testament. The choice of these two and not any other is simply because they bring out their friendship explicitly and in a very powerful and profound way, all that the Bible verses on friends and friendship have said. From these two friendships, we shall draw out the essential elements that constitute a true and lasting friendship. That was a very important question. Somebody asked, what is a lasting friendship? Which can be? These elements or characteristic features can be proposed to our young people of today as a clarification of their perspectives on friendship and thus enable them to be a good friend and build friendships that will enrich their own life and that of the society and the world at large. Thus, we will attempt at making them see that true friendship is possible. And not only today, but always, and that it is worth more than gold, silver, fame, name, success, power, and position that seem to be more attractive and more rewarding in a society like ours today. Some biblical verses on friendship. Just few verses I read, the rest you can just go. A faithful friend is a sturdy shelter. He that has found one has found a treasure. There is nothing so precious as a faithful friend, and no scales can measure his excellence. A faithful friend is an elixir of life, and those who fear the Lord will find him. It's very interesting. Those who fear the Lord. So there is a relationship that precedes our way of loving and giving. If that is taken seriously, if that is experienced first, the other friendship becomes kind of more attractive because as friendship is always difficult, it's risky. Whoever fears the Lord directs his friendship aright, for as he is, so is his neighbor also. A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for a time of adversity. Yes, it will be wonderful to have such friends, because these are wonderful words about friends. All of us would love to have such a friend and find such friends. But just as all that glitters is not gold, so also this is true of friends that have to be discerned from false friends. Therefore, the biblical wisdom tradition gives some insights as how to identify and choose friends from false friends. Thiruvalluri brought about this investigation of friends and all that. So that's one aspect of wisdom with regard to friendship. So I would like to proceed, leaving Sirach, a pleasant voice multiplies friends and all that. And Proverbs 18:24, one who has unreliable friends soon comes to ruin. But there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. One who has unreliable friends soon comes to ruin. This will be put into crisis by the New Testament perspective of friendship by Jesus. Okay, so all that investigation of friendship in Thirukkural and all that we struggle about friendship and what Derrida derides about friendship. Okay, Derrida, deride. Now he derides. Can there be real friendship? Oh, my friend. No friend. Okay, so that derision, Jesus teaches us not to deride, but to say this is possible. And that's the perspective of the Bible, the perspective. These few verses that I just presented from the wisdom literature in the Bible that can give us an insight into the heart of the Bible about friendship, which can be summed up thus. The Bible underlines the importance of friendship, but warns that anyone cannot be a friend. So that is one aspect. The Old Testament, a partial idea or knowledge about who God is and what he is. So that is different than the Son, Jesus, who reveals the true face of who God is and who man is. So it is not just some right knowledge. So before that, this wisdom for the Bible and the biblical wisdom literature in particular is born of our knowledge of and relationship with the God who created us, sustains us, and saves us. So it is not just some right knowledge or information about God or faith, but also a close daily relationship of friendship with him. Only then we'll be able to see that friendship is not just emotional passing, is sacred. Self-sacrificial covenant of loyalty rather than just a casual and passing good times only association. For this is the face of God that emerges from the books of the Bible. Bible emphasizes that true friends build each other up. Destroy this temple, I will build it up in 3 days. Not just his body, but us, the body. Unconditional love in both good and difficult times, loyalty and constancy are the hallmark of a true friend or true friendship according to the Bible. A true friend remains steadfast and loves at all times, acting as constant support during seasons of adversity. Even this will be put into laughter by Jesus. In his time of adversity, all his friends desert him. But how does he move towards them? How does he win them? And shows what true friendship is. In reading the Bible, we not only find such wise sayings on friendship and true friend, but also those who lived up to it. Of the many biblical figures, two are well known, who show us how to be a true friend. Jonathan in the Old Testament and Jesus in the New Testament. Jonathan. The friendship between Jonathan and David in the Bible is one of the most powerful and well-acclaimed model of unconditional loyalty and selfless love, which is so rare to find. It is noble and sacred at the same time, very human and very divine. Here is a verse that brings out this phase of Jonathan's friendship towards David from the mouth of David himself on hearing the news of Jonathan's death. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. You have been very pleasant to me. Your love to me was wonderful, surpassing the love of women. In this verse, two expressions in reference to Jonathan are important. The first is David calls him as my brother, Ahi in Hebrew. The second is with regard to the love of Jonathan towards him as surpassing the love of women. These two expressions have to be clarified to avoid all the other interpretations which are partial or doesn't help into true friendship. My brother. Jonathan and David are not siblings or blood relatives born to the same parents. Jonathan was the firstborn of Saul, the first king of Israel, hence the legitimate heir to the throne after Saul. Whereas David was not born of royalty or high nobility. He began life as the youngest, overlooked shepherd son of Jesse in the small town of Bethlehem. His early family status was humble, and his lineage featured outsider or foreigner elements like Ruth the Moabitess. It is exactly against this noble background of Jonathan and the humble background of David, we should understand the friendship between them and this expression from the mouth of David about Jonathan, who is a friend who sticks or stuck to him closer than a brother. There is nothing romantic, superficial, erotic, or flattery in this expression, and that too on hearing the death news of Jonathan. Rather, there is a tested and tasted conviction in the noble, faithful, pure, sacrificing, and sacred friendship of Jonathan towards David. And therefore, the expression that follows, your love, is surpassing the love of women. This expression can be often misunderstood and misinterpreted if taken out of context. It has been subject to very physical and erotic manner of hermeneutics. But these words of David in 2 Samuel 1:26 must be placed and read in its context of what went before in the first book of Samuel, chapters 18 to 20. To know how the love of Jonathan goes beyond the love of any brother or woman David has known in his life. For in these chapters, unlike his father Saul, Jonathan, the rightful heir to the throne, sees no threat in David, but a real choice of the Spirit of God himself. He not only sees this, but goes on to endorse this by establishing a covenant with David, and as an expression of the truthfulness of this covenant, he saves David from the wrath and plot of his father Saul to kill David. This covenant he makes with David is described in 1 Samuel 18:3. Jonathan made a covenant with David because he loved him as himself. It is exactly this love, loyalty, constancy, steadfastness at all times, and especially in times of adversity, that David experienced from Jonathan makes him utter such heartfelt words about him. That's why this love of Jonathan for him is more than brotherly and nuptial love, as it is unconditional like God's. Such a sacrificing and total self-giving love for the sake of one's friend reaches its apex and culmination in the next name with J, Jonathan to Jesus. Jesus, greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. This oft-quoted and well-known verse from the mouth of Jesus before his death can sum up all the biblical perspectives on friendship. We can very well call it the biblical perspective, which comprises all that the Bible wants to say about who a true God is and who a true man is. It surpasses the love of brother, mother, father, wife, and any form of human love. It is both divine and human at the same time, and therefore is the foundation, sustenance, and culmination of any human relationship. The love expressed by Jesus here is not born of flesh or blood, as a father, mother, brother, or of desire, as that of a lover, beloved, or husband, wife. It is of a friend and is about friendship that is revealed in laying down one's life for one's friends. It is that gift giving, what Professor said. There is more joy in giving than in receiving. That's particular aspect, gift giving. These words of Jesus to his disciples are followed by, I no longer call you servants, because a servant does not know his master's business. Instead, I have called you friends, for everything that I learned from my Father, I have made known to you. In these words, biblically, there is a great shift in the expression and understanding of love between God and human. All the great biblical figures like Abraham, Moses, David, the prophets, et al., conceived themselves as servants of God. As servants, their understanding of who God is and how much they are loved by him were only partial and incomplete. But Jesus reveals himself as a Son of God, and this Son as the true face of the invisible God to his disciples, whom he calls as friends. Friends, not because of their love for him, but his love for them. And the depth and fullness of this love for them was unconditional, not only until his death, but beyond his death. So, on the cross, as well as the risen Jesus. Everything I learned from my Father, I have made known to you. What is this everything? And what and how is it made known to us by him? That though he is God, he will die for us. This death is not any simple natural death, but laying down his life as an expression of his great love on the cross. This dying is special, as we said earlier, for it surpasses the love born of flesh and blood or because of desire. For a mother, father, brother, or lover, beloved, husband, and wife can lay down their life for their dear one. But here it is for persons who don't know that they are friends and what it really means to be friends. There is a great revolution, I would call it, of friendship and being friend that takes place here in the person of Jesus, the face of God and the face of man. This is the deep meaning of the words of Jesus. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. There is no greater God than this, who will die for his own people. This making known of the unconditional love was only one question, which expects a free response from his disciples, a free response. So a covenant is not obliged, but a free response. Obliged because he loved them, and they knew that he loved them. He called his friends even though they betrayed, denied, and abandoned him in the time of adversity. His suffering and death on the cross for them. The one question, do you love me more than this? That's the question asked to everyone who wants to accompany. This one question is addressed thrice to the one who denied him thrice. What exactly was the denial? Peter 3 times denied that he did not know Jesus. Yes, it is exactly the ignorance of such a great love for him. Great love because more than that of his father, mother, brother, or his wife. This question comes from Jesus, who is risen from his death on the cross. Therefore, as we said before, his love for Peter and thus is not only until his death on the cross, but beyond his death. Thus, it is human and at the same time divine, immortal. Peter's answer to this question of the risen Jesus now is not born out of ignorance, but of knowledge and experience of his own unfaithfulness and Jesus' unconditional faithfulness. But Peter is expected to answer not just once, but thrice, to loosen the bonds of his ignorance and tighten the bonds of his experiential knowledge of what Jesus made known to him, all that he had learned from God his Father. The answer of Peter and the invitation of Jesus. The answer of Peter 3 times, you know that I love you, Lord, is concluded by a very important invitation of Jesus all the 3 times. Feed my lambs. Take care of my sheep. This invitation or command flows from what Jesus himself did to Peter and others. He took care of them, his lambs, by giving them his life, that is, his body and blood on the cross, thus feeding them. So there is a big qualitative shift here in the concept of friendship that we have in the world, the way we relate with each other and all that. That is, in Jonathan and David, there is a mutual friendship. And David never denied or betrayed the friendship of Jonathan. Instead, here the friendship is far superior as it is born not out of mutual or faithful love, but from the unconditional love. It's just the gift of giving, as well as forgiveness of Jesus towards Peter, others, and us. This becomes now the basis of true and lasting friendship. To love because he loved us first, which means to do what he did to us. Love one another as I have loved you. This is the new and only commandment or perspective in which all the commandments and perspectives, not only in the Bible, but in all the accumulated wisdom traditions of humanity and religions, can be well summed up, and on which love and friendship can stand and last forever, even if it is hanging on the cross. This love, friendship, is far superior to that which flows because one is a father, mother, brother, sister, lover, beloved husband or wife. It transcends relationships born of flesh and blood, belonging to one family, one tribe, one ethnicity, color, creed, caste, nation, etc., and of desire, mutual love, likings, desirability, because of one's beauty, intelligence, wealth, power, position, fame, name, goodness, etc. So not flesh, that is blood relations, or not likings. I like because of such a thing. It is love and friendship towards you purely because you are a human being. And that's the dignity you and I share. It is enough you are you. Created like me, loved and treasured like me. That is important. Created like me, I must know that I'm created, and loved and treasured like me. I must know that I'm loved and treasured. This is true nobility, humanity, and divinity. The Hebrew and Greek word agapein and shalom. The word that points to friendship in the Bible, that is both in the Old Testament and the New Testament, especially in the passages that describe the friendship of Jonathan and David, Jesus and his followers like Peter, is love. But not any type of love. It is precisely brought out by the Hebrew noun ahava, translated into Greek by he agapesis, from the verb ahav and agapein in Hebrew and Greek respectively. In English, this is rendered by the noun agape and understood as love that is unconditional, selfless, and sacrificial. It is the highest form of love, defined as deliberate and conscious choice to prioritize the well-being of others without expecting anything in return. Father Alex spoke of skill or training in friendship. This is exactly. It's a deliberate and conscious choice. It is not instinct, sentiments. It's a school. It's an university. When I don't like to love anymore, when I want to give up, and that's where something beautiful is born if you're attentive. And that cannot come from anywhere from our heart. It comes from a heart in which we are contained, in whom we live and move and have our being. So this is what we see in the love of Jonathan for David, and much more in the love, friendship of Jesus for his friends, Peter, others, and us today. This is superior to and distinguished from the other 3 Greek concepts of love. Eros, which others spoke already, which is passionate, romantic, and physical love. Philia, which is deep, affectionate friendship and brotherly love. And finally, storge, which is natural, familial love, such as parent for a child. While the love of Jonathan for David verges more on philia, the love of Jesus all his life, and evidence especially in his decision in the context of his Last Supper, in his agony in Gethsemane, and his final words on the cross, brings out powerfully this agape. And after his death, the risen Jesus' appearance and first word to his ashamed, broken, and lost friends is peace. eirene, the Greek word, and shalom in Hebrew, shalom lechem, eirene humin, which means health and all good things, total and real well-being. So agape is stronger even than death, as the Song of Songs will say. For love is stronger than death, stronger even than death, and brings well-being, shalom, to the friends who couldn't be faithful and loyal. Conclusion. True friendship, therefore, is agape, which goes beyond and transcends every type of love or friendship. And this is the central and highest biblical perspective among the other biblical perspectives as expressed by Jesus. In the well-being of the other is our well-being. This cannot flow from any natural law of attraction born of blood relations or of desire and liking, but out of faith in the other, come what may. But with a deep and transcending trust that at the end it will surely win and rise even over total destruction and death. Therefore, every human relationship, if it has to be true and strive towards perfection, then it should grow to be agape. This is the beauty, more ancient and ever new, or the oldest but ever new approach to youth accompaniment, that in the creation of humanity says, let us make or form, create humanity, male and female, in our own image. Friendship is nothing less than this, and we are made for nothing less than this, a daily and faithful tasting of this truth by finding and setting aside time for this lasting friendship in the depth of our being, that is life, in any situation of life in the world, and especially in this digital age, is the need of the hour for the real well-being of the young and the whole world. As educators, animators, and pastors, we are to often and constantly propose and provide opportunities and forums for this hunger and thirst of every young person, and especially those most who need it. Before I finish, I say, pastors, and educators, not only we must provide forums and opportunities, but we must be a friend. We must show what a friendship is. So that is the most difficult challenge, not for the youth, but for the educator and the one who wants to accompany. Let there be friendship, let there be shalom, well-being. Thank you.
Let's give a big hand to Dr. Richard. I don't attempt to summarize in a few words what he said because it will need as much time as he spoke. But I want to point out one thing that he said, that God's fidelity in accompanying us, human beings, is a bit strange. In the sense, even when we do not want him to accompany us, he continues to accompany us. That is the history of the Bible. Throughout, right from the beginning, we did not want him to be with us. But he says, no, I have promised and I will always be with you. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Father Richard. Now I invite Father Sebastian to come and deliver his address.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Of course, it is a post-lunch session, a little difficult to concentrate. The topic is Pope Francis' idea of social friendship. I think this social friendship is presented to the global church and the international institutions, but it has to be contextualized and customized, and it should be personalized. So today, humanity stands as a remarkable turning point. And never before have been experienced such rapid scientific and technological advancement. All of us know that artificial intelligence, smartphones, social media, robotics, biotechnology, and digital communication have transformed the way we work, learn, communicate, and govern societies. Information travels instantly across continents, and people can interact across geographical boundaries within seconds. Yet, The paradoxically, despite being more digitally connected than ever before, many people experience profound loneliness that we have seen in the research presentation, isolation, anxiety, and distrust. Families are becoming fragmented, communities are weakening, and political divisions are becoming deeper. Around the world, we witness increasing economic inequality, wars, forced immigration, migration, climate change, religious conflict, and ecological destruction. Technology is not the problem. Pope Francis appreciates scientific progress, but reminds us that technological advancement without ethical values can create new forms of exclusion and dehumanization. Machines can connect devices, but only love can connect hearts. Therefore, Pope Francis proposes the idea of social friendship, a way of building relationships rooted in human dignity, compassion, dialogue, solidarity, and care for one another. Social friendship is his response to the growing crisis of human relationship in today's world. We remember that Father Stan was asking 3 questions. I think Pope Francis is trying to answer those 3 questions. What is the meaning of social friendship? When Pope Francis speaks about social friendship, he is referring to much more than a personal friendship. Normally, friendship exists between individuals. Morning, we have seen such kind of interpretations, theories. And now we know one another. Social friendship goes much further. It means recognizing every human person, even strangers, as brothers and sisters who deserve respect and care. This concept is rooted in Christian belief that every person is created in the image and likeness of God. Therefore, our concern cannot be limited to our own family, religion, caste, nationality, or political group. Social friendship asks us to move from I to we. No more I thou or I it, but I to we. It encourages us to build societies where inclusion replaces exclusion, dialogue replaces hatred, and cooperation replaces competition. For example, helping migrants, respecting people from different religions, protecting the poor, and promoting justice are all expressions of social friendship. In Pope Francis' vision, love is not only an emotion, but also a social, a moral responsibility. It is no more an option, it is a compulsion, gospel compulsion. And what are the characteristics of social relationship according to him? Pope Francis identifies several characteristics that defines social friendship. First is the universal fraternity, the recognition that all human beings belong to one human family, regardless of nationality, religion, race, caste, or language. Second is respect for human dignity, which means that every life has equal value. No one should be treated as inferior because of poverty or social status or social stratifications. The third is solidarity, standing with those who suffer, having a victim perspective. It means sharing not only material resources, but also a responsibility for one another. Fourth is a culture of encounter, one of the Pope's favorite expression. Instead of fearing those who are different, we must meet them, listen to them, and build relationships. Social friendship also promotes peace, reconciliation, participation, ethical leadership, and environmental responsibility. Together, these values create societies that are more just, inclusive, and peaceful. Though Father Richard has given a biblical background of this love and friendship, just to call out from the social perspective, the idea of social friendship is deeply rooted in the Bible. In the Old Testament, the book of Genesis teaches that every human person is created in God's image. This means that every person possesses equal dignity regardless of wealth or status. The law repeatedly commands Israel to care for widows, orphans, strangers, the poor, because they are especially vulnerable. The prophet like Isaiah, Amos, and Micah strongly condemned injustice, corruption, and exploitation. The Jubilee year was another remarkable biblical institution that restored equality for forgiving debts, freeing slaves, and returning land to original families. In the New Testament, Jesus expanded his vision even further. He crossed religious, ethnic, and social boundaries by eating with sinners, speaking with Samaritans, healing foreigners, and welcoming those rejected by the society. Jesus' command to love one another as I have loved you forms every foundation of social friendship. One of the model for social friendship Pope Francis presents is that among all the teachings of Pope Francis considers the parable of Good Samaritan to be the greatest illustration of social friendship. A wounded man is ignored by religious leaders who pass by without helping him. Surprisingly, it is a Samaritan, someone considered an outsider, an enemy, who stops, treats his wounds, carries him to safety, and pays for his care. The Samaritan does not ask about victim's religion, ethnicity, a political ideology, or social status. He simply recognizes the another human person in need. This story teaches us that true compassion requires action, not only in words. Today, the wounded person represents migrants, refugees, homeless people, victims of discrimination, and those marginalized by society, and also people who are suffering with group egoism in Tamil Nadu and Indian context, or even the global context. Pope Francis asks each of us, as we willing to become good Samaritans in today's world, are we willing to become good Samaritans in today's world? And he also gets this inspiration from the Catholic social teachings. The social friendship is firmly grounded in Catholic social teaching. All of us know that. The first principle is human dignity. And second one is the common good. Third one is solidarity. Fourth is a preferential option for the poor. And subsidiarity. And finally, participation means that every citizen has both the right and the responsibility to contribute social and political life. Participation, it is not tokenism or some sort of in a lighter mode. These principles guide Christian towards creating a more just and compassionate society. And how to understand means that is from his Pope Francis' theology of fraternity, this idea of social friendship. Pope Francis presents fraternity as a foundation of lasting peace. He reminds us that all people belong to one human family, regardless of nationality or religion. Fraternity is not merely an emotional feeling. It requires practical commitment such as dialogue, forgiveness, reconciliation, hospitality, and cooperation. Pope Francis often speaks about creating a culture of encounter. This means intentionally meeting people who think differently, listening respectfully, and searching for common ground instead of creating enemies. He encourages us to build bridges rather than walls, because walls divides while bridge unites. Only through fraternity can humanity overcome violence, hatred, and polarization. And he also speaks about a social friendship in politics and economics. Pope Francis believes politics can become an act of love when it serves a common good. A political leader should not seek power for personal gain, but should work for justice, transparency, and welfare of citizens. Accordingly, to Pope Francis, authentic politics and ethical economics are essential expression of social friendship. And that is also why social friendship is needed, necessary today. Just you can read it by yourself. The relevance in India and in global context, in India and Tamil Nadu, the message of social friendship is particularly relevant in India's diverse society. India is home to many religions, language, culture, communities. Diversity is one of our greatest strengths, but can also become a source of tension when dialogue is absent. Challenges such as caste discrimination, communal violence, unemployment, all those things are there. Tamil Nadu also faces rapid urbanization, environmental degradation, youth aspiration, and digital transformation. And social friendship encourages mutual respect. All those things are there. It is that development must include everyone, especially the marginalized. The Indian scenario, all of us know that all of us are into kind of a gene program with 3 group egoism in Tamil Nadu or Indian context. One is with class-based group egoism, nationalism based egoism, or the caste-based group egoism with graded inequality in Indian context. Even our baptismal water is not able to wash this group egoism in Indian Tamil Nadu context because it has become a gene program for all of us. So in this context, the idea of social friendship is much more relevant to establish social friendship with the categories that we have mentioned. What are the challenges to this social friendship? Somehow the way forward. Youth as border of social friendship in the conscious techno age. Youth as agents of justice, innovation, and leadership. And youth as builders of fraternal future. What are the key takeaways by understanding this theme or the idea of social friendship according to Francis Pope? Pope Francis reminds us that every person possesses equal dignity because every person is created by God. Peace cannot exist without fraternity. Dialogue is stronger than division. Compassion is more powerful than indifference. Justice is essential for lasting peace. Inclusion strengthens society while exclusion weakens democracy. Finally, love should never remain only a personal feeling. It must become a social action expressed through service, solidarity, and responsibility for others. When these values guide individuals, institutions, and governments, society becomes more humane. Pope Francis concludes Fratelli Tutti by reminding humanity that we are all brothers and sisters. Social friendship is not merely an ideal, it is a practical way of living together with justice, compassion, and solidarity. The future of our world depends not merely on technological innovation, but on our capacity to love, dialogue, cooperate, and recognize every person as our neighbor. As Pope Francis reminds us, no one can face life in isolation. We need a community that supports and helps each other. This is the essence of social friendship, a call to build a more just, peaceful and inclusive world for everyone. Thank you.
Father Sebastian is a true social scientist, and we thank him also for having cut his speech, because I can realize that he has prepared a lot, and for the sake of time, he has summarized what he had to say. But a beautiful talk for our reflection. Thank you very much for the Sabha. We'll just spend 4 minutes to 5 giving you time to ask some questions. You may ask questions briefly to any of the two speakers. Father Dharman.
In the first place, I would like to say, agree with Father Sebastian, that social friendship is the true universal brotherhood, and it is the true democracy, and it is not only the practical way, but it is the need of the hour. I truly appreciate him for that. Thank you, Father Sebastian. I have a question for Father Richard. I was so happy that Father Richard spoke about agape. And I would like to know, and you said it is different from eros. Now, there is also an opinion that it is a continuum. Eros and agape, they are a continuum. That God did not create different types of love. He created one type of love. This is something that I would like to know more about it. Where does eros come with regard to agape, with regard to friendship? Thank you.
We will take also 1 or 2 more questions so that they will be able to answer them together, what they would like to answer, what they would like to leave aside, all depending also on the time that we have. Next. Yes?
I'm happy to listen to various angles of this friendship from right from the morning till now. But the session today, or the topic of the day, is like this. Friendship as well-being in the AI era, with a subtitle that probably we have to spend more time. New models of youth accompaniment. I like to go home after this day, spending together with all of us, reflecting and seeing the data. What is the new model we're talking about? That's the title of the day. Are we not touching on those topics? Because all these papers that we heard from morning till now can be done any century. What is specific about AI era is what questions come to my mind. Why I'm sitting today? What is it that we are presenting to the world or in this forum that is new, or if it's not new, what is the model in this particular era that we're talking about? Is it 19th century, 20th century, or millennium, or AI? All these papers, for me, looks as if it is for any time at all. So may I ask all the presenters or those who are going to speak henceforth, please also bring some insights, what I can do as an educator, what I can do as one promoting AI tools, or one using these AI tools to enhance his friendship and go along with this technology. We can't negate technology, or we can't say it has nothing to do with friendship, but that is where the whole culture is being created. The person who's sponsoring architecture, the geopolitical people who are making policies are making new cultures. It is in this culture our youngsters are making friendships. So what are we talking about in these lines? This is my anxiety. Please come up with such ideas.
I would limit with these 2 questions. The first question is about to Father Richard. Second one is either to Father Sebastian, where is he? Here. Or to the organizers of the seminar itself, because it looks as if there's a disconnect between the basic theme of the seminar and the talks that have been organized afterwards. Not irrelevant, but not directly addressing that how to accompany, how to create friendship in this time of AI. Okay, these seems to be the questions, no? Richard, would you like to say in a minute what you do?
Yes, Father. Father Sebastian wants to answer Peter's question, but I would in a very simple way sum up both. Father John Dharman, thank you for the question. God did not create different love. different expressions of love. And in those expressions, I summed up as flesh and desire. So there is a growth, evolution in love, and that is what agape is. All of us have that focus. Okay, even a father, mother, brother, sister, beloved, if they know how to grow to be a friend, unconditional in that sense, then all these relationships will be much more fruitful than what it is. That is yours. New models. Father PT, in a way, I said that we always look for something novel. It's true. That's why I said, oh, beauty always so old yet new. It is we who live today. The only model is that same model. The difficulty is we find it difficult to accept it. That's all. It is that type of love, that the eternal focus of selfless love, whatever you put it, gift-giving. So whichever field you go, you will have to get in this. So that's the only model and lasting model. You'll have to put it in different ways, where it's palatable, will be accepted by people.
Father Seba, would you like to say a word?
Yes. I think we have moved from industrial age to information age, and now information age to conscious techno age. நெருப்பு தொழில்நுட்பம் இருந்த காலத்தில் மனிதனுடைய உடல் உழைப்பு தேவையில்லை அப்படின்ற ஒரு உலகளாவிய சூழல் இருந்தது. அதிலிருந்து நாம் தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம், இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் டெக்னாலஜி, பயோடெக்னாலஜி, நானோ டெக்னாலஜி, சைஃபர்னெட்டிக்ஸ் அப்படின்னு வந்த பிறகு மனிதனுடைய மூளை உழைப்பு தேவையில்லை, எல்லாவற்றையும் இயந்திரங்கள் பார்த்துக்கும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு ஷிஃப்ட்டுக்கு வந்தோம். Now we are at the phase of conscious techno age, where artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum physics, டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் அப்படின்ற மாதிரியான ஒரு நகர்வுக்கு வந்த பிறகு மனிதனே தேவையில்லை என்ற ஒரு உலகளாவிய ஒரு சூழல் இருக்குது. அப்போ இந்த சூழலுக்கு பதில் சொல்லுகிற விதத்தில் தான் we are trying to cull out or figure out different models, modules, both as a faith-based community as well as people who are social engineers involved in public ministry. We are trying to base ourselves from the biblical sense, from the historical sense, and as I said, from the contextual learning. We are trying to figure out what can suit or have a better model. There is no ஒரு ஃபைனலான ஒரு சொல்யூஷன் கொடுக்கறதுக்கான ஒரு எதுவுமே இருக்காது. அப்போ we have to customize and tailor-made according to Tamil Nadu context or Indian context or in the global context. So in that position only, I think this topic goes very well with to understand where our young people are, where is their base. They are living in the flat screen. அப்போ அந்த தட்டை உலகத்தில் இருக்கிறவர்களுக்கு நாம் என்ன வகையில் பதில் அளிக்கணும், அதுக்கு என்ன மாடல் இருக்குது அப்படின்றப்ப the social friendship proposed by Pope Francis can be one of the models, or the காலையில் பேசிட்டு இருந்த அந்த எமாவுஸ் மாடல் can be another model, accompanying model, or the core essence where we get spirit is from the scripture. So we are trying to figure out to have this well-being of young people in the context of conscious techno age. So that's how this topic is correlated. So it is not, we are dealing with complete தொடர்பு இல்லாமல், but I think we have to have a connection in between.
Good. Thank you very much. In your name, my dear friends, I say a hearty word of thanks to both our speakers for what they have done. Hours of days of preparation, thinking over the topic, not merely for the delivery of their speeches today. And all this adds to our common pool of knowledge and our common wealth by which we learn more and more slowly as to how to deal with young people today. Thank you very much. God bless you.
We sincerely appreciate and thank our moderator and distinguished speakers for their enriching perspectives. May I now humbly request Reverend Dr. John Alexander SDB to felicitate the moderator and the speakers. Also requesting Reverend Dr. Maria Arokiraj SDB to honor the moderator first. Reverend Dr. Maria Arokyam Kanaga SDB. A big round of applause, please. We have Reverend Dr. Maria Arokyam Kanaga SDB with us. Likewise, we'd also like to felicitate Reverend Dr. John Richard SDB. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We have Reverend Dr. John Richard SDB with his beautiful presentation on the scriptures. In a similar fashion, we'd also like to felicitate Reverend Dr. V. Sebastian SDB. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, fathers. Thank you so much. Before we move officially to the next segment, we'd like to acknowledge Reverend Dr. J. Felix Raj S.J., the Vice Chancellor of St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Father has come all the way from Kolkata to meet us. Thank you, Father. As we continue our academic journey, may we now move from the theological dimensions of friendship to the psychological realities of well-being. The third panel session will explore themes that are both timely and significant in our efforts to understand and accompany young people. The moderator for the session, Reverend Dr. Praveen Peter SDB, is the principal of Sacred Heart College, Tirupattur, with over 3 decades of distinguished experience in education and pastoral ministry. Holding a PhD in chemistry and an MSc in psychology, he has served in several key academic and administrative roles, including controller of examinations, vice principal, and director of outreach programs for vulnerable youth. Before we hand over the session to the moderator, I humbly invite Reverend Father Joseph D'Souza Kamalesh SDB to introduce the presenters.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Christina Venita Deepa, a distinguished psychologist, psychotherapist, counselor, and mental health professional with over 18 years of experience in the field of psychological well-being. She holds advanced qualifications in psychology, medical and psychiatric social work, counseling and psychotherapy, and a PhD in psychiatric social work from the University of Madras. As a student counselor at Loyola College, Chennai, and consultant psychologist, she has made significant contributions to counseling, mental health literacy, and student well-being. An efficient trainer and recipient of the Best Paper Award, Dr. Christina continues to make significant contributions to both academic and clinical mental health. We look forward to the valuable perspectives she will share with us. Welcome, dear ma'am. I'm glad to introduce my friend and schoolmate, Reverend Dr. V. Selvaraj, an energetic Salesian priest, psychologist, and academician with a deep commitment to counseling, youth formation, and higher education. An alumnus of Loyola College, Chennai, he holds master's degrees in philosophy and psychology, an MPhil, and a PhD in psychology from the University of Madras. Currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Counseling Psychology at Sacred Heart College, Tirupattur. He is a trainer and resource person in the fields of mental health and psycho-spiritual mentoring. We are delighted to have him with us today, and his experience will greatly enrich our discussions. Welcome, dear friend.
It is my pleasure to invite Reverend Dr. Praveen Peter SDB to take over.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this panel discussion on the topic that has become increasingly important in higher education: mental health literacy among college professors. For a long time, education focused primarily on academic excellence. Today, we recognize that learning cannot flourish until students are mentally and emotionally healthy. The study conducted by Dr. Christina Deepa, Beyond the Classroom Mental Health Literacy Among College Professors, was conducted among faculty members in 3 Jesuit higher educational institutions in Tamil Nadu, which explores professors' knowledge, attitudes, and help-seeking behavior regarding mental health. While many educators genuinely care for students, the study also reveals persistent challenges such as stigma, misconceptions, hesitation to seek professional help, and inadequate institutional support. Today's discussion will explore not only these findings, but also practical ways of building campuses where mental health becomes everyone's responsibility. Over to Christina Deepa.
A very happy afternoon. I'm privileged to be here as a last presenter because I know I can skip many slides. The topic for today is Beyond the Classroom, Mental Health Literacy Among College Professors. As we all know, mental health is a critical component of overall well-being, influencing how individuals think, feel, and act. And according to WHO, mental health is not just an absence of mental disorder, but includes a state of well-being in which individuals can realize their potential, cope with their normal stresses life, work productively, and contribute to their community. However, the current scenario, driven by multi-layered stressors, there's a global rise in youth mental health issues, particularly in higher educational settings. Mental health disorders are significantly a public health issue at global level, and there are few statistics presented here. Within educational spaces, mental health concerns often remains unspoken, unnoticed, or misunderstood. Students experiencing stressful distress frequently do not seek help, not always because the services are unavailable, but because their struggles are not recognized, sometimes even by those who are very closest to them in their academic environments. This is where the mental health literacy becomes more critically important, significantly within higher educational setting. Here, mental health literacy refers to the knowledge and belief about mental disorder, which aid their recognition, management, and prevention. I did this study among the Jesuit institutions. So the value of Jesuit institution focus on the Magis and Cura Personalis. Based on these 2 principles, these principles guide educators to address the comprehensive need of students, including their mental health and emotional well-being, which aligns very closely with the goals of mental health literacy. The statement of the problem: there is an alarming rise in mental health issues among college students in India, and teachers play a vital role. Here we focus on the knowledge, attitude, and the help-seeking behaviors. There are gaps in mental health literacy leading to inefficiency and implicates the overall academic environment. Inadequate systematic training and institutional support for faculty members to engage in mental health advocacy highlights the need for help-seeking behavior. Need for the study. In India, mental health challenges faced by the students, particularly in higher education, is on the rise. And to fill that gap, offering insights that can inform training programs and institutional policies to better support both faculty members and the students. And here, the educators play a vital role in recognizing the early signs of mental illness and providing support. Scope of the study: addressing mental health stigma by creating a more accepting and supportive environment for mental health discussions, enhancing faculty members' capacity building through training and professional development initiatives aimed at enhancing capacity to support student mental health. A brief overview of the review of literature, where origin of the mental health literacy can be traced from the works of Jerome et al. It's a coined term from 1997. Many authors have spoken about this. I think we are lacking, we are running out of time, so I like to skip this. Have adopted 4 suitable models to do my theoretical framework, which supports the study. And there are some successful models which supports the study. Though many Western literatures are available, research studies on the understanding of mental health literacy in India was found to be very less. The available studies largely focus on the immediate post-training results rather than the long-term impact on student academic success and institutional culture. There are systemic barriers and emotional burden faced by faculty members in institutions, implicating their efficacy to handle and address mental health concerns of students. Moving to the research methodology. To understand the level of knowledge, attitude, and the help-seeking behavior of mental illness is the main objective. It's a qualitative study with cross-sectional research design. Purposive sampling was done to employ with 32 individuals from Jesuit institutions across Tamil Nadu. There were 3 focus group discussion was conducted with structured questionnaire with open-end questions. Each group concluded 10 to 12 participants. The session was up to 45 minutes to 1 hour. The audio of the conversation was recorded with the consent of the respondents. These are the 3 colleges, one from Madurai, Metala, and Palayamkottai. So these are the data analysis and interpretation, the empirical evidences. There was 5 themes, and out of each theme, the conversation was transcribed and it was interpreted. And coming to the final findings, the major findings from the study. The first one is the dual standard. This shows that there is a sharp disconnect between how people define mental health versus how they perceive mental illness. While society generally understands that good mental health means having peace of mind, they fail to extend the gradation to actual disorder. Instead, clinical illness are minimized, frequently dismissed, or just stress, or viewed as personal or character-based deficit. The second finding was ignorance of clinical reality. A profound information gap exists regarding what a clinical disorder actually looks like. The general public lacks proper information about the severe, exhausting, and deeply draining reality of living with clinical condition. Because people don't understand the depth of suffering, they struggle to offer meaningful empathy or support. The third finding was misguided explanations. Silence breeds misinformation. Because open, honest discussions about severe mental illness are rare, public knowledge defaults to harmful cultural myths and false narratives. Without factual education, people rely on stereotypes to explain what they don't understand. The fourth finding was myth of self-reliance. The judgment leads to forced isolation and ineffective coping mechanism. When mental illness is viewed through lens of judgment rather than medical reality, the immediate cultural expectations is for the individual is to fix it themselves. This pressures people to handle their conditions strictly through independent routines, avoiding professional help. Camouflaging with labels. We hide severe symptoms behind everyday behavioral flaws to make them more socially acceptable. The reality is severe motivational and physical drainage, which are core clinical symptoms and frequently masked using socially acceptable yet highly damaging labels. Instead of recognizing a medical crisis, society labels the individuals as simply lazy, irregular, or lacking in discipline. Belittling and normalizing. Severe clinical anxiety and fatigue are shrugged off as routine life or academic pressure, a habit reinforced by media oversimplification. This minimizing habit is heavily reinforced by modern media oversimplification, which dilutes down the clinical struggles into reliable habits which are very odd. Alternative paths to preserve emotional security without facing a clinical label. The reality is, people actively look for ways to find emotional security and when they struggles without having a face to terrifying weight of normal clinical labeling. So to bypass the healthcare system entirely, individuals heavily rely on the informal venting channels or turn strictly to religious paths to cope their distress. There are some structural barriers. However, beyond being actual obstacles, these systemic flaws are often also frequently used by the individuals as convenient, socially accepted shields to justify avoiding institutional care and confronting their conditions. And most of us suffer in silence. There is a terrifying prospect of being perceived as weak by peers, family, and employers, alongside a very real fear of facing active social or professional discrimination. This intense fear overpowers the desire for help, ultimately forcing individuals to hide away, mask their pain, and suffer completely in silence. There are some suggestions and recommendations to all the educators and the institutional people who are in institutional level to develop and implement clear institutional mental health policies, to allocate sustainable funding for mental health services, enhance communication channels between administration and faculty members, integrate mental health literacy into faculty members' training, strengthen counseling centers, address the rural and urban disparities, encourage institutional support for mental health initiatives, promote institutional culture that prioritize well-being, recognize and reward faculty contributions, bridge the gap between research and student engagement, integrate mental health training into professional development frameworks, create recognition-based incentives. And these are some of the social work models that we have come out with on the micro, meso, and the macro level. Our findings reveal a simple but urgent truth. That is, student well-being is not separate from institutional success. It's foundation. This post-pandemic world, our faculty have carried immense responsibility. Now we have to equip them, because faculty are not just educators, rather they are frontline respondents. Often the first to notice the distress, the first to listen, the first to act. No student should suffer in silence because we lack awareness, the language, and the confidence to help. Mental health literacy is no longer optional. It is essential. It is a silent emergency. It's a call for action. Psychological distress is already present in our classrooms, shaping the learning in ways we can no longer ignore. We treat broken bones immediately, but mock at broken mind. Let us think about it. We have the evidence, we have the responsibility. Now we need the courage to build institutions where care is not an afterthought, but a foundation, where every student is seen, heard, supported, and given the chance not just to succeed, but truly thrive. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together and congratulate Dr. Christina Deepa for her wonderful expose of mental health literacy, which is no longer an option. It is an essential professional competency of every educator. When professors or teachers or educators are equipped to recognize distress, respond with empathy, and connect students with appropriate support, classrooms become places not only of learning but also of healing. Let us therefore move beyond the classroom and create campuses where every student feels seen, heard, valued, and supported. Next, we have for our panel discussion Reverend Dr. Selvaraj on a very important topic of juvenile delinquency. Children in conflict with the law represent one of the most vulnerable sections of our society. Behind every act of delinquency lies a complex interplay of psychological, familial, social, and environmental factors. Their stories challenge us to look beyond the offense and to understand the child, recognizing that rehabilitation and reintegration are far more meaningful than punishment alone. The findings of this study have important implications not only for psychological and social work, but also for education, juvenile justice, public policy, and community development. Over to Reverend Dr. Selvaraj for his exposé.
So good afternoon to everyone present here. Morning, Father Vice Provincial asked a question, who is your close friend? I think as he was telling before going, try to find out, and if you lost that person, or send a message. Sometimes that is a kind of wonderful way of recollecting people who have done great things as a friends in our life. One of my close friends, when I writing, our former province secretary, Father Franklin, one of my companion, he used to fondly call everyone as Nanba. His name himself as you have taken as a Nanba. So this is a wonderful chance for me to present my own thesis again. Some of you who are present, they have witnessed my Viva Voce 2 months back, March 20th. For them, they can relax now then. Some of the things I'm going to glance through and dwell upon some of the slides that we can find out what is the major findings of my research, especially for youth at risk. This is my topic, effect of integrated psychosocial intervention program on attitude towards delinquency, behavior problems, and well-being for children in conflict with law. So I have taken, this is a quasi-experimental design, a single group to experiment my model which I developed, a kind of integrated psychosocial intervention program for them. A sample I have taken with the permission of our CWC Shengalpet Special Home, children who are convicted more than 1 year, 1 to 3 years they have been convicted in a Shengalpet home. For them I have done this as a need. The background, if you see that, it's a major call or need of the art that we need to focus on these people, where people are called deviant or threat, not only for others, for themselves, for themselves also. So that needs a major thing that we need to think about. I want to tell about this conflict with law. That's the people who can who are saying that what I am doing is right. If in a murder or stealing a thing, they say I have done the right thing. And that kind of a people who are being called as a conflict with law. And even some of the laws are sometimes very lenient to them, and it has to be revised. In 2000, they revised the JJ Act so that even people who are under 16, 17 also may be dealt as an adult. They will be punished. Those people are being put in special home as a convicted persons. Again, this integrated or influenced by all the sectors, even society, biologically and also psychologically, they are being influenced and affected, and therefore, as an intervention, we need to cater to all this. Okay, that is what this integrated psychosocial program is needed for them. And again, we see statistics how this conflict with law in the global level, national level, and also in Tamil Nadu, how it is increasing year by year. And therefore, there is again a need that rises to intervene for these people. And there is also incidents that happened where there's supposed to rehabilitation take place in such places, in an observation home or a special home, death or a harsh punishment, and children escaping from those places. Okay, it is not a suitable place for them, therefore they are not able to be there. And one-man committee was also being done by Justice K. Chandru. There has also been taken, that person has given a lot of kind of advice or a recommendation to take care of those people, to do interventions and take care of those people with a right rehabilitation. That is what this also is emphasized by K. Chandru, that person. And these are the variables I focused as an integrated approach with the theories of identity crisis theory, social learning theory, and moral development, particularly for juvenile or between age the teenagers. So this is a model that I've developed as a conceptual, wherein we can making this intervention with a pre and post or with a single group. And asking a particular purpose, how to change their attitude and enhance their pro-social behavior, and to reduce the behavior problems they are all going through in that, and also improving psychological well-being, particularly the young people who are in the special home. So this is the task that I have taken as a research questions. For that, the stages have developed particularly the integrated social intervention program with this dimensions, moral values and mindfulness, self-explorations and emotional regulation. Okay. So these are the 6 dimensions: psycho-education, self-exploration, emotional stability, thinking, feeling and behaving, coping mechanism and moral. These are the dimensions I developed, and activities based on that that I have done this mind map. And this is a schedule which I have done for them almost 1 month. I was going to special home and I was doing this. With the help of the psychologist there also, I was able to. So coming to major findings and observations, we see that this is a demographical variables. I want to highlight one thing. The parents, most of them are illiterate and also addicted to alcohol. And boys, mostly they are dropouts, no proper education because of they are also influenced by substance abuse and alcohol, and a few of them after dropouts working. And we see that reasons for peers and drugs. What are the reasons for committing crimes or the offenses they have done? And they also say that ignorance, out of impulsive behavior they have done. People have forced me to do, and without knowledge I have done. That kind of reasons also they have done. And first time when they have done the crime is between the age 13. So we see that 44% of the young people they are in the school ages that's supposed to be. So that time they have committed the first crime. And also asked a few questions of will you be drinking again? The attitude to susceptibility. They said 84% yes, I am willing, or I will be drinking if I go out. And therefore there's attitude is there. Before intervention, this question was asked. Peer influence was there, and also feeling sorry what I have done. After committing or being convicted. Even in the observation home, they are not feeling, but after coming here, they are feeling guilty for what they have done, and therefore there is a hope is there for them to come out of it. And here results I have given here after the pre, post and follow-up. I see that how my intervention was so successful. That's an evidence-based intervention that I have done. We see that attitude changes, the internalized and sustained over the time, that the trend analysis is able to find out, wherein their attitude was able to bring in change in their actions. And there is also theory says that whether the behavior influences the attitude or attitude influences the behavior. That is always, but internalizing their own, the intervention which I have done, they're able to bring change in their attitude. That's what I'm able to find in my results. And epoch well-being, where I have tested with a questionnaire, engagement, perseverance, openness, and connectedness, and also happiness. That is the dimensions of well-being, and that was able to bring a moderate effect on them in the post and also follow-up test. Again, in the large effect size, I am able to bring in pro-social behavior, which is able to think good of others, especially as their friends. They are able to, my sample size or 25 of them were in a special home, and they're able to bring, they say that the young people who are there, they are influencing and not able to accept others. As father used to say for Maria Pragasam, Koda Natpu Kedil Virayum. At the Pola, they have gone into the bad relationship or bad friendship, and that is able to influence. And they want to show hubristic pride, they call it, an extra level of arrogance that they are want to show about others. Kind of in Tamil they call Gethu. I have done this crime, I have done this crime or offenses. That is a great pride for them. That they realization are also accepting other friend also, some kind of intervention needed for this pro-social behavior. That has brought effect in my intervention. And also behavioral problems, which they are able to find themselves and correct themselves. The impulsive behaviors and also whatever that is able to bring change in the negative behaviors, they brought change in them through the intervention. And this is all the qualitative analysis. They bring out some of the text, which I want to treat others with kindness and live in a way that brings to harm to anyone. So I learned to control my anger and how to stop taking drugs. Thematic analysis I've done, and they have results. It shows that the positive sign from them. And also there is another qualitative analysis, the cup of feelings before and after. We see that the hope from 12% to 64%, they're able to show in their action or a kind of intention that they want to change. And the sad homesickness was there because of the activities and the interaction between the boys through intervention. They're able to feel happy inside, and yet they want to change. Okay, when they go out, they want to bring change in their lives, and that is what some of the feedbacks they also gave. So implications of my study, which we can also take for our ministry particularly. So building strength from within, okay, those people who are inside, particularly in observation homes, special home, their strength has to be focused rather than the negative things. And this kind of an activities-based intervention is very much needed for venting their impulsive emotions. They are in the four walls. They have been almost inside 24/7 inside. This kind of intervention always help them to vent their feelings. And reintegration for a healthy behavior in the life. At-risk child, converting them into a productive citizen into the society. And for research also, there is a new knowledge that intervention as a capsule, I can, with an evidence I brought out, still it can be reached out to other, integrating other aspects or variables which I have left out that can be undone in the future studies. And policy making, certainly in our schools, we can implement, particularly corporations or government schools where we need, they're lacking such kind of an intervention program. We can use that model also. Space for recreational activities, especially special homes, I would suggest to people who are involved in this. Coaching trainers, as Dr. Krishna was speaking about, professionals, teachers has to be aware of it, especially those people who are directly involved into this people has to open their mind and not just having a wrong opinion. அவங்கள மாத்தே முடியாது, அவங்க அப்படிதான் சார், இவங்களெல்லாம் வந்து நீங்க என்ன செய்ய போறீங்க அப்படின்ற ஒரு பார்வை அவங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கு. That has to be changed. Okay, that coaching and training them with this model is needed. And this is some suggestions. Okay, family therapy, integrated multimodal interventions, customized psychosocial intervention. So individually we need to focus sometimes. Finally, I would like to conclude with this a message of integrating our way forward in Don Bosco's way. So presentation that I've just shared, Don Bosco's first encounter with Bartholomew Garrelli beautifully illustrates the transformative power of healthy friendship instead of judging a poor, homeless, and uneducated boy. Don Bosco welcomed him with kindness, respect, and genuine concern, seeing not his failures but his hidden potential. His simple question, is this any way to treat a good friend of mine, reflects the essence of unconditional acceptance and compassionate accompaniment. This philosophy reflects the foundation of my intervention for the children in conflict with law. Many of these children have experienced rejection, neglected, broken relationships, and negative peer influences that contributed to the delinquent behavior. Like Don Bosco, the intervention sought to build trusting relationship by listening without prejudice, identifying each child's strength, fostering self-worth, and guiding them toward positive behavioral change. Healthy friendship served as a key therapeutic element throughout the intervention. I was able to make a rapport with them. By fostering acceptance, empathy, trust, and encouragement, and program helped children develop emotional security, improve emotional regulation and pro-social behavior, strengthen resilience and psychological well-being, and reduce delinquent attitudes. Like Don Bosco's accompaniment of Bartholomew, the intervention guided each child towards healing of self-awareness and holistic well-being. The lasting message of Don Bosco, let the young people know they are loved, remains the cornerstone of every effective rehabilitation program. When children experience authentic friendship, acceptance, and accompaniment, they discover their dignity, realize their God-given potential, and are empowered to become responsible members of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your wonderful explanation about the research that you have done for your PhD program. Now, the time is there for 2 or 3 minutes for a couple of questions, either to Christina or to Father Selvaraj. Yeah, one person is there. Kindly give the mic to her. Father is there. There is a person there. Yeah. Then you come in front. Father has got. Father Lapcha has got. The one with the mic. Kindly come in front. You can ask, Ma.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm Auxilia. I'm the student counselor of Don Bosco Arts and Science College here. I have one question for each the speaker. Christina, ma'am, what could be the collaborative way, a module, say per se, for the counselor and the higher educative professors to be in a way that can help students? It cannot be as simple as professors can pick out the classroom symptoms and they can just refer to the counselor, right? It cannot be that easy because let's say this college has 2 counselors, 2 full-time counselors. We cannot address all the students, even if it takes 1 academic year. What could be the way where we both can collaborate? We, in the sense, both the counselor and the professor collaborate in a way they can manage to address all the students. It can be to develop their potential, or they can heal, both the ways. Another question for Sir Dr. Selvaraj.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for that question. It's a very valid question. That's why I mentioned that there should be a clear policy on how to do and how to go about the things, because every institution have counselors. Are we trained? And are we training the teachers as frontline fighters to identify the early symptoms of mental disorder, which is very essential, which no college is doing it. So I think I place a request in the stage to the people who are into management and to start something very unique where we come out with a solid policy for mental health and how to identify the students with mental disorders and how to help them out, which is the need of the hour. Thank you for the question.
One thing I could also compliment, that in Sacred Heart College, we have a complete program for mental health. The professors are trained in small groups as to how to identify people with difficulties. That is one thing. Secondly, under the leadership of Father Sanjay, we have come out with one peer group identification. We train a group of volunteer students from the second year or third year. They'll be among their own students and try to find out if they are need. It's known as Fullness of Life Club. That is also doing a wonderful job. But still your question is there. It's a huge responsibility on the institution and the faculty. The second question?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. For Dr. Selvaraj, you have mentioned, your psychosocial model. I think it is for tertiary intervention, right, sir? Like those who are already, children who are already in conflict with the law. What would you say the suggestion of a secondary intervention? The students who are not fully exposed to the factor, exposed to the risk factor, but still are not in the system yet.
Yeah, see, this is intervention that we have done, people who are convicted, but the same intervention or the sample people, children who are prone to such kind of intervention, they are already in the school. Okay, who are delinquent behaviors, not to the extreme, but in the beginning stage itself they are there. If you are able to intervene and bring in change in their attitudinal behavior things, certainly we can prevent children entering into observational home and then leading into the special home, wherein they are cultivated there only. If they once they have entered inside, it's already their behavior changes because of the influence of the senior people who are there already. That is one thing we can prevent using the same thing also, people who have that characteristics in the school level.
So just to be clear, your module works both in secondary and tertiary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
So, due to lack of time, one more intervention by Father Patrick Lapcha.
Thank you to ma'am and Father Silveraj for your presentation. One question for both of you would be this, that in your research, have you found young people who have been negatively influenced by the friendship, that we talked about, and also the social media AI, have they been, let's say, negatively influenced and you had to counsel them? And what are the methods that you used, even if you have met them, right? Though I didn't see in the presentation, but personally also if you have met them, how have you counseled them in these two areas? The friendship, toxic friendship, and also by influenced by negatively AI. Today talking about models of AI. So how have you counseled them? If you have examples, would be nice. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Father. One thing, influence of the friends, certainly as I in the slide I have shown that in the result, there is a percentage of youngsters or friends, they have influenced them negatively to lead into delinquent behavior. And then AI, I will not say directly, but digital world. Young people, for youngsters, or the teenagers itself, they are using mobiles. And the movies and the violence they are seeing, it influencing them to lead into the violent behaviors. The digital world, that is, I cannot say as for these people AI, but the mobiles they are using every day, that has influenced. Even when I ask them, all these things they are able to see in the mobile. And when I meeting them, this interaction or activity I have given them, the pro-social behavior they're able to build in, or they're able to help out other friends through activities, not directly by counseling them or telling them, yes, we need to. But when I give activities and games and other things, they're able to bring in or influence each other positively, help out in the ways. That can also be helpful for those people.
Thank you for that question, Father. Personally, I have encountered many students who are, because of the mobile addiction, process addiction, they are totally into mental disorders. And there is a recent study I read in Indian Express where they did a research on the worldwide research where 48,000 adolescents were studied, young adults were taken into samples, and they were tested with their mental health quotient. Surprisingly, in India, the mental health quotient of adolescents is just 33%. So where are we heading to? Next level, our future. It's a very big question mark. And we see friendship in a basic level that you relate with someone, that's it. But it is something deeper than that. Now they all relate with phones. Phone becomes their girlfriends, and because of that they have breakups. They come for counseling for breakup, and they say it's because of the false ID, like they chat with the AI or they chat with some false ID, and then they fall in love, and then they have a breakup because of that, and because of that they don't trust others. Their trust is broken. And they slowly move into mental disorder like delusion and schizophrenia. I have plenty of cases like that.
So thank you. We'll wind up with this. And once again, I would like to thank the panelists, Dr. Christina and Father Selvaraj, for their wonderful presentation and for taking up the questions. Thank you. God bless you.
Our sincere thanks to the moderator and distinguished speakers for a truly thought-provoking session. May I now humbly request Reverend Dr. John Alexander SDB to honor the moderator and the speakers. First, we honor moderator, Reverend Dr. Praveen Peter, SDB. I also request our principal, Don Bosco Arts and Science College, to join it. A big round of applause, please. Next, we would like to felicitate Dr. Christina Deba. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We would also felicitate Reverend Dr. Selvaraj SDB. Thank you, fathers. With that, we come to the final chapter of today's seminar. It is now time to celebrate a scholarly work born out of the very research and reflections that have shaped our deliberations throughout the day. We shall shortly commence the book launching ceremony, celebrating the culmination, remarkable research endeavor.
Yeah.
Start.
Praveen grew up in Shillong, where the hills hold the mist close, and the streets are always alive with children. He and his friend Ranjit had been inseparable from their earliest years, the kind of closeness that forms before you are old enough to choose it, the kind that feels as natural as breathing. They were 10, maybe 11 the year the kite ended it. Kite cutting was not unusual in that world. Boys would take to the open sky with manja-laced strings and fly their paper kites high, maneuvering to slice through a rival's line and send it drifting free. It was skill, it was sport, it was glorious boyhood rivalry. On that particular day, however, something cut deeper than string. Words were said, or perhaps none were. Sometimes silence is the more devastating blow. Without announcement or ceremony, the friendship simply stopped. Two boys who had shared years of laughter now moved past each other as strangers. 3 years passed. Then came cricket. At 14, the two boys found themselves on the same ground again, not by design perhaps, but by the ordinary miracle of a small city where everyone eventually crosses everyone else's path. Cricket does not allow you the luxury of estrangement. It asks for your attention, your cooperation, your shared focus on the ball, the pitch, and the sky above. Slowly, without declaration, they found their way back to each other. The reconciliation needed no grand gesture, just the quiet return of familiarity, the old ease reasserting itself like muscle memory. And the friendship resumed, stronger perhaps for having cracked and held. It lasted through school and through college, through careers built and families formed, through Shillong's monsoons and winters, through moves, distances, and the long passage of ordinary life. They met 3 or 4 times a year, sometimes more. Their conversations were simple: family, struggles, the mysterious things they had done as boys. Underneath all of it ran a shared devotion to something larger than themselves, such as community, social work, and the world just beyond their own doorstep. The friendship lasted in the end until 5 years ago, until Praveen's friend, Ranjit, was gone forever. What remains is a story about a kite, about the strange cutting things that can break even the most natural bonds, and about the way two boys, 3 years later and a little older, chose to mend what the wind had broken. A kite rises against the wind, not with it. So too do the friendships that last.
Ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in inviting you all to today's book release program. Chennai usually attracts a big crowd for movie releases, but today is the first time that a big crowd is assembled today for a book release program. We have some very special and distinguished guests to grace today's book release program. But first things first, let us invoke the blessings of the Almighty Lord and seek His divine grace through a prayer song by our choir. you. I now request our very special and distinguished guests to come to the dais and take their seats. Dr. John Felix Raj, the Vice Chancellor of St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. Dr. Antoon van de Velde from the University of Leuven, Belgium. Father L. Don Bosco, Provincial of Silesian Province of Chennai. Reverend Father Dr. Biju Michael, General Counselor for South Asia. Reverend Dr. John Parankimalil, Secretary, SPCSA, New Delhi. Mr. Shashi Kumar, Chairman of the Asian College of Journalism. Reverend Father John Alexander. Reverend Dr. K.A. Maria Arokya Raj, Principal of the Don Bosco College in Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to introduce the chief guest for this evening's program, Reverend Father Dr. John Felix Raj is a Jesuit of the Calcutta province of the Society of Jesus. Father Raj is a founder, vice chancellor, and professor of economics of St. Xavier's University in Kolkata. Father Raj has had a remarkable journey as he grew up the ranks as rector, vice principal, and principal of St. Xavier's College in Kolkata, before the college became an independent university, when he was appointed as its first founding vice chancellor. Even as a vice chancellor, Father Raj continues to teach economics at his renowned institution as a professor. Father is an educationist, administrator, and a philanthropist. Besides educational initiatives, he is also the founder-president of Snegam, an NGO that provides quality education to underprivileged children and promotes the education of female children. His initiative, College to Village and Village to College, is a novel effort in transformative education. He's the director of the Goethals Indian Library and Research Society. He was a member of the West Bengal State Education Commission. He was also the vice president and secretary of the Bengal Economic Association. His selfless work in the field of social development through education has made him the recipient of 14 awards, including Banga Vibhushan and Siksha Ratna from Government of West Bengal. Dr. Felix Raj is a prolific writer and has authored and co-authored 9 books. He has also published numerous papers and articles in journals and newspapers. They asked me to give a brief introduction about Father Felix Raj, and this is as brief as I can make it, because if I were to capture all the achievements and accomplishments of Father Felix Raj, that would be a book by itself, and it would need another book release. So let me cut it short and without much ado, invite the Vice Chancellor of St. Xavier's University, Father John Felix Raj, to deliver the Chief Guest address.
A very good evening to all of you. Let me start with an anecdote. See, the City of Joy, besides many good works that the good Salesian fathers do, in the state of West Bengal, they run two major big higher secondary schools. Don Bosco School Park Circus in the center of the city of Kolkata, and Don Bosco School in Lilua. I served for 33 years at St. Xavier's College, a 167 years old college. When I was the vice principal of the morning BCom section, we had 17 BCom sections in the first year. And each section had 75 students. So there used to be interviews of the selected candidates for admission. And my experience was that about 20% of the admissions of those 1,400 students who were admitted were from Lilua Don Bosco School. So I was very curious to know why this happens. About 200, 250 would just line up. And even became, for me, automatic to ask them, Don Bosco Lilua, Don Bosco Lilua, Don Bosco Lilua. And that's how it went. So I was very interested in knowing why this is happening. And so I called up the principal of the school and I said, I want to visit your school. He said, you're most welcome. So when I visited the school, I sat with all the teachers, particularly those who taught in class 11 and 12. And in my course of discussion, this is what emerged. The collective friendship that the teachers were promoting among those students. Why I say collective? They said entering into St. Xavier's College should not be individual. You should not try only for yourself. You must try for others also. And so they promoted a friendship among the class 11 students and said, besides you work outside class hours, you must come together as friends and share what you have learned. So that the purpose of the school of admitting as many students as possible into St. Xavier's College would be realized. Second, I found also a friendship and well-being, a communitarian decision among the teachers that this is how we realize the worth of our teaching by our students entering into St. Xavier's College. Now you may ask me, but why do they want to enter St. Xavier's College? Of this 200, 250, about 60-70% are Marwadis, the business community students. The very fact you get admission in St. Xavier's College and finish your first year, the dowry goes up by 2 crores. By the time you finish your third year, which is a general course, the dowry goes up by 4 crores. And when you finish your BCom or BMS with honors, it goes up to 10 crores. This is what it is. But my, of course, discovery was leave alone the dowry, leave alone the business mentality, was the dedication of the teachers and the friendship that existed between teachers and students, and the friendship that existed among the students that I should not work only for myself to enter into the college, but I must work also for my companions. This was the atmosphere of friendship promoting a well-being. Because for me, friendship produces well-being. As we very often at the religious circle say, community is mission. In the earlier times, we used to say community is for the mission. Community, of course, makes the mission. But today we say community is the mission. In other words, the extension, the mission is the extension of the community. It is the phase of the community. If the community of the religious, if the community of the priests and brothers and sisters, if there is well-being, the mission is fruitful. And so, let me now get into my prepared text. Father Provincial, Father Vice Provincial, of course, Father John Alexander, fathers, distinguished guests, sisters, and my dear friends. I am deeply privileged to be here in your midst this evening. To stand in an atmosphere so filled with well-being is truly a blessing. This is my first experience of the air of well-being as I entered into this institution. It is the warm, compelling invitation of Father John Alexander that has brought me all the way from the city of joy. Friendship, after all, is a profound connect, a deep alignment of souls whose gentle pull is far stronger than iron chains. Now, I must confess, I am not a techie. I am just a simple, humble Jesuit who has, of course, trained himself in the subject of economics. Yet, because economics is ultimately about people, I took an interest in artificial intelligence. That exploration led me to a fascinating realization. A golden thread that connects AI, what we call artificial intelligence, HI, human intelligence, and DI, divine intelligence. Father John's book sits beautifully at the intersection of this triad. Allow me to share 4 core reflections inspired by this beautiful work. 1. The human anchor in a synthetic world. We are living in an era where predictive algorithms can anticipate our consumer wants before we even feel them. Yet in this highly synthetic world, true friendship remains the only sacred space of unpredictable, authentic grace. Our fundamental well-being depends entirely on being truly known by someone who is not a machine. Someone who witnesses our life rather than just harvesting our data. Second, friendship as the antidote to loneliness. Technology has given us unparalleled connectivity, but it has also inadvertently fostered an epidemic of alienation. Friendship is the ultimate remedy for this modern ache. As we navigate this landscape, our rule of thumb must be clear. Let us use AI to handle the automated tasks, but fiercely protect our time to nurture the organic bonds that hold our humanity together. And number 3, the well-being of being known. True well-being is not merely a clinical absence of illness. It is the vibrant presence of belonging. Behavioral research consistently proves that deep face-to-face relationships are a biological, psychological, and spiritual necessity. When we choose to be a genuine friend, to listen without an agenda, or to support without any calculation, we are engaging in a radical act of human preservation in a digitized world. And number 4, the book's vision. Father John Alexander's brilliant book, Friendship as Well-Being in the AI Era, is far more than a timely reflection. It is a vital survival manual for remaining always human. It explores how we can confidently leverage the powerful tools of the future while anchoring ourselves to the enduring virtues of the past: loyalty, empathy, and the quiet, irreplaceable joy of a shared life. As we step boldly into an age defined by artificial intelligence, let us resolve to be defined by our actual intelligence. No artificial intelligence can take over the human intelligence, as no human intelligence can dominate or take over the divine intelligence. Let us possess the wisdom to recognize that no matter how advanced our machines become, the most sophisticated, life-giving technology ever created remains the human heart. And the most healing connection on earth remains a true friend. And Father John Alexander has given us this gift of how a friendship can promote and produce as its fruit well-being among us, between two and among communities. Thank you, Father John, for your gift to the community here, and congratulations to all the good work that you did, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Father Felix Raj, for those thoughtful words and the treatise on Father John Alexander's book. I've always known Father Felix Raj as the Vice Chancellor of the country's one of the most prestigious universities in the country, St. Xavier's University. Only today I've come to know that he's the Vice Chancellor of the college that commands the highest dowry in the country. Many years ago, I'd applied to and sought admission at Madras Medical College. If I had known back then, I would not have applied to Madras Medical College, I would have applied to St. Xavier's College. And today I would be a rich man, but I guess it's too late. I now invite Father John Alexander to offer the felicitations to Father Felix Raj. I also invite Reverend Father Maria Alex Arokia Raj to join the felicitations. Mr. Shashi Kumar as well. So the last big book that I know about friendship was published in the year 1936. It was Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. Over 90 years have passed. And when Dale Carnegie wrote that book on friendship, he did not anticipate today's day and age, the era of artificial intelligence. And that is why it's been a long wait for 90 years for this wonderful book by Father John Alexander. Friendship as well-being in the AI era, new models of youth accompaniment. And the big moment that we've been waiting for has now arrived, the final countdown for the book. Now I invite Father John Alexander to release the book and our esteemed guests to receive the first copy of the book. Okay. Father Felix Raj, I kindly invite you to release the book and the guests will receive the first copy from him. Yeah, Father Anton will receive the first copy. Yeah, the first copy of the book is being received by Mr. Anton van der Velde from University of Leuven in Belgium. Father Felix Raj is releasing the first copy of the book. Give it a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Father Felix Raj will now release the book copies to other esteemed guests in the days. Yeah, but now I kindly request the guests to showcase the book for a group photograph. So when I walked into the campus a little while ago for the book release program, the first thing that I did was to walk to the front desk. You all might have noticed it, where the books are available for purchase at a discounted rate today. The book is priced at 399 rupees, but today you're offered a special discount of 30%. It's available for 280 rupees. And the first thing I did was purchase 10 books. One for myself and remaining for my college library. I'm also the chairman of a college, a nursing college. And I had the chance to take a sneak peek of the book before the release today. And I can tell you that that book is truly a page turner. It is so informative, packed with information. It is so thought-provoking. It is so absorbing. It is not fiction, but it's truly a thriller. So all the facts, relevant facts, presented in such an interesting and absorbing manner. So I strongly recommend that all of you, after this book's release program, to please go down and grab your copy of the book, because if you let go of this opportunity, the book copies will be fast sold out, and you're going to have to wait for the next print, which is going to be a few months away. Now I request Dr. K. Maria Arokyaraj to acknowledge the presence of the special and distinguished guests.
It's my privilege and honor to acknowledge the presence of some of the very distinguished invitees for this book release. We are really happy. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. We are really glad. I would like to request our secretary and also the author of the just launched book, Dr. John Alex, to give some mementos along with his book. May I request Captain Dr. S. Santosh Babu, the principal of DG Vaishnava. Thank you, sir. May I request Reverend Sister Stella Mary, FMM, Principal, Stella Maris College, Chennai. May I request Dr. Lillian I. Jasper, Principal, WCC, Women's Christian College, Chennai. May I request Dr. R. Srikanth, Principal, Mark Gregorius College. May I request Reverend Sister Ann Thomas, Principal, Good Shepherd School. May I request Ms. Lata, the Deputy Principal, Sri Muthu Kumaran College, Chennai. Dr. Sumatira, HOD of Microbiology from St. Anne's College. Thank you so much, Father, kind of you.
Thank you, Father. And now we move on to the next item in our program today, the panel discussion on Father John Alexander's book. This session is going to be moderated by Joshua Madan. Joshua Madan is an alumnus of Don Bosco School in Egmore, Chennai, the same school that I went to. Joshua Madan is married to Susan and they are blessed with 2 children, Joanna and Judah. Susan is a cancer survivor and runs Christ Can, a not-for-profit organization which takes care of the education of kids who have lost either of their parents due to cancer. Joshua is an entrepreneur and investor. He's a co-founder and CEO of Covenant Consultants, which is one of the largest recruitment solutions provider in our country. He has also co-founded Christwood School, providing excellence in education for over 1,800 plus students studying in its campus. As a family, they love music and have their own family band and are also involved in a lot of giving projects. Joshua holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and communications engineering and a post-graduation in management. And most of all, he's in the close friendship circle of Father John Alexander, just like the rest of us. I now invite Joshua Madan to take over.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I thought I said good evening. All right, we're going to make it very interactive today because this is going to be one of the sessions where we're going to learn more about the book. And so I'm going to watch from here. I've got a good view. So everybody's eyes here, ears attentive, and let's ensure that we are listening. And I'm going to ask Father John Alex some tough questions. He's always asked us many questions when we were young, so this is my time to get back to you, Father. So I got some questions here, going to put you in a fix. But before that, I'm going to, my senior in school, Shashi is here. I'm going to ask Shashi just to share a few thoughts. Shashi, I hope you, I'm sure you have run through, read the book. Share a few thoughts, what really stood out for you in this book before I ask you to a couple of questions.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all say how timely and important this book is.
because it comes at a time when all of us are wondering about what this creature or this science fictional thing called artificial intelligence is going to do for us or to us. Is artificial intelligence the apotheosis, if you like, of humanity? Or is it apocalypse waiting around the corner? There have been voices in argument of the one and the other, that artificial intelligence is scientific excellence, its transcendence of human ingenuity. On the other hand, that it is like the Manhattan Project, if you like, which led to the nuclear threatened world that we live in. It has the same dangers implicit in it, that it's a Frankenstein's monster, if you like, or creature, which will undo the creator itself. This book is also very timely because it comes in the wake of this very historic, in my view, encyclical by Pope Leo called Magnifica Humanitas, if I've got it right, where it's a very researched work. It's a must read for anyone like this book who needs to understand what artificial intelligence implies and the dangers it poses. The essential argument, I mean, there are many there. The takeaway that I found most persuasive and worrying and of concern is that artificial intelligence implies transhumanism. It's a bit like the Frankenstein creature. It is aiming at a being or a virtual entity which can transcend human capabilities. That is the end objective. There are, of course, very utilitarian ways in which artificial intelligence can make life easier for us. The, shall we say, the usual quotidian work, the trite work, the mechanical work can be taken care of that. But this is the transhumanist potential of artificial intelligence, and that it can become a runaway technology, if you like to call it that, which the creator himself or herself will have no control on, is the biggest challenge. That is the larger dimension, the philosophical dimension, if you like, and the existential dimension with which we are concerned when we speak about artificial intelligence and its future. Father John Alexander's book deals with the here and now and with the younger generation. If artificial intelligence is of concern to us in my age, I'm probably one of the oldest people in this room, it must be of even greater concern for us in terms of our concern for our younger generations, right? What does it do to human relationships, to friendships which we, certainly in Don Bosco we did, and later on, I mean, I'm fortunate to be in a forum where the Silesian and the Jesuit presence is very strong, because I went to both institutions, to Don Bosco and then to Loyola College. The emphasis on fellow being as fellowship, as a precedent, if you like, to well-being, is very important. And the author of the book, Father John Alexander, to me, personifies that in some ways, the humanitarian quality. I cannot refuse an invitation by him. It's not an invitation, it's a kind of call to attend any function, because there is that friendship. It's a very fast friendship. He did not teach me in Don Bosco. It's much later that I got to know him. But I can see the values that we imbibed in Don Bosco personified in him, distilled in him. And therefore, the bona fides of the author are, for me, as a reader, excellent. And then the methodology of the book goes on to substantiate those bona fides. It's an empirical-based book. It's a book based on survey, and not a small sampling, 4,500 plus across the country, of a demographic with which we are concerned. It uses symbolisms, it uses anecdotes in order to pursue this theme of hybrid friendship at a time when you perhaps don't need the person on the other hand. You just have a platform or an invisible virtual being or individual or a sense of an individual virtual presence when you go online and befriend that. We heard in the previous session Reverend Sister speak about the consequences of that, the psychological, psychiatric consequences of that. But it's also a danger in terms of identity. I remember at the very outset of internet, when internet was just becoming fashionable, there was this website called secondlife.com. I don't know if some of you have gone to that. You know, even then I did www.secondlife.com. I believe it's still there. If you don't want to be something in this life, be the other in that. So if I'm an educationist in this life, but I always wanted to be a guitarist, you know, you can go and there'll be a community of guitarists there, and you create a friendship. So on the face of it, it's a wonderful idea. So in other words, the present, the palpable, the physical relationships that we are thrown into and perpetuate and cultivate and nourish are insufficient for us, and therefore you need to seek something beyond that, seems to be the message of that. Or that we are not able to connect with one another. It's all there, but we are not, those connections are not happening. Any which way, this problem of going online to seek succor and help and friendship and connectivity and a sense of identity and fellowship and comfort is increasingly becoming a big issue. I see it in our college, for instance, the number of students who are full of self-doubt and a sense of lack of assurance, identity crisis, no sense of purpose, sense of anomie, of uprootedness. And this probably is being accentuated by this artificial intelligence or the online nature of our existence today. So I think that's in sum my sense of the book.
Sure. Thanks.
And I must say one thing, because I had only very few days to read the book and I had many other things to do, I must say that artificial intelligence helps in some way. So I had Claude Assist to give me a summary and appreciation of the book, which it did in a few seconds. So I could read that up, and I did also skim through the book in order to get to make sure. And that's where you see the fascinating aspect of artificial intelligence on the one hand. So it is both the problem and a fascinating solution to the problem as well.
Thank you, Sashi. That's like very profound, deep insights, even though Claude helped. Made. And also a topic, Father, next book topic on how to ensure that...
I think how to make use of artificial intelligence to get more dowry.
All right, Father, a question to you. This book talks about the power of friendship. I want you to look back at your own life. Is there a person who has profoundly impacted your life? I mean, a person, a leader that you have become. Is there any person who has impacted you, since we're talking about friendship today?
Immediately I can think of, there are several people, but one thing is for the Rosary Christian Raj. Of course, was not my age group. So if at all I think of a person whom I would like to imitate, that is for Rosary Christian Raj. He held no big positions. In fact, he was part of Don Bosco Egmore, and he was vice principal for many years. In fact, when I went for one particular conference, international conference, that was the vice chancellor of, I won't name the university, and he shared the dais with me, and he gave a talk, and immediately recognized, he recognized me as, although I went because I went part from Liva, so I was not really dressed up like, kind of a priest. So after that he said, Father, are you Don Bosco, Father?
Yes, I said. Okay. So immediately he took out a purse. So I said, what do normally Don Bosco fathers will do if somebody takes out a purse? Very happy, no? Going to give a donation. Okay. So, but as soon as he pulled out that purse, and he pulled out a small little picture, that was a picture of Saint Dominic Savio. It was very old, tattered almost. And he said, when I was studying 4th standard for Rosary Krishnaraj, when he came during the recreation time, he called me and he said, keep this picture and pray whenever you have trouble and think of this little saint. And he kept that for so many years. That is the type of influence, I thought for the Rosary Krishnaraj had. And second friend that I would like to remember is my own professor. This morning we talked elaborately about this, our friendship, Dr. Anton van der Velde. When I was in Belgium, strange language, strange climate, strange food, that is where you look for real companionship or a friend. And I found in Ton van der Velde.
Absolutely. There are many of my Don Bosco alumni sitting here. I'm sure they remember Father, Vice Principal, that you just mentioned. Father, what made you write this book? I know you've written many. I want to go to the why part. Why did you choose friendship? And what's the message that you really want to leave behind? And why did you choose?
Yes, 30 years I've been not being part of Don Bosco spirit of dealing with young people. And wherever I was always part of a small youth group. Either it was already there and I became part of them, starting from Bangalore, then again in Perambur. So my experience of friendship with young people, and I found that what is most important for their happiness, joy, well-being is friendship, the friends that they have in their life. So in fact, as they themselves have, although I have written, this is the 8th book, all the other books I would say, it is my voice. In fact, when some of my friends or readers meet in a very strange place, they always say, Father, I really like your article or book. And especially they say, you have your own voice. But this book is not my voice. It is the voice of 4,527 youngsters. They have spoken, and me and my research group have listened. And it is their voice, what they are saying. I think this is good to listen to what they are saying. And very beautifully, Sashi sir, he is the founder chairman of Asian College of Journalism that trains conscious journalists who will not report only sensational issues. They have a policy of covering deprivation, poverty. That is the type of institutions that they run. So that way, I found this is a different book, and friendship is something a basic need. So just as you would say, if you are hungry, you look out for food. Okay, if you are thirsty, you want to drink. But equally important, already Abraham Maslow talked about that hierarchy of needs, and afterwards it was challenged. It is not hierarchy. Even a poor person, a hungry person also needs to be respected. Sense of belonging. So therefore, friendship is as basic as food and water and any other basic necessities. That is what pushed me to look into this.
Wonderful. Sashi, if I may just go back to you and ask you, today's social media, do you feel now is it making, people more connected, or do you think that even we saw in that presentation much earlier to the discussion with AI bots coming in, do you think people have become more lonelier even though they are connected on social media? Being a journalist, what's your take on this?
I certainly think they are becoming more isolated or more narrowcast. Now take one platform in social media, WhatsApp, for instance. It's increasingly becoming a frog in the well phenomenon, where people who have the same opinions, same ideas, same prejudices, same warped they gather together and discuss that over and over again. It's a kind of inbreeding. And if you, let me first of all say that I have quit many of the WhatsApp groups, including my family WhatsApp group, because I found that some of the uncles I revered so much were RSS people. and including some educational institutions' WhatsApp groups, because of the kind of discussion that goes on. What I mean is, if you oppose that, they initially combat you there, and then they stop reacting to what you're saying. In other words, they're saying, why don't you get out? We just want to continue our discussion. So this is not fraternity. This is not camaraderie. This is not fellowship. This is opinionation, reinforcing opinionation and prejudice and bias. And that's a danger in social groups or social media platforms which are ostensibly about widening your mental horizons, are actually narrowing your mental horizons, making you more narrowcast in your, in your approach to life. So that I think is, which is why today, and more importantly for younger minds, social media is becoming a threat. As I speak, Australia took the initiative. Many countries have followed suit in banning social media for children under 16. And they've made it the responsibility of the social media organizations or the companies to make sure that there are adequate filters and safeguards in order to verify that somebody below 16 is not able to access social media. I think there's a valid reason for this. As I speak, about 13 countries have either enacted legislation or are in the process of doing that. Australia, Malaysia, Indonesia, England, of course, recently, France, Spain. I know I could go on, but there are 13 countries as I speak, and many will follow suit. And I think a country like India, where we have the kind of multicultural context that we have, and the kind of poison that's already circulating, in our social life, forget about social media, it's time to think about regulation by the state, honestly. I'm the last person who should be saying this, because as a journalist, I always fight for freedom of expression, unrestricted freedom of expression. But there's a difference between unrestricted freedom of expression and freedom to peddle misinformation and disinformation and hate speech and fake news. So I think that distinction is important.
Just going to ask two more questions before we go to a rapid fire.
Before that, may I ask Father one thing? Because I've seen that in the book there were two motives that struck me. One is a kite,
yes,
which was a motive of the friendship of two children,
yeah,
breaking, like the Manja Katsats.
Correct, yes.
The other is tiramisu, which I've not seen here,
yes,
which is about the couple in Belgium,
yeah,
who were your friends. I was very curious to know, what was that tiramisu story about?
Yes. Well,
it doesn't emerge as well in the book.
Yes, it matters because that was the strangeness that I had, and I was looking to make friends. Yes, I had a strong bonding here. For Stanislaus is here. He was also in Belgium. He was my predecessor. Okay, so when you land up in especially a country like Belgium, where hardly anybody speaks English, and before going, they said they speak French. I learned a little bit French. And when you speak French in the Flemish area, they look at you strangely and they move away from you. So that is a kind of a strangeness, and I was looking for friends. And in that kind of a setting, in a kind of a meeting that was organized, a social gathering, I meet this Rita and Rudy. And I was trying to also learn the Dutch meanwhile. So kind of a strange setting, you try to impress others or make a social connection. Then I said, in my own broken Dutch, ich hou van tiramisu. That is, I like eating tiramisu. That's how we started the connection. So in fact, in the book, I talk about friendship, how there's a magical moment if you look at the age of your friend, how it started. But that alone is not enough. That was effort from my side to continue the friendship, and much more also from Rita and Rudy, who wanted to continue, and they invited me in the next week to their home, and they made the tiramisu. It was a surprise for me, and continued 20 years. And when that is another important thing to grow in friendship, that you learn to celebrate the milestones of your friends.
when he or she receives an award or a degree, it is important to be there. And they were there when I defended my thesis, PhD thesis. And afterwards, they organized a celebration as if I was one of them. Strangeness that began, that extended to a deep friendship. Now, even after 20 years, they don't speak English. If I have to, when I talk to them over the phone, I have to talk only in Flemish. Okay, so that's like a tiramisu story.
Lovely.
Each of us will have our own tiramisu story, I'm sure. And it's important to go back to that story. And if you've lost that friend, please get back. Because friendship is such a valuable thing, don't neglect them.
One thing I'm sure all of us in this room would agree is you walk the talk, Father. The very fact that so many of us are gathered here is the friendship that you share with everyone. So it's not what you've just written in the book, but what you practically do every day. I want to talk about the misconception that today's, the generation, the parents have towards the Gen Zs. My daughter just passed out. I'm glad to see Sister Annie here from Good Shepherd. She joined college. Some of the words, the slang they use, we don't even understand. We probably need a separate dictionary to go through the Gen Z's words. So, according to you, what's the biggest misconception do you think our generation is having towards the Gen Zs or the Gen Alphas, which have now come in? And how do you think we could relate better?
Yeah, simply the young people that I met and interviewed and had conversation, not only for this, earlier also, they want parents and teachers and well-intentioned adults to be non-judgmental. Immediately to say that this generation is addicted to cell phones. Why they are addicted? If you read a book that says what makes the young people linger on the screen for 3 hours more. We saw the statistics in the morning about the book. More than 3 hours or 5 hours. It is the companies that own AI that sets the algorithm so that you keep dwelling on what you say. So therefore, as a institution or as a family and as let us say the society and community, what are the what Sasisha was referring? What are the helps that we can offer to these young people? So not with judgmental, not with kind of a prejudice, not to control them, but to help them and accompany them.
Wonderful. I'm going to, due to paucity of time, I understand we are having very limited time today, so I'm just going to do a quick rapid fire. Shashi, I'm going to ask you too, right? So I think it's a no-brainer, but Father, I need quick answers. I'm not going to allow you to think.
You have any time
no
thinking?
buzzers, no buzzers.
Okay.
Okay. WhatsApp or face-to-face conversation?
Face-to-face, but no, you both have to
go for it, then I'm going to ask Shashi. Go ahead. Yeah.
Face
the
to
question
face.
is the same for both. Yeah.
Face-to-face, but my young people would say both. And 13% of them have said, no, we prefer to remain online. We don't want to meet.
All right. Shashi, WhatsApp or face-to-face?
Face-to-face when I want to have a convivial conversation. WhatsApp if I want to shout at someone.
Okay. As you can see, clearly the older generation. Okay. Morning person or a night owl?
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, all right. One word for friendship.
Loyalty. Dr. Madhu referred, because whenever, even before writing the book, whenever I gave a gift to any of the people, and especially the young priests and brothers in formation, or even young persons when they come, I used to buy copies of Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. And I've asked many of the students and student friends to make a presentation of the book in small groups. So that is the first book. Right. The latest book, I found, I'm sure you can look at it, David Brooks, How to Know a Person. He's a journalist, New York journalist, New York Times. A very, very, very interesting book. I
with all the busy schedule, I read from page to page. It was wonderful to understand even this dynamics of friendship. These two books.
Good. I'm sure we're noting it down. Maybe buy those books and read. Shashi, your choice?
Well, my all-time favorite book is Don Quixote, and because it's everything. It's fiction, but it is encyclopedic in its reach. It has everything, and Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, I think, are enough for us to be lodestars in our life. And so I would recommend. But it's a big book, and these days, young people don't read beyond 250 characters at a time. So it's a big challenge to get them to read a big book like that.
Sure. One person you would like to have dinner with, dead or alive?
Yeah, why you are always very restrictive, Joshua? You have never been
I'm
like
giving
that.
you so many options. Okay, you can take two.
Okay.
No
The
problem.
first person I would like to go dinner with one of these days is Anton van der Velde. And it is going to be kind of a recollection of our friendship. That is the one person that I would like to, yes.
All right, super. Shashi?
Oh, you got me that. I'm not sure. There are many people, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have one person I want to go to dinner with. I'd like to go to dinner with many people. And,
All right.
One
no problem. Absolutely, no problem. Okay. Okay, this time I'm going to start with you. Being a journalist, nation wants to know the best advice you have ever received.
Never believe anything you read or see or hear unless you're verified. As a journalist, verification has become so important because we are awash with information, and it's important to know that that information is true. I'd like, if I might, there's this wonderful poem by T.S. Eliot of the 1930s. It's called The Rock, which says, "Where is the living that we lost in life? Where is the wisdom that we lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge that we lost in information?" Today we have just information, there's no knowledge, there's no wisdom, and there's no life or living. And it's worse in social media because we don't even have information. We have misinformation, disinformation, doubtful information. So I think verification has become, filter of verification has become very
much needed. Father, best advice ever received?
The best advice I ever received is, again I will say about Father Rosary Krishnaraj. Every person is a mystery. Every human person that you encounter, whether it is your teacher, or it is your child, or whether it is your family member, or anyone, is a mystery, not in the sense of mysterious. There is something that we see in that person, but there's something that we do not see. So therefore,
which doesn't expect anything from one another, but knows each other so well in order to make sure that one is not short of anything that he wants.
Yeah. Father here has been signaling for the last 5 minutes that my time is up before he comes and physically throws me. Ladies and gentlemen, AI may replace the way we communicate, but can never replace the warmth of a true friend. So please put your hands together once again for our panelists and of course our author.
Thank
Father
you,
John
Joshua,
Alex.
for this wonderful
and to you, thank you
way
very
you
much.
conducted this.
So I'm an alumnus of Don Bosco Egmore, just like many guests today. And after passing out of Don Bosco Egmore, I went to Madras Medical College. And after graduation from Madras Medical College, I left for the US. And there I did my postgraduate medical training at the Brookdale Hospital in New York and a pediatric fellowship at Harvard Medical School. And I served as a faculty as a professor of pediatrics at University of Texas and University of Pittsburgh. And then I decided to come back to India and serve my home country. And that's when I went to Don Bosco Egmore after so many years. And when I met Father John Alexander, who was then the rector and correspondent of the school. And I told Father John Alexander that I have an idea, a project that I want to start at Don Bosco Egmore. When I was a pediatrician in the US, every school in the United States has a school health program. So I told Father John Alexander I wanted to start a similar program at Don Bosco Egmore, a school health station, which takes care of injuries and illnesses of the children while they're at school. And Father John Alexander welcomed me with open arms. He gave me all the encouragement, and he said it was a wonderful project which is going to be so useful to the children. And he helped me start this DB health station at Don Bosco Egmore. And it is running even till this date, even after 12 years. It has been such a huge success. Every day, the DB Health Station takes care of the children there who get injured, who develop illnesses, who have a fever or a headache or abdominal pain. And the most important thing about this program is that it served as a role model, as a model school health program that so many other schools in Chennai city have started now, and it is spread to other parts of the state. It's just an example of how Father John Alexander picks the right people, nurtures the right ideas, encourages young people, and implements projects. You know, Alexander III of Macedonia, he won every battle that he fought. And that is why he became Alexander the Great. Father John Alexander, every project that he picks, he executes it to perfection. He does the right things. He takes all the right steps. And whatever he does it right. And that is why in the friendship circle, Father John Alexander is known as Alexander the Right. I now invite Father John Alexander to give his acceptance speech.
So we thank you for all the kind words, Dr. Madhu. And also, we have been here the whole day, and it has been a wonderful experience. So this was a kind of God's presence I could feel for the past 2 years, besides all the other responsibilities that we had to do in the province for provincial, myself and the councillors, and the entire province moving towards helping young people. It was a simultaneous kind of a thought process, at the same time some work, and several people have been part of this. So I feel that it is a big blessing that I have received and all of us have received. So this book is not a personal achievement. Instead, it is a collective blessing that we all have received. That's the way I look at it, and I don't have to go into details of each person. So in a special way, I like to thank Father Biju and for the provincial, and Antoine, and for the Xavier, Felix Raj from Xavier's University, and all the other people. For the PD, John is here, and several people who have come all the way. And for this evening session, Sashi Kumar sir was so very obliging, and I always admire his acumen and intelligence, not only in the way he speaks, but also the way he writes and intervenes in the social issues. By the way, he's one of those first Doordarshan journalist and anchor when they started their television. And he has acted in many Malayalam movies and several other movies. He's a charming actor. Okay, even now he looks very charming. Okay, give him a hand, please. Yeah. So several friends are here. Anand is here, and also several people from Don Bosco. So I would like to thank the Citadel community and the college here for the Maria Anthony Raj, Maria Arike Raj, and for the Anbu, and also the community of Citadel for the rector, the first-time rector, Brother Arun Raj, and all the others who have been very, very gracious in collaboration and doing the work. Even though I have not really asked them to do it, many came on their own to make this event a great success, especially for the young people who have not only participated in this essay, but also who came traveling all the way from different parts of India to participate in today's event. And from the province side, we have Stalin, who collaborated from the Youth Ministry Department, and all the other youth service coordinators, and especially the beautiful stories and all this LED coordination was done by Deepika, very beautifully presented. So it was a wonderful experience that we were able to do. So what Father Bosco said, no, this is not just an event, it is an experience. I think that is what God has blessed us with. So thank you one and all. We will continue our conversation. We will continue our friendship. Thank you. Thank you for the, Felix, so for the wonderful words. Yeah.
Thank you, Father. Now we're going to have a vote, another vote. Don't think it's another election. It's a vote of thanks. Yeah. So.
It is my pleasant privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion for this enriching seminar and the inspiring book launch. My first foremost, I express my deep sense of gratitude to the Almighty God, who has been guiding and inspiring us every moment of our life and having gathered us all this evening. I convey my heartfelt gratitude to Reverend Dr. Biju Michael, STB, General Counselor for South Asia, Rome, for his gracious presence, which encourages us to undertake the initiatives to promote the holistic development, growth, and well-being of the young people. Our sincere thanks to Reverend Dr. L. Don Bosco STB, the Provincial, the Salesian Province of Chennai, for his friendship, valuable support, and accompanying leadership. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Antun for traveling from University of Leuven, Belgium, for sharing the Asian wisdom on friendship and his profound insight through his keynote address. We are greatly extend our sincere appreciation to Reverend Dr. John Parangimal, STB Secretary for SPCI, and Reverend Father Patrick Lepcha, STB South Asian Delegate for Youth Ministry, for gracing the inaugural session and initiating meaningful dialogue on youth accompaniment and friendship. We are greatly honored by the presence of Reverend Dr. J. Felix Raj, S.J., Vice Chancellor, St. Xavier University, Kolkata, for taking a trouble of coming this far and make his insightful introduction to the just launched book had added a great depth to this memorable event. Mr. N. Ram, Director of the Hindu Group of Publication, a tall figure in the field of responsible journalism in India, who inspiring address reminded us of our social responsibility in the field of education, research, and media. We also thank Mr. Sasi Kumar Menon, Chairperson, Asian College of Journalism, and Mr. Joshua Madan, CEO of Covenant Group, for their engaging dialogue with the author, which brought out the various perspectives and research experience of the author, which would be very useful for the researchers and youth animators. Our sincere appreciation goes to all our distinguished presenters, Reverend Dr. Maria Lewis, STB, Reverend Dr. Stanis Swami Kannu, STB, Reverend Dr. John Richard, STB, Reverend Dr. Sebastian, STB, Dr. Christina Venita Deepa D, and Reverend Dr. V. Selvaraj, STB, for the scholarly presentation which enriched the seminar with the diverse academic and practical insights. We also thank our moderators, Reverend Father Patrick Lepcha, STB, Reverend Dr. K.A. Maria Aragyaraj, STB, Reverend Dr. Joe Sanjay, OFM CAP, Reverend Dr. Maria Arogyam Kanaga, STB, and Reverend Dr. Praveen Peter, STB, for skillfully guiding every session, ensuring meaningful discussions. Our heartfelt thanks to our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Princey Jose, Mr. Alan, Reverend Brother Arun, and Dr. Madhu Purushothaman for guiding today's program with grace, professionalism. We gratefully acknowledge the college choir under the direction of Mr. Joshua for the meaningful prayer song that sets a spiritual tone of book launch. A special word of gratitude goes to the Reverend Dr. John Alexander, STB, who's dedicated the research, insightful presentation of the findings and authorship of the book, Friendship as Well-Being in the AI Era, New Models of Youth Accompaniment, have greatly enriched us and have made us awareness of importance of friendship, especially for the young. As responsible people involved with young, with the insightful gained today, we help us to understand the needs of young better and make the world a better world. Finally, we extend our sincere gratitude to the management, the secretary, the principal, the organizing committee, the faculty members, the non-teaching and domestic staff, student volunteers, media personnel, Siga Press, and every participants whose wholehearted involvement and participation made this seminar and book launch a grand success. May the ideas today be shared and the book launch this evening continue to inspire meaningful friendship, promote well-being, and guide the accompaniment of young people in the age of artificial intelligence. Thank you, one and all.
So we come to the end of the program. Before singing the national anthem and final words from the MCs, so I would like to thank Mr. Ashok, one of my good friends who was friend almost now for 15 years. Ashok, he has been a great friend and a strong support in moment of crisis, and he also coordinates the media. So may I invite Mr. Ashok, just I would like to acknowledge, thank you for your wonderful friendship that you do. Okay, please come. Thank you. Then we have Father Michael John from Good Pastors. So he's also a publisher. Please come forward, just a token of appreciation. And I would like to invite Brito. So I was talking to you about small youth groups I've been involved. So when I was a young assistant parish priest in Perambur, we started a small youth group called Ilamai. And now all of them and myself have become Mudumai. Okay. But still, it was so nice of him that he's here. He represents the entire youth group of Ilamai group. Okay, so please come forward. Then Father Jayapal, who has been a strong support and pillar, please come forward. Others also, I will meet you personally afterwards. Thank you. And Father Augustine is here. Please, one of my brilliant students, please come forward. He is 34 years in a missionary in Africa.
As Father John Alex extends his words of appreciation and distributes this memento, we also sincerely thank Dr. Madhu Purushothaman, Chairman and Director of Glanis Hospital, Madurai. He was a host for this book release. We thank him for being the host for this book release. Not because of anything else, just because of the friendship that he has with Don Bosco and Father John Alex. So thank you, Doctor. For those of you who have requested the participation certificate, it is available at the Don Bosco Square. So kindly collect it before leaving without fail. Let us all rise for national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. The tea is arranged for everyone. Kindly please have the tea and go.